Welcome back, True Seeker. Another glorious day over here in the sports decoding community. We don't treat these games like they're legit because they're not. We look for the numbers in the rig. Clean sweep in the WNBA. Cash. And World Cup future landed. All these will come around and go, where's the proof of your future? Try watching the channel, buddy. Just subscribe here. Stop watching everyone else because you're just wasting your time. Just stay parked here. We'll just put out the best information every single day. I told you guys a year ago to the day of the championship, I said, look at what Messi did playing in the championship stadium a year to the day of the World Cup championship, scoring 2 goals. To me, that just told it all, that he'd be in his second straight championship. And again, last World Cup, it was even, to me, it was an easier call, but, we didn't have a beauty like this. This was also what we used for this year's. But this last time, there was no way Argentina wasn't going to win their first World Cup since 86, a day after the Pope's 86th birthday, who was from Argentina. And there was no way they weren't going to win it over France. He's Pope Francis. Remember, France fell to 2-2 in World Cup championships in 2022. But, we've been aware of this image for a long time now, thanks to Script Unveiled, somebody who learned how to decode from yours truly, but has a specialty because he follows international football. He knows a lot about international football, unlike yours truly, who can hardly stand watching the sport. And he gave us this image a long time ago. And we said, man, doesn't that make a lot of sense? Messi bathing a baby Yamal. And again, Yamal is supposed to be the protege of Messi. And they have all these parallels. Messi became a star at 19, playing in Spain. Yamal just turned 19 during the World Cup for Spain. But you know what I should have done a long time ago? I should have looked more into this image. Again, it was already helpful enough, but I should have looked into it even more because it might have helped out even more of you. To understand just how scripted these things are, you have to know this language of letters and numbers and dates because it is just unbelievable, you guys. It is unbelievable. This image was for UNICEF, for a UNICEF calendar. And hold on, I'm going to come back up to what's up at the top. But you just got to see this. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. UNICEF. 104. This is the first ever World Cup with 104 games. That 104 has been a huge pattern. We've taken advantage of numerous exact score calls because of it, including when USA won 2-0 to become 10-4 in scoring. A few other teams did the same thing. Like I told, I know somebody called into my public stream yesterday and was saying they liked England. And I said, Argentina, man, they make it to the championship. Like I've been saying, their coach is going to be coaching his 104th game for Argentina in the championship. But look at that, you guys. This is the first ever World Cup with 104 matches. World Cup equals 104. Again, it's been a huge theme. That image was taken in 2007 for UNICEF, showing the plan was written long ago. The script was written long ago. So let's go through all the little details here because there's even more. Again, that's Messi bathing little Yamal. And as we've talked about, Messi, he became considered a superstar as a 19-year-old playing for Barcelona in a game where they defeated Real Madrid, where he had his first career hat trick. And remember, in the first game of this World Cup, Messi had a hat trick on the 16th, getting to 16 goals in the World Cup. Spain won their only World Cup 16 years ago, and 16's been a major theme with football this year. Indiana went 16-0, winning the championship, and then the Seahawks won by 16. And again, there's a literal connection there between those two championships because the original Seahawks team came out of Miami. They were the Miami Seahawks. Indiana won the championship in Miami. And then the Miami Seahawks folded in history, became the Baltimore Colts, which eventually became the Indianapolis Colts. And then you might recall how their owner, Jim Irsay, died right before the Indiana Pacers played the Thunder in the finals. And again, we had that at Lock City for the Thunder to win that championship before that season began because they're the old Seattle team. Seattle won it in 79. Thunder won the 79th season. But anyway, And don't forget where Team USA got eliminated this year. Seattle, who won the last Super Bowl by 16. But anyway, look at this stuff, you guys. That game where Messi had the hat trick, March 10th, 2007, it was 106 days before his birthday. And consider Yamal would be born days later, right? Yamal was born shortly after July 13th, 2007. And Spain and Argentina had only faced each other one time in World Cup history, and that was July 13th, 1966. 60 years ago. Like, this was the year of Super Bowl 60, which concluded the 106th NFL season, which ended with Seattle winning. But anyway, Messi did that ritual 106 days before his birthday while he was 19 in Spain. Now going to face the 19-year-old Spain player Yamal. In Gematria, Lamine Yamal equals 106. Where was this photo taken? Looking it up, it was taken at a place called Camp Nou. Camp Nou. 106. Again, if you're new here, this practice of coding numbers and words, it's simple. It's based on the alphabetic order forwards. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, up to Z is 26. Also, running the alphabetic order in reverse. Z is 1, back to A is 26. And then both orders with numerology applied. So, Lamine Yamal's 106 when you run the alphabetic order forwards. Camp Nou is 106 when you run it in reverse. And here, just to look at the other relevant ciphers of Camp Nou, because there is more to it. Camp Nou, 83 and 29, just like football, is 83 and 29. Camp Nou, 34, just like Messi is 34 today. And don't forget, that was big when Francis was alive, too. You know, Francis had that big 34. But today's 34 days after the tournament began. Tournament began June 11th. Today's July 15th, 34 days later. Messi now going to face Yamal after 34 days. And remember, yesterday, Spain, we had a hunch Spain would shut out France and could score 2 goals. If they shut out France, they were going to keep home teams on 173 goals, like the hand-to-God goal was on the day leaving 170, or was on the 173rd day of the year. And had Spain scored 2, which they did yesterday, they'd have 13 goals in the tournament in Dallas and stay on 13 losses versus France all time. As they picked up their 19th win over France for 19-year-old Yamal. But yeah, Messi 20, just like how we liked Argentina to win 2-0 2 days after Messi's birthday to become 2-0 in the tournament. Or excuse me, it was 2 days before his birthday. It was June 22nd, the hand-to-God goal anniversary where Messi set the record. But anyway, yesterday Spain won 2-0 20 days after Messi's birthday. As I suggested today, Argentina to win 2-1 21 days after Messi's birthday, because that was the score of the hand-to-God goal game. And now Argentina scored 19 goals and allowed 7. Scored 19, allowed 7. The championship date is 19-7, 19th of July. Don't forget the game where Argentina won 2-0, where Messi set the record and scored both goals in the game. The date numerology for that game was 20. But okay. So yeah, again, these are just the base ciphers right here. Camp Nou with the Camp Nou. 83 like football with the alphabetic order. 29 with the alphabetic order numerology like football. Camp Nou 106. When you run it the other way, Lamine Yamal 106. Notice Lamine Yamal's also got the 43 like football. 191's the 43rd prime. Again, football's got that 43. We all know what Brady did over here at 43, going down to Florida and becoming the undisputed GOAT. And don't forget, he did it 188 days after his birthday. I gave you guys that one for free, too. Greatest of all time, 188 days after his 43rd birthday. Script. But, yeah, notice all the 16 stuff, too, because, you know, Spain was in the championship, won it 16 years ago. GOAT got the 20 like Messi. They call him the GOAT. All these 20 rituals with him. Anyway. So, yeah, another thing we talked about today. New England lost in Super Bowl 60. England hasn't won the championship for 60 years, and they're not going to win it again. But the Super Bowl was on February 8th. Today, England gets beat like New England lost in the Super Bowl, it's 157 days from the Super Bowl. Today can be written 15/7. 157 is the 37th prime. Patriots equals 37. Wednesday equals 37. It's the only day of the week that does. Georgia equals 37. Again, today's game was also a tribute to the Falklands War, which is over the Falklands Islands in southern Georgia between Argentina and England. We talked about that in a big way. By England scoring the first goal, they became 14-6 in the tournament for scoring. 14 goals for, 6 against, like they won that war on the 14th of June, which is Trump's birthday, and it goes with United Kingdom as well. So they got the first goal, but then, as predicted, you got the hand of God score with the comeback. And we talked about that today, that Argentina might have to come back. They came into the game with 53 wins. Comeback equals 53. Remember, the Knicks won their first championship in 53 years with a gazillion 53s in the script, but every single game was a comeback. And don't forget, the last game was a 16-point comeback, because 53 is the 16th prime, like how you had 16 points in Super Bowl 53 and on and on and on. But yeah, England stayed on 37 wins in the World Cup today. Here, transfer market. Shout out to Script Unveiled, the same gentleman who showed us this photo close to a year ago now when we were talking about Messi being in the World Cup. He gave us this gem. I didn't know about this, and I might still not know about this to the day if it wasn't for Script Unveiled. But he's also the guy that put us on the transfer market website, and he does seem to be correct. This seems to be the most accurate website for stats. Here's England, 37 wins. It didn't move today. They picked up their 21st loss in a 2-1 score 21 days after Messi's birthday. And notice they came in on the 20 losses. This is a script. Argentina, yesterday's caller, you heard it. The guy's like, I think they're going to stay on 53 wins. And I said, are you sure? Because if they win, they play on Sunday, Sun 54. Jesuits run the whole thing. Jesuit Order 54, their logo's the sun. They're the military order of the Catholic Church. That's why all things are aligned around the Pope. And all roads lead to Rome. They know to use the Colosseum to keep the people pacified. They're not happy, but they'll stay in line as long as you give them the bread and circus. So, yeah, and just for the record about that 157, I mean, the World Cup is here in the United States, right? United States has the 157 and the 40. And actually, I'm realizing something I was overlooking there. I'm going to show you something else. I just realized it in real time. But again, 1986, the hand of God goal. It was 40 years ago. There's been so many tributes to 86. It's been ridiculous, including the Argentina and Spain game that was supposed to be played in Qatar. And notice, that's the big news story tonight. Officials asked to turn over phones at White House as leak investigation intensifies. And the leak is over who gave the goods on Trump's Qatari gifted airplane. The last World Cup was in Qatar. The Spain-Argentina game that was supposed to be played there this year, Felicima or whatever it is, was canceled on the 86th day of the year, March 27th. Argentina-Spain game canceled March 27th. And again, the name of this game, what is it again? What's the name of this game? The I can't say it. Finalissima. I don't know. Final. I don't know how to say it, but I do know the gematria. It's 112 like World Cup. 112. World Cup. 112. See that? Boom. Boom. The NFL has a game in Spain this year, 112 days from the championship. Not an accident. Not an accident. And pay attention to what happens in that game, because they use that number in the Super Bowl too, 112. They do. They do. So, anyway, yeah, the 157 thing, it goes with United States too, where the final games are this year, with most of the games being in North America, most of them in the States. But hold up. And don't forget, the 157-37 pattern, don't forget that pattern, because, Kobe supposedly died at age 41 on the 157th day of his age, which was the 37th anniversary of the day of Bear Bryant dying on the same day, the 26th day of the year. Bryant is 26 and 37. But hold up. Hold up. Okay, so when you look it up, it says that this image has an archive date. This image up here has an archive date of December 27th, 2007. But if you read about it, they say they don't think that's actually when the photo was taken, but that's when it's dated. And funny enough, UNICEF, look at UNICEF's establishment date. We're talking about all these 16s, right? UNICEF was created December 11th, 1946. So that means it would have been 61 years and 16 days old. 6116. I think there's something to that. But anyway, if you read about it, it has an archive date of December 27th, 2007. So, interestingly enough, from the day Yamal was born, who's getting bathed there by Messi, to that day, it's a span of 168 days, like New York City, where the World Cup championship is. Or you could also say it's 167 days later, which is the 39th prime. And again, Messi's going to be 39. And this is what I called out a year ago when he scored the 2 goals in the championship stadium a year to the day of the World Cup championship. I said, it's not just that, you guys. I said he's going to be 39 in New York. And that's the number that we call the New York number. And since that happened, Mike Brown won the NBA Finals and became the 39th coach to win an NBA Finals, because it's always 39 in NY. Look at the base ciphers and look at all of the connections to New York and New York City. NY 39, New York 39, New York NY 39, NYC 39. Who knows the first governor of New York? Do you know who it is? His name is George 39 Clinton 39. And look at what year George Clinton, and not the one that's the funk star. George Clinton, governor, date of birth. Look at this. He has the same birthday as New York, July 26, but born in the year 39. See how they did that? The United Nations in New York is 39 floors tall. New York's history is so 39, it's ridiculous. So, again, this was all given out for free, and I repeated it over and over. And when we did the Super Bowl stream, people were hating because I wasn't perfect with the Super Bowl picks. But, again, if you took all my advice for last year's Super Bowl, you should have won plenty. I mean, we nailed almost every prop. The hedge bet of Seattle to win by 12 or more came through. The under came through. A lot of things came through, you know? I mean, yeah, Patriots didn't win, but you didn't. If all you bet was Patriots, sorry. But had you taken the advice, I said, if you take Patriots, you are going to want to hedge at Seattle to win by 12 plus. We knew for the 12th man, Seattle would, if they were going to win, we're going to win by at least 12. They'd been 12 years since they won their only other Super Bowl. Anyway, Messi's 39. How perfect all this is. UNICEF 104 World Cup, the first World Cup with 104 games. Argentina's coach gonna play or coach his 104th game for Argentina in the championship. And the other thing I told you guys over and over again, because I mean I brought up the World Cup a bunch of times, and anyone who isn't caught up, you go back to the hantavirus videos. When hantavirus came and that whole story, I said this just confirms what I've been saying about the World Cup. Netherlands-based ship out of Argentina, docks in Spain. Hello, 1978 is when hantavirus was discovered. 1978 is when Argentina beat the Netherlands. Spain's only championships over the Netherlands. Looked like it was a total World Cup story. Covered it multiple times. You don't follow the work, you miss out. You forget about my channel because they don't put it in your feed anymore, you miss out. There's a reason they don't put my channel in your feed. My channel hurts the cabal. Do you think YouTube's here to hurt the cabal? No, they're here to keep everyone stupid and distracted and entertained with nonsense. They don't want this kind of stuff on their platform. That's why the channel's been deleted 20 sometimes. That's why we're super shadow banned. But hold on. It's funny, Spain's going to come in with 37 wins too. Spain's coming in with 37 wins. Oh, hold on. Wasn't there a note about 41 here? Oh, yeah. Yamal was born on the 41st anniversary of the only time Argentina and Spain played each other, right? The 41st anniversary. World Cup has the 41 connection as well, as does USA. It's the 13th prime number, like it's the land of 13 stripes. And this is something we talked about today because Spain picked up their 179th points today. Or did I say Spain? I mean Argentina. Argentina got their 179th points today. 179 is the 41st prime number. See how nice that is? 179, 41st prime. Yamal born on the 41st anniversary of the only Argentina-Spain World Cup match, which was also a 2-1 score. So... anyway, yeah, congrats to the winners. 2 World Cups in a row. Nail both teams 2 times in a row. Adding to a long list of correct future calls. Haters get mad when I don't hit every single future because in certain years we have done that, so that's the expectation. But again, it's not realistic to think that we're going to nail every future every time. But sometimes you find something like this and you go, come on, man. This is exactly what these people do. I've been explaining this to you guys for over a decade, that these guys were born and bred to be. You get this story right here, and you think this is all some kind of coincidence, the way this all lines up. Yamal turns 19. Spain gets their 19th win versus France, stays on 19 losses in the World Cup. They only won. Hold on. Hold up. Don't forget that South African player who just died, Jaden Adams, number 23, who dies 23 days after the news breaks of his grandma dying during the 23rd World Cup. Oh, sorry, that's what I was going to show you guys. A second ago, I blanked out. I kept showing you over and over. Spain equals 59 and 23, measure from FIFA's birthday, May 21st, to the World Cup championship. It's 59 days. I kept saying, how perfect is that? 59 days after FIFA's birthday for the 23rd World Cup, Spain can be in the big game. Said it over and over again in numerous videos throughout the year. So, why you guys going, where's the proof? The proof is watch the channel. You know, I don't care about proving to you some guy who just showed up here of what I'm saying about. This isn't a cap channel. This isn't a lie channel. This is something I've been doing for 13 straight years, calling futures and showing how all this stuff is rigged. Like, if you're just getting here late, I just consider like, well, you should have been looking for the answers a long time ago, buddy. This ain't nothing new. Go look at the Patreon and say, how many people have a Patreon with as many subscribers as mine for a decade straight? Almost no one. There's a reason I have that following that stays loyal. And there'd be a lot more. Understand, there'd be a lot more if we weren't deleted and shadow banned and hidden from everyone. If you found this channel, realize you're lucky. You're lucky to find this channel with all the algorithm suppression. But yeah, anyway, let me drop the link. Who else has something to add about this script? Part of me wishes I would have dug more into this photo longer ago, but I mean, did it even need to be dug into? It's like, but yeah, digging in, it does reveal more. I mean, that's what happens when you do the research and put in the time. You just see even more. Okay. Let me pull up. Remember, patient 0 on the hantavirus was Leo, who supposedly was bird watching in a landfill. Because as we know, people always go into landfills to do bird watching. Oh my God! I forgot that I even documented this. Look at this, you guys. This is from May. This is when we realized that the day that patient 0. Look at this. I'd even forgotten this documentation right here. Patient 0 contracted hantavirus the day the Argentina-Spain game was canceled in Qatar. Leo. His name was Leo. I mean, come on. He was 70 years old, too. I love that. I love that he was 70, like Messi. Just fake news, you guys. And think about it. This is what goes on in the world every day. This is what people spend their time worried about and occupied with. Fake news, rigged sports. This is the stuff that occupies people's minds. This is what they're allowing to matter in their life. Just fake crap, rigged crap. And then somebody exposes it and they don't want to believe it because they got this ego and they're like, what? I would have known it was fake because I'm a smart person. No, you're not that smart. You're not that smart. That's why you didn't know. Time to swallow the pride and get smarter. You know how I know people aren't that smart? Because I've been living on this earth this whole time, running circles around them. Why do I have to be in this classroom with all these dummies? How come in this league of kids that are all older than me, none of them can compete? You know what I mean? That was my life. These kids aren't gifted. They're not smart. They can't compete. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be cocky and arrogant, but it gets annoying being in a world where, you wonder what's wrong with everybody else. What's wrong with these people? How come they never learn? Look at them all with their slave muzzles on, still watching TV, still believing the bullshit. Yeah. The match in Doha would have brought Lamine Yamal and Messi together for the first time since the bathtub. From Messi's birthday to that day was 277 days of the 59th prime, or if you don't count the span, 276 days, the 23rd triangular number, like Spain's 59 and 23. I mean, I covered all this, way before the tournament began, you guys. So this is covering the same stuff over and over again for the nth time. That's why I went crazy in the hantavirus thing. I said, talks about it exactly what we've been saying with Spain, Argentina. How perfect that the Netherlands ship goes from Argentina to Spain with patient zero Leo. I mean, come on, man. It's standing out to me how the match is now set 21 days after Messi's birthday. That shot they have there. But yeah, there it is. FIFA's birthday to the championship. Spain, 59-23. I mean, this stuff's been up. Where's the proof? People come in here ask me where the proof is. How about go through my work? How about stop being a lazy asshole? I already told you I said it over and over during the hantavirus videos. That wasn't that long ago. And that's not where it started. That's not where it started. Oh, yeah, we were even making the point about how hantavirus equals football, equals Lamine Yamal's birthday. Hantavirus, 133.43. Football, 133.43. In case somebody's up 2-0, their scoring would be 13-3 in the tournament. One team would become 13-3 if they were down 0-2. Messi scored 2 goals. All right, let's get Julius in here. AC, Joe Mo. What's up, Julius?
What's going on, Zach? So, I know you'll see my comment I left on your earlier stream about Pope Leo and Pope Francis.
Remind me.
So, to start with Leo, Pope Leo Messi, and Sunday is going to be 44 weeks after Pope Leo's birthday, and Argentina is 44 in the most pure.
Wait, say it again?
This Sunday is going to be 44 weeks after Pope Leo's birthday, and Argentina is 44 in the most pure.
And then 89 days after the death anniversary?
Right, of Pope Francis, right.
89 days from the Francis death anniversary, who, by the way, died on the 111th day of the year, going with his actual birth name, but also New York when you think about it.
Yeah.
And then, 308 days is 44 weeks. Yeah. So the last Pope and the current Pope perfectly connected with the championship in Argentina.
And if you go from the exact day Pope Francis died until the upcoming championship, and you include the end date, it's exactly 65 weeks, like Messi and Lamine Yamal equals 65.
From the day he became the Pope?
No, from the day that he actually died.
From the day he actually died. Okay, April 21st, 2025.
Yeah, you got to include the end date.
Well, the 64 weeks and 6 days probably is not an accident either. I mean, FIFA World Cup is 64.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Messi, 65. Lamine Yamal, 65. Unbelievable.
And it's also interesting that from Pope Francis's birthday to the upcoming championship is 214 days, like Church of Satan 214.
That probably has something to do with the Super Bowl, because all this 107 on this too, with the 107 season ending on Valentine's Day. Yeah,
exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Something with the football. Obviously, soccer's also called football, and definitely something to the.
Hold on, let me come back to this photo, because I know when I was decoding, there are some things anytime I decode something, you guys, I won't write down a lot of information that I find interesting, just because I know when you're presenting everything, it just becomes overwhelming. So, but I know when I was going through this, I saw a 214 and I saw a 421. It did remind me, I was like, Pope died, Francis died on 421, Valentine's Day's upcoming, next Super Bowl. Because again, it's Super Bowl 61, and like I said, this photo was taken, or it's dated 61 years and 16 days after UNICEF was founded.
Yeah, and I believe it's been 16 years since Spain won the World Cup.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like how that's the trend this year with football championships, right? Indiana 16-0, Seahawks won by 16. Team USA eliminated in the Seahawks building.
And even think about the Knicks with the 53 and the 53 being the 16th prime.
And
So,
16-point comeback in their last win in the script.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, I mean, I pointed this out. I feel like we've been over this Spain Argentina stuff, and obviously with the 59, Pope Francis 59 and the most pure. So
yeah,
but yes, that's all I want to add, Zach. Appreciate it.
All right, yeah, great additions, Dr. J. All right, we got AC and Jomo. What's up, AC?
Yeah, I saw Julius's comment about that 214 in the comments, but I've got one thing to add about that. It's going to be exactly 80 days from the Church of Satan's birthday on April 30th, this upcoming Sunday. So that's just something to, Satan
Say
equals
it one
80.
more time.
It's going to be 80 days from April 30th, the Church of Satan's birthday.
Okay.
Satan equals 80.
Their 55th win potentially. Okay.
Yeah.
10 days after the nation's birthday. Interesting.
Yeah. Do you care if I go off topic here for a second and let you look this up real quick?
Sure.
All right. So this has to do with Hitler. It's called the Wild Hunt painting. I left a comment.
It might not be that far off, isn't it? Didn't he spend his life in Argentina after his fake death? Okay.
Yeah, it kind of relates to what we're talking about.
They used to teach us in slave school, you guys, that he offed himself and his body was never found. It used to drive me insane. I thought, what's wrong with all the dummies in here? Who accepts this kind of crap? He offed himself and his body was never found? Doesn't even make sense. He supposedly died at 56. Jesuits turned the blind eye. Society of Jesus got the same numbers as Adolf. Go ahead.
Yeah, isn't it crazy how his name equals 110 in ordinal?
Look at this photo real quick. Does it kind of remind you of them?
No, it looks just like him.
It looks just like their colors, doesn't it? That looks like, yeah. They use the same colors as the Jesuits, but anyway, go ahead.
No, isn't it crazy how his name equals 110 in ordinal, and he was born on the 110th day of the year?
Exactly.
How
president
often
equals 110? He's the president of Germany. It all happens in 33. I mean, come on, man.
There is some weird stuff with him, like that we can't even explain. Like as far as numbers wise, like how could they even script this stuff? But yeah, the Wild Hunt. It was a painting painted by a German painter in 1889, the same year Hitler was born. In the photo, it depicts Wotan, which is also known as Odin, the Germanic god of war. And he looks just like Hitler, literally identical, same hairstyle, same mustache.
What's the name of this picture again?
It's called The Wild Hunt. It's a painting by Franz von Stuck. He was from Bavaria,
where the Illuminati was founded, which is in Germany.
And you will not believe the gematria of this, Zach. It's 144, 54, 153, 54.
So almost the exact same as Jesuit order. Yeah, Bavaria's got that double 54 connection too.
Yeah, they got the 254s.
The Wild Hunt 1889. And did you say that? Is that the year Hitler was born?
Yeah. And you won't believe this. The painting, it first went on public display exactly 72 days after Hitler was born. Hitler, in the most simple cipher, equals 72. And there is so much more to this. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I have so many notes on this. It's actually crazy.
I'll look more into it. I find it very interesting. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to hit on one thing with this real quick, just to put it in perspective for everybody. So we know World War II, that equals 62 in reverse reduction. From July 1st, when the painting was first revealed to the public, to the day that World War II started, is exactly 602 months, 0 weeks, and 0 days. Wotan, who Hitler is depicting in the painting, equals 62. It was the time of the Rosary Pope, that equals 62. The Leader of the Jesuit order at the time was Anton Anderletti. That equals 62 in reduction. And from the birth of Hitler to Anton Anderletti's birthday was 6 weeks and 2 days. And there is way more to this. That's just the 62 part.
Yeah. It is super interesting. Well done.
Okay, I'll hit on this real quick. Hold on. Hitler collected 42 pieces of this guy's artwork. It was his favorite artist. Apparently, he saw this painting when he was 13 years old, and it like inspired him so much, and he started painting right after this. But we know war equals 42. World War equals
don't
42.
forget, Hitler had all those doodles of Disney characters either. So.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, but I mean, I just found that incredibly interesting. I don't know if anybody.
These trolls coming in here saying that I had England. God, the troll. You guys, all of you who do that are just like total just scumbag losers. No, nobody heard me say I had England. Not once ever. Please continue.
Yeah, I can keep going. But I don't know if you've ever seen this, but Painter in Germany almost have a perfect lineup with their gematria. It's 83, 38, 106. Which I find that interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the main points. I have a golfer that I really like. I'm gonna call into the Patreon tomorrow. He's got a big connection to 65 and 19. I'll just leave it at that.
All right. Appreciate it, man.
All right. I'll see you.
All right. And there's a real comment down in the chat. We had every WNBA game right. And there were 3 games, and we had 4 correct picks because one, I also like to take the dog at the right point margin, which made a lot of sense. So it was a double winner. So a nice 4-0 night in the WNBA. Future comes in. Exact score comes in. Argentina 2-1. The only thing I said about England is I said you could hedge with England because they're the only thing that could screw up our future at this point. Again, when you're in the driver's seat and you just need one game to finish to make sure your big future hits, you can think about a hedge just in case it misses. Again, for example, guys, it's just math. If you bet $100 and you're in position to make, upwards of $3,000 off that $100 bet, and you need one last piece to come in before you can collect your $3,000, you can say, okay, I can make sure I still feel really like my bet, but I can bet at least enough so I at least get my 100 back so I don't lose money. Or I wanted to make sure I won at least $500 out of this bet so you could hedge enough so that if England did upset it, you could still win 500. But granted, of course, if England doesn't win, then you're taking $500 out of your earnings. So it's all up to you. But that is where the phrase wise men hedge their bets come from. Nobody heard me say I like England. Not once. I kept alluding to why Argentina was the team. Anybody with listening skills obviously knows that. I pointed out why other people in the community were saying they like this Spain-England thing, which was interesting. But like I said in the video very clearly, I said, yeah, it's interesting, but it's not as interesting as this. Nothing's as interesting as this. And the whole hantavirus thing and the game being canceled. They did the same thing with Baylor and Gonzaga the other year. They canceled their game due to Cooties 19 that was supposed to be played at a neutral site in Indiana, and then that was the championship in Indiana. What's up, Joe Mo?
Hey, Zach. I'm just calling to let you know about this headline that slipped through the cracks and didn't get any fanfare. You can look it up. On July 2nd, 2026, the day before the Argentina Cape Verde match in Miami, the World Health Organization declared that the hantavirus outbreak was over.
I was aware of that. We touched on that briefly.
But yeah, it's just interesting because I remember I called that day and I said, well, we're going to hear some news. It turns out
the date numerology of that is 55, isn't it? Like Argentina?
Oh.
Like they have a shot at 55?
Okay. Yeah. I was just calling to let you know about that headline because it didn't get any fanfare whatsoever.
Yeah, it didn't get a whole lot of attention, but yeah, no, we covered that in an old 7-2, right? Like Jesuit order.
Yeah. So, yeah. And I also had a feeling that it was going to be Argentina versus Spain like 2 weeks ago, simply because of the whole MV Honduras thing. So you know.
Only 2 weeks ago?
I think it was maybe 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, because it was
Only 3 weeks ago?
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, I kind of knew it was a done deal simply because I was just watching it, you know, at work, and I saw it on the TV. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be Argentina versus Spain. I just had a feeling. I had a feeling it was a done deal. I'm like, are they really gonna change it, or are they gonna leave it exactly how it thing? You know, that's all I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But that's all I have to say. You have a good night, Zach.
All right. Yeah, just remind you guys, Spain and Argentina won championships over Netherlands. That ship was from the Netherlands. It left from Argentina, finished up in Spain. Patient zero, Leo. He got the Hanta on the day they canceled the Spain and Argentina game. So anyway. All right. If anybody else has anything to contribute, now is the time. Again, we're covering the sports on Patreon all day, every day. Just search Zachary K. Hubbard Patreon. It's linked in the description of my news channel. If you're watching this on Gematria Effect Sports, almost a year ago, YouTube took the ability away from me to link anything, and every day I apply for it. Well, not every day because I get annoyed, but every time you apply, it says we'll get back to you within 24 hours, and then they don't. That's just what you call straight haterade. Purposely keeping yours truly from, you know, getting the acknowledgement and what's really deserved. You know, system is suppressing. But anyway, what's up, Gematria 32?
Yeah, this is unrelated to sports, but Zach, today in New York, it was like the fog, like this wildfire fog was over New York. It was, you could smell it. You could smell it.
Just in time for the championship in the fire.
You could smell it. Like,
yeah, that's what it's like when you got all that burnt wood and smoke.
I thought there was a building on fire. Like, you understand? Around the neighborhood. Like, that's how
it was bad out here in Washington State where I was living. We had a whole month in the smoke. You couldn't even see anything. It was like living in the fogs. It was like living in a campfire for a whole month. So
like, what are these people doing? Like, it's amazing, you know. But anyway,
destruction. Canadian wildfire smoke blanketing the Northeast.
Yeah, I heard the Midwest too, where you at Seattle got it bad. It was like orange skies over there today or something like that in Washington. Yeah. It's like the whole nation. I don't know. And did you cover the Todd Blanche hearing?
Did I cover what?
I think it was the Todd Blanche, the hearing today that he was getting what was it, national security, or was it what they giving him? The judge or something. I don't know. District Attorney, U.S. Attorney General. I think he was going for. He's Trump's ex-lawyer. You know. More bullshit. I think his name.
I see Todd Blanche. Okay, I got it. The guy that filled in for what's her face?
Bondi.
When
yeah,
they threw out at age 60.
I think his name equals 88 too.
Yeah, he became the 88th acting attorney general.
Yeah, just by the numbers. And there was one more thing I wanted to cover. Oh yeah, in college, you ever read the Odyssey? Did they make you read it?
Homer's Odyssey. We had to read parts of that in school.
Oh, all right.
Here, for people forgot how they installed Todd Blanche with the removal of Pam Bondi, just again, remind you guys how everything is ritual when you learn this, man. Just learn this and just see through everything every day. Pam Bondi, top headline, 92nd day of the year. Pamela Bondi's her name. Hold up. Is this the right one? Yeah, she got kicked out 60 weeks after taking her post at age 60 when the last election was the 60th. Donald Trump, 60. Again, he sacrificed his ex-wife 60 weeks into the Jesuit Nation era. That anniversary was yesterday, July 14th, 2022 it happened. But this Todd Blanche guy, he becomes the 88th acting attorney general. His name equals 88 like Trump. And then run it the small way. His name equals 56. And from the day he took office to the day he replaced Pam Bondi, 56 weeks on the nose. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, wow.
It
And
just shows you it's just like all ritual. All this stuff is
Yeah.
ritual, you guys. It's just like it's the world is a stage. Really, the government is this meaningless entity. It's just putting on a show for us each day. It's also a part of the distraction, just like the sports are. It's really the things behind these things that people need to figure out and deal with. Corrupt government, corrupt sports. This is all corruption, and it's all just one big show. Big show.
Could you see the gematria for U.S. energy crisis? What's the gematria on that? I was thinking about the fall coming and everything, and this war doesn't look like is so this oil prices. What's the gematria on that? I don't have the calculator next to me. U.S. energy crisis.
I don't know. It wouldn't be a U.S. crisis. That would be a world crisis, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I'm more focused on the U.S. So
the numbers are interesting.
what you got there? Oh shit! Yeah, the 88, 74, 191. Whoa. Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I would like to see what's going to go on in this fall coming because markets in the fall, like you always say, be really interesting.
The big falls in the market come in the fall. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, check you out in the morning on Patreon, Zach. Thanks for everything.
All right.
Congrats, you guys. Thanks.
Myles Garrett wins best record-breaking performance because it is just the performance. I remember, you guys, they sent him from Cleveland to L.A. on June 1st. Rams hosting Super Bowl 6-1. The Rams started out as a franchise in Cleveland. Remember, they did something similar with Odell. He was 29 years old at the time, football 29. Odell Beckham Jr., his birthday is November 5th, the day leaving 56 days left in the year. On his 29th birthday, they traded him to L.A. right before they won Super Bowl 56 over the Bengals. We had Odell wearing 3 to score the first touchdown of Super Bowl 56 because they pair 3 and 56 all the time. And that's why we had the Bengals to cover the 3.5 as well. 3-point game in Super Bowl 56. Odell first touchdown for the big payout. Learn your numbers. Learn your numbers. What's up, Parker Williams?
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh man, I always love the congrats to the winners. Always gets me cracking up. Well, you were congratulating one of the winners right here. The 2-1 exact score hit, man. So
Boom.
appreciate it.
Boom.
Yeah, man, boom, just like that. Yo, I wanted to tell you to check out, in regard to how crazy it looks in that picture. Check out Argentina, and then check out the word molestation. It's crazy.
Because it literally looks like that's what's going on in this picture, doesn't it?
Right.
Where's his
And I
hand
didn't say again.
Yeah, I mean, where's his hand in that photo?
Exactly. Check it out.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. Yeah, 2 of the same numbers. I mean, because you look at that picture and you go, okay, where's Messi's hand? I mean, that's not his child.
Yeah. And I just want to just reiterate the 19s are nuts. I know you said a couple of them already, but it was 19 years ago too. I mean, 2007. So
Right. Yamal just turned 19 on Monday. And again, it fell on a moon day. The moon's on the 19-year cycle. We always talk about how important this 19-year cycle of the moon is to these people and their rituals. So this is one of them. This is another 19-year cycle of the moon. And now we're going to have the championship in New York where they found the 19 terrorist passports 19 years before Goody's 19, which was simulated in New York.
Man, it is chaos. And you know what I mean by that, 19. But Messi's 19 there too as well, huh? In that picture he is.
Wait. Oh, Messi was 19 when he became a star, when he scored his first hat trick playing in Spain.
Oh, okay. Got you.
I keep making that point. From the anniversary of his hat trick game to the championship is 131 days. The championship number, and Spain goes into the championship 13 goals scored, 1 allowed.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm gonna jump back on here on like a different topic when it's not about this. About there was like a guy, he was a Jesuit that made like the chronology of time, basically trying to index like actual time events, but then people, make the claim that says, why does there need to be a chronology that's set up, basically falsifying history or adding years to the timeline. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but this gematria stuff is enough to mind blow you so much. It's like,
yeah, every day, man. Just go through the World Cup box scores. Anthony Gordon scored their first goal at the 55th minute versus Argentina. Anthony Gordon 55 like Argentina. We were talking about how Atlanta, Georgia is 59 and 85. And the next thing you know, the next goal is at the 85th minute. With the first goal, Argentina fell to 5-9 in scoring versus England all time in the World Cup.
Mm.
And then the next goal is at the 85th minute. And I forget what I said about 92. It's a big Manhattan number, New York. There's something I mentioned about 92 with that other goal coming at 92 earlier, but I forget it now. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. It just amazes me, and amazes is just a gross understatement for what it is. It just baffles, and I'm sure you feel the same way with the tip in and everything else. It's like you said that thing, you dropped that reference of like black magic or whatever you said long ago. Someone mentioned it. I don't know if you wanted to, to re-say that, because I forgot you said that one time how you mentioned it, but like
Well, all
there's
these blood sacrifices. I mean, what are they doing with all these people that they kill for these rigged games? I mean, Argentina, when they just won the other day, their last one before this, their World Cup player from 1966, the only year they played Spain, he dropped dead that day. And his name equaled 117, and he died on 11/7, the kill date. By the way, the guy who scored the first goal today for Argentina, you guys, 179 days after his birthday, Argentina got their 179 points in the World Cup today. We talked about that. 41st prime. Yamal born on the 41st anniversary of the only time Argentina and Spain played in the World Cup until this upcoming championship match. World Cup 41, USA 41.
Yeah, and I understand you say you were very athletic, and so you might balk at the fact that like I was dying laughing about how, Messi being small, he could fit in the tub and everything you were saying in the other video. But like really, truly, the reason I mentioned that tip in is not necessarily the ritualistic deaths. Obviously, those are always present, but just how it's down to like the minute and like the box scores and everything. It's like, are these people being possessed to some nature or some level? Like it
Well, there's
really.
a lot of weird footage over the years when these guys get interviewed after they win. It's been I wish over the years I just recorded everything and I could just put the compilation together myself. But I've seen it so many times with my own eyes. They'll interview the player after the big game and it'll go, literally, I can't remember anything. It's like I've been blacked out. I'm just like, what the hell? How come so many different people say this?
Yeah, there was one guy. It's incredible because that must be what's going on. That's what I meant by the black magic thing. I think it was a music reference you said one time before. But my whole thing is, I definitely, have heard a claim like this before. Like, you talk about like turning the third eye on, right? You have like a kind of a hallucinogenic experience, and like somebody said they were watching Shakira, and they're basically, seeing, not really recommended to turn on your spiritual vision or whatever kind of drug you're on at a concert, because there's a lot of energy. But apparently they've seen an entity behind Shakira. So a lot of these people and their talents, and where they may derive some of their talent, and something like a music artist or whatever may actually come from some degrees. Like when you think about spirituality, like you can actually think in like degrees of temperaments, or like it's not necessarily just a Masonic prestige, but actually like degrees of spirit. So like how much they could take on, and in the spiritual aspect. So I'd imagine that some of their talent, whether they could sing better, or whether, Messi being, 5 foot nothing and being able to do what he does, probably subjects himself to some type of, entity being able to interact with him. I mean, it's really not far fetched when you think about things like with the tip in, and it's like, how the hell do they do that? Like, it's just obviously technology to
There's
ensure.
numerous angles, but there's part of it too. You can see that the refs are allowing Argentina to play rough, and then anytime Messi gets breathed on, it's a foul. Just like they drove me nuts as a kid watching Jordan. And I was a little kid and I could see it. Jordan got away with everything. I mean, he could foul the shit out of somebody and there'd be no call. He misses his lay-in, and Clyde Drexler was playing good defense. It's a foul. He's at the free throw line. By the way, you guys, the guy who scored the winning goal 327 days after his birthday, 327 is the day that the Spain-Argentina game was canceled in Qatar, which in Qatar's the big story in the news tonight. Oh, my God. Somebody leaked the Qatar information at the White House. And remember, the last championship was in Qatar. And also, August 22nd is the day leaving 131 days left in the year. Championship, 131. Boom. Nothing but scripts, you guys. Everything they do, man, they got the perfect damn script. And August 22nd is interesting, too, because 228 is like United States of America, but August 22nd, it falls in the time of Leo, too. Sending Leo Messi to the big game.
I might have one more thing for you. You can keep going. I'm trying to
How
look
many
up.
times I taught you guys about 131 in championships? I mean, I gave it out to you guys for free about yesterday in the stream about how it's going to be 131 days after the anniversary of Messi becoming a superstar at 19. And now the guy who scores the winning goal born on the day, leaving 131 days left in the year. Come on. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to see one last thing I might have just been able to say in regard to how quote unquote perfect. I hate to put these people on a pedestal. Like, I think it is an overlaid of a situation where it's not only, that type of thing with the black magic, but it's also the referees, it's also the technology to ensure the outcomes. I like how you say that. But I'm looking in here about there's basically this word called perfectibility. Okay. The Illuminati were connected to the idea of human perfectibility, and critics even called them perfectibilists. But the meaning was philosophical. I go on these tangents a lot. You probably remember my voice, so I'll keep it short from there. But the fact that it could be just so, I mean, it has a level of engineering to it that, like you said, with the refs, but there's something obviously spiritual going on. So, man, you're just constantly pumping out knowledge, workaholic style. God bless your baby. You got a beautiful family. So just obviously make sure to take care of yourself with all the workaholism. But man, just keep doing your thing, man. God bless. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it, Parker.
All right, later.
And this question that was up here from the super chat, go back and watch my video from the day Netanyahu came back into power. December 29, 2022. I explained he came back on Albert Pike's birthday, who published the letter about 3 world wars to come, which the internet now wants to say was a hoax. But look at what day he published it. He published it August 15th, 1871, the Jesuit order's birthday. I explained that day, the day Netanyahu came back, why he came back that day beyond just that, and why to expect a major significant war to begin very close to Yale's 322nd birthday. Yale turned 322 October 9th. The war began October 7th. Netanyahu declared war the next day, October 8th. Yale turned 322 the next day. Again, there's way more important stuff going on over here in terms of predictions than just sports. I mean, the stuff we're doing is unprecedented. What's annoying is we live on this controlled platform that minimizes you and deletes you and gets rid of comments and likes and views and makes it look like you're insignificant. So the average moron comes around and to pick on my own sister was saying, like, if Zach's stuff was legit, more people be following him. Like, oh, really? That's your hater attitude as my own family member, as someone I'm getting censored and deleted. But that's how people look at things. Look, I'm going to turn into the stream that has 50,000 people watching right now talking about the World Cup like it's real. People are dumb. Dumb. All right, we got State of Consciousness, AJ Script. I got to get Script unveiled in here ASAP because he is the man. But AJ was actually here first. He dropped out and came back. So I'm going to go AJ, who was here, State of Consciousness, and then Script unveiled. And then I might have to call it a night and get back to the family. Shout out to the big super chats that just came in. Thank you. What's up? What's up, AJ?
Hey, Zach. How you doing, man? So
Doing all right. Thank you.
Good. So I found an interesting piece of information while I was looking around about the Argentina and Spain setup here. If you go back to, because you brought up the whole Argentina patient zero Leo thing, Pope Leo and all that, and it was on the same day that news broke, the same day as the Argentina-Spain game got canceled, etc. And so I went and looked at if you go and look at the name of that ship, it's like Honduras or something. Yeah. So if you go and check that out, that ship was named after a 16th century cartographer, a map maker.
Whose name equals 201, like FIFA has the 201 connection.
Oh, so you've already seen all this.
On this, I'm surprised more you guys. Well, the reason you guys aren't following is because nobody's getting any notifications. I did so much on hantavirus in the World Cup. I mean, I have probably 10 videos on the channel. If you guys just go back and look, I was going ballistic with it because we were already on Spain, Argentina, and then this happened. I was like, come on, man. News and sports, guys. News and sports.
One of his most famous works is a map called Leo.
I did not know that one of his. I did not have that, and then the patient zero is Leo too. Just total mockery.
Yeah, So once I saw them,
again, I mean, I'm not a doom and gloomer and end of the world, but they got plans for us, you guys. And remember that town that this the ship left from in Argentina, it's known as the end of the world. Things could get real wild with this war as soon as this World Cup's over. Keep in mind, the 201st day of the year is one day after the World Cup ends.
well, yeah, and Yom Kippur's coming up in a few months too. So a lot of stuff might happen in September. They seem to like the month of September for catastrophic
the
events.
summer as we go into fall. Yeah.
So, all right, that's all I had, man. I
Good
appreciate
find. No,
it.
I didn't have that detail though. I did a lot of work, but I didn't know about the guy. I knew his name was 201, but I didn't know that he he created a map called Leo.
Yeah, there's a map called Leo, and it's got a word after that. It's like Benedictus or something like that, but it's actually a map of a lion.
I'll go back and look into that. Yeah, Leo the lion. And then we got that total solar eclipse coming up August 12th in the time of Leo. They like to do things around eclipses too. So
exactly. So all right.
Yeah,
thanks, Zach. Appreciate your work, man. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we got State of the Consciousness, and then we got Script Unveiled, the man who gave us the image a long time ago. What's up? What's up, State?
Oh, there's a reason. Hold on a sec. Let me stop this.
Yeah, try to mute that video in the background.
Catching up on 2-speed. It's DK.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What's up? You don't normally do it this way. What's up?
No, I guess I was logged in from my YouTube channel or something because I looked at it. I was like, State of the Cottage. And then I saw, I'm like, oh, okay. I just have a couple quick things that I posted this a couple days ago about that photo in 2007. That was 19 years ago. The kid's wearing number 19, right? And then is Messi 38 or 39 right now?
He started the tournament 38. He turned 39 the day of all those. Remember, he turned 39 the day of the earthquakes in Venezuela being 39 seconds apart. If you guys Venezuela, 39. The superior generals from Venezuela, Arturo Sosa, 39.
So was he 19 or 20 when that picture was taken? That was 2007.
Oh, well, I know that from Messi's birthday to Yamal's, you could say it's 20 years and 19 days later, or a span of 20 years and 20 days like Messi's 20. Like, again, Spain just won 2-0 20 days after Messi's birthday, setting him up to face him.
And then you see his first name, how you spell it. That's kind of weird. And the chick that just got put in after her brother died just changed the spelling of her first name like that.
Right, and she had changed the spelling of her name supposedly because Lindsay taught her to spell it that way. Somebody called me out for that too. They said, "What? You never heard of a guy with the name Lindsay? What about the basketball player Lindsay Hunter?" I said, "Okay, you got me there. That's about the only Lindsay man I've ever heard of, Lindsay Hunter." Okay.
That was like a name in England like 500 years ago for guys, and like 3 guys got it. Man. You know what I mean? Come on.
It's not a common name for men. I've known plenty of girls with the name Lindsay. And then I started thinking about, I've seen those videos of those masks. Imagine the whole time it was just the same person playing him. He's always had a little squirrely voice, Lindsay Hunter, come to think of it. So, and they always said Lindsay, I called him Lindsay Hunter, Lindsey Graham. They said Lindsey Graham was actually into other men. What if Lindsey Graham was a woman the whole time in a mask? I just start to wonder, but hold on. Messi's birthday he's born in 87 on June 24th. So yeah, he would have been 19 en route to 20. Yeah, you're right. He was 19 at the time of this photo.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? And then the kid's 19 and this is 19 years later now. It started when he was still 19 years later. Now it's 20 years later, right?
Again, the moon's on that 19-year cycle. They love that. They love that 19-year cycle.
And then you were talking about flock cameras. Have you seen what the owner of that company's name is?
No.
Take a look. Or should I just tell you?
I'm going to look it up.
It's another
Garrett Langley. Is this the right guy?
Langley, like Langley?
Yeah, like where the CIA is.
Oh, God.
In Virginia?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably another made-up character for more mockery.
There's videos on how to deal with those flock cameras. I don't know. Have you seen any of them?
You mean like in other countries where they're tearing them down?
No, like Just simple
No,
laser point.
to me, that's I mean, we don't have that population over here, but I have seen videos in other countries where they're tearing them down. I'm saying, see, these people got the right mindset. It's because they didn't go to 13 years of slave school.
Yeah, they have a little bit more testosterone in their food too. So you know what I mean. But you can.
I like how in this photo at ESPN they got a LA brawl between the two LA teams, and the only number you can see is 41. Just ESPN does this stuff every night if you pay attention. LA 41, poor Kobe in LA. Anyway, go ahead.
I don't want to even say you can't. If I was on the phone, I would just say take the phone off, so everyone else can't hear me, because I just want to tell you how to handle the flock cameras. Maybe I'll call back in later or whatever. I'll tell you on the next one.
Okay.
Just so they don't one up us. You know what I'm saying? If they know we know how to deal with it, then they'll be like, all right, they're doing it like this, so we got to make the next one impervious to this method.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, let me know. All right.
Okay.
Appreciate it, DK.
Talk soon. Back.
All right, you guys. The reason we know about this photo in the community is thanks to Script Unveiled, who we got on the line right now, who to me is the greatest football decoder in terms of this sport of football in the game. What's up, Script?
How you doing, Zach?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh my God, where do we even start, man? What the hell happened during this World Cup that you and me have been talking? Well, you, Zach, when I saw your video about Messi scoring 2 goals in New York on July 19th, 2025, 1 year to the day of the final, that was a wrap for me.
It should have been a wrap for everybody. I mean, that's how they do it, you guys. What's that team called? Miami what?
Inter Miami against NY Red Bulls.
Inter Miami.
Yeah.
Box score, July 19th, 2025. Here, I'll just put up on the screen while you talk about it.
One thing about that, Zach, that was not at the stadium the final will be in. That was in New York.
I thought it was. I know it was in New York. I thought it was at the World Cup Championship.
No,
Stadium.
It's not at the MetLife Stadium. The final is at the MetLife, right? One thing for everyone in the chat, Zach, I'm sure you know, the last time Argentina lost a final was also at MetLife Stadium. They lost in the 26th.
If they go down, they have a great narrative through 55 and 10 days after the country's birthday. But man,
Indeed.
16 has killed it this year with football.
Yeah,
and that is Spain's narrative. So.
Yeah. For example, what was I even saying? Yeah. So basically, they lost to Chile in 2016 on June 26th. 2016. From that day until the final is 10 years and 23 days. The 23rd World Cup final. Argentina, I think they're going to stay on 23 titles.
What is Argentina? Because I haven't done the research on what Argentina's all-time record is in the championship game and Spain's. Do you know that?
In what? Like head-to-head or?
No, in World Cup. Like I liked France a lot to lose to Argentina so they could fall to 2-2 in 2022 in the 22nd World Cup. But
of course. Spain have only been in one World Cup, right?
And
so they're 1-0 in the final.
Okay.
They've won it. In South Africa, Jaden Adams, you know what I'm talking about, right? Number 23.
Yeah,
Argentina.
that Jaden Adams, that you guys, was on the anniversary of Spain winning in South Africa. Number 23 for South Africa drops dead. I mean, it's what they do. That's why this stuff is so evil.
It's ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. Jaden Adams, apparently his grandmother and his best friend died a couple.
The news of the grandma died 24 days from him, but the news story broke 23 days before he died.
Yeah. So Spain are 1-0. They last one in South Africa. Argentina are 3-3. And they went 3-3 against France, plus 33 area code. Spain have a plus 34.
I'd forgotten. Yeah, that because France likes their 33s.
So France like their 33s. And today, one more 33 about today. For example, Lionel Messi was born on the anniversary of Freemasonry's foundation, right? June 24th.
Yeah, of course.
1987.
Which is also John the Baptist's birthday, which I think is a big part of this picture right here. You know, he's got a baby in water.
Exactly, Zach. I just saw a video. I don't know if you know about Reality Revolt. The guy that does like the big reactions. So basically, he was posting about how this picture is actually a Masonic ritual. Because in a Masonic ritual, to get initiated as a Mason, you have to like bathe with a goat or something.
They do a lot of weird things. I don't know because I'm not a Mason, but I could look into it. Okay, so he's getting a bath from the goat.
Yes, he is. And I mean, it's just ridiculous. Messi played his 33rd World Cup match today against England. 33 Freemasonry was founded in London.
33rd
England.
parallel, ATL 33. Yeah.
Exactly. And
And
it's
Messi
34.
plays 34 days after the tournament begins, so that means his next is 34, and Messi's 34. And the way you just said, there's a chance they fall to 3 and 4, or is it a goat ritual 4 and 3? I said this a long time ago when I said the championship made sense. We looked ahead and I said, man, it's going to be hard to say who would win that thing.
Yeah, it's very double coded. For example, they can win their 24th trophy, right?
Hold on. I saw you do a social media post. I forget exactly what it said, but something happened that Argentina did. And I think you said the history of when this happens means that they historically now would not win the championship.
Like
you might have posted it a couple of weeks ago. I forget exactly what it was, but I caught it briefly and I thought,
Was it on X, on Twitter?
I don't know. I'm not on X or Twitter. Somebody might have sent it to me. Somehow I saw it, but I cover so many things. I don't get enough sleep, so I forget things. But you posted something that happened, and you said when this happens historically, it means this team does not win.
Yeah, of course. Messi scored a hat trick, right? Messi scored a hat trick on the first match day.
And that was on the 16th, and he got to 16 goals. Like now it's 16 years since Spain's been in the championship.
Yes, Lamine Yamal made his come up in the footballing world at 16 years old. It's so ridiculous, man.
Is that what it is? When a player scores a hat trick, their team has never won the championship?
No, for Argentina, when a player. So here's the thing. The first time an Argentinian player ever scored a hat trick in a World Cup was in 1930, the first ever World Cup final. They lost to Uruguay in the final. Now, here's the thing. To make that final, they had to beat the United States of America in the semifinals. And now they're in the USA against Uruguay. Spain had Uruguay in their group, and they beat them. They got their 33rd win in the World Cup against Uruguay, which sums to 33. One more thing. Zach, I have a million things. I mean, Spain, unbeaten. Spain are unbeaten in 37 matches, right? Their coach is on 37 wins with the national team. Spain are on 37 wins at the World Cup. And if they win the World Cup final, they're going to set the record for the most unbeaten run in all of footballing history. 38 wins, 38 matches, 38 wins for their coach.
The word champion is 38. Yeah, that's interesting.
It is. Also, yeah, that's probably the information you're talking about. One more thing about today.
I think that was it. So anytime an Argentinian's had a hat trick in the World Cup, they haven't won it.
Yeah.
The difference is, though, Messi.
The
Messiah.
They
want to make it that he's just the greatest of all time.
He is. Zach, his name is a perfect match with the greatest of all time. Lionel Andres Messi. By the way, Zach, I think I told you this before the World Cup began, and we were talking about, futures and all this. Did you know that Barcelona had to convince Messi to leave Argentina, right? And for example, you were talking about he's this like small little guy. He had a growth hormone deficiency apparently, and Barcelona basically paid for his medical treatment. Otherwise, he would have been like 4'8". Ridiculous.
He looks like he's still 4'8". Honestly, today was the first time I ever watched him play, you guys. I mean, we've been killing it with his props, but I never watched him play. I couldn't believe how small he was. I was like, God, it really looked like a child playing on a field with men. Yeah. And I had to laugh my ass off at the end. He went to head it, to extend it down the field, and he was too short. He couldn't reach. I was like, come on, this is exactly why you can't be the GOAT. You're too damn small.
He's still the GOAT. He's scripted to be the GOAT, man.
Exactly. Just like that's why Jordan's not really the GOAT. Jordan got away with everything. It's not that there's no talent there, but come on, Brady's the least believable GOAT ever because there's no athleticism in his body.
Exactly.
American football is the premier athlete sport for people to understand it, because you will get destroyed if you are not an athlete. You need to be strong, fast, everything. Brady's slow as molasses, no agility, yet he has all day in the pocket when no other NFL quarterback has ever been. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah.
Other than it's a script, 9/11 Patriot Act, and now the Patriots are so great. I mean, I just like, how dumb is everybody in this country? First the 19 passport story, and now this.
The 19. Did you know Messi's second eldest son was born on 9/11?
You know, he came into somebody shared with me a while back. He came in the tournament with 911 goals scored.
He did. When he first went to Inter Miami, right? He scored on 9/11. He scored in like a 9/11 ritual in New York. He scored against those same Red Bulls that he scored on July 19th. So his whole entire career is a Hollywood script from birth to death. Since we can see from this photo, how is this even possible? And here's the thing, Zach, me and you have been talking about this for months and months. And now everyone is talking about this picture, destiny or, conspiracy, or like, oh, God scripted this to happen. What are we talking about, man? God?
There's a certain clique of decoders that all circle each other. And as far as I'm concerned, they all make this work look dumb. Last night, they were having a conversation about solar eclipses, the energy it puts off, maybe being what creates the script.
Ridiculous.
And I'm just thinking, these people cannot be serious. I mean, anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, Zach. For example, me, I've had this post pinned on Twitter. Sunday, July. I made this post when the. By the way, did you know the draw for the World Cup was made 201 days before Messi's birthday?
I didn't even have that. And then he sets the record in his 201st international game with Argentina.
Here's another thing. His name is Lionel Messi, right?
Wait, what did they do again? They did what 201 days from his birthday?
The draw. They picked the groups for the World Cup.
Where they end up in the groups. I see.
On December the 5th, the day leaving 26 days.
In case you forgot this, it must have been you. You probably told me that day, but until I knew about this photo, I liked Messi because of what he did a year to the day, and I was thinking maybe they'll give everybody what they want to see. Messi versus Ronaldo, but it was
the
you
light
called
that started the fire.
Yeah, you called in and you said that that's not going to be possible, and then you showed us this photo, and I said, "Oh, well, that makes perfect sense right there."
Yeah, they baited Ronaldo so hard. Messi, by the way, about that 201. So they made the World Cup draw 201 days before his birthday. Of course, he stayed in room 201 back in Qatar. Remember?
Of course.
When Barcelona was trying to get Messi, they sent when the Argentine national team, right? Because Messi, as a teenager, he was 13 when he went to Barcelona. The Argentinian national team never heard of him. They've suddenly heard of him somehow. They sent a fax to Barcelona from Argentina. They said, we want to acquire the player, not Lionel Messi. They misspelled his name, Lionel Messi, with 2 C's instead of 2 S's. Can you type that in the calculator for me, please?
All right, the misspell?
Lionel, Mecci. With the E instead of I over there, Lionel.
Oh, look at that. World Cup, 59 like Spain.
Not like that, Zach. Mecci.
Mecci?
And then with the Lionel, the I is the E. Lionel.
Oh, like this.
Boom.
Oh, 201.
That's how Argentina acquired.
And wait, it's 96 years since the first World Cup, isn't it?
Yeah. It's Argentina's 96th World Cup match.
Well, here's another point I have to make, you guys, just about what could happen after the World Cup. If you guys remember, the first act of terrorism in the world after 9/11 was the Spain train bombings. And if you look, it happened 912 days after 9/11, which means 911 days passed, or there's 911 days between 9/11 and what happened in Spain. And then Messi came in here with 911 goals. But look at this. From the Spain train derailment this year that killed 46 people reportedly, to Spain clinching their spot in the championship, 177 days. And the name of that disaster was 201, which is all over the FIFA thing. So it was even pointing out that the name of the ball that they play with in this year's World Cup equals 201.
Yeah, Trionda.
But look at it, 177, 201, that magic Jesuit pairing. Just all this sick ritualism is all part of what goes into these rigged championships. And go back a decade, you guys. I've been talking about train crashes and sports championships for a long time now. I was talking about it when LeBron was in the movie Trainwreck, and they had the
This was in Spain?
Huh?
This was in Spain?
Uh-huh.
Damn. I'm just looking at this right now. What the hell? January 18th. That's Pep Guardiola's birthday. Another Spanish Catalan manager.
I mean, that's the advantage you have over me because I don't follow football. So all that stuff helps a ton. But
so he was the guy that he was the coach that basically brought Messi into like the world. Pep Guardiola.
So on his coach's birthday, this happens?
Yep.
Yeah, unbelievable.
So let's talk about the number 19.
Hey, well, hold on. Look at the time of that crash too. Look at the time of the crash. 1943.
1943. Isn't that ridiculous?
Football. What's his name? What's Jamal's first name? I can't think of it right now.
Lamine.
Lamine Yamal. 43.
Lamine Yamal. Did you know, Zach? Keep that on there for a moment. You see that 191, right?
43rd prime.
He made his come up on July the 9th, 2024 against France, the Jesuit nation.
191st day of the leap year.
Yes, sir. 191st day of the year. He scored against France. Bang.
And you saw what I showed about the 106 part, right?
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. Again, you guys, Messi's breakout game as a 19-year-old was 106 days for his birthday.
That match was
and
3-3 as well.
This photo right here was taken at a place that equals 106.
Did you know this photo was taken on December 27th?
Well, what it says, the photographer says they don't think that's the real date, but that is what it's archived as. Yeah, no, I got that in
here. That's 23 days after the final. That was 23 weeks exactly. Oh,
that's interesting. I missed that, but I pointed out that from Yamal's birthday to that day is 168 days, like New York City, or a span of 168 or 167 days later, the 39th prime. And United States also equals 167 too. But as we know, Messi's 39, and that's the number for New York, 39.
Lionel Messi, 39 years old. Zach, bro, this entire from the very beginning, from the Mexico versus South Africa match. I remember talking to you before the World Cup even began. I said the opening match is the same as in 2010, South Africa, Mexico, right? And then the before the tournament began,
and Mexico hosted the '86 championship.
Yes, they did.
So,
yes, they did.
And again, you guys, in '86, France finished in 3rd place. Argentina did finish in 1st. There's been a lot of tributes to '86.
Argentina beat England 2-1 in '86. Did you know that today? Another 21 for today.
21 days after Messi's birthday. Yeah, hand to God goal score rematch.
England got their 21st World Cup loss, man.
Exactly. And now Argentina's 19-7 in scoring like the championship day. That's why I told everybody for free multiple times I thought Argentina would win 2-1 today.
So here's what was happening today. When Argentina were down 1-0, right? They brought on 3 players, number 19, number 7, and the number 4.
19, 7, and 4?
Yeah, so the finals on the 19th of July.
And they're going for their 4th championship. And today is the anniversary of their 1978 star's birthday.
Mario Kempes, yes, indeed. Yeah. Mario Kempes.
That's what I said this back in the hantavirus video. I said, isn't that something that they could get their 4th championship 4 days after his birthday in light of hantavirus being discovered in 1978?
Or they can get their 4th loss in the final.
That's also true. That's also true. And yeah, I'm torn right now because 16 has crushed it this year with football. So
yeah. So obviously, this is the 23rd edition of the World Cup. Right?
The captain of Spain is number 16 too, and I believe his birthday is the 10th anniversary of the Hand to God goal.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yes, it is. Rodrigo Hernandez Cascante, number 16 of Spain. So
who's the home team?
The home team is Spain.
Spain, Argentina. That might not be good for Spain then.
Zach, can you pull up their head-to-head records real quick?
Spain and Argentina?
Yeah.
I think I already have it. I think I have it in today's notes, but home teams are on 50 wins.
51. Lionel Messi, 51. Did you know he scored his first career goal on 5-1?
Messi did. Wow. Okay. Well, that's the go.
And he was born at Freemasonry Foundation.
It could be a passing of the torch. You know, Messi's old and Yamal's got a lot of years left. I keep saying, if Yamal comes up short, though, in this World Cup, if he doesn't win and they go the 55 route 10 days after Argentina's birthday, Yamal's going to be 23 in the next World Cup.
About the next World Cup, Zach, did you know? Okay, so basically, Lamine Yamal, his heritage is Moroccan and Spanish, right? The next World Cup is in Portugal, Morocco, and Spain.
I'm already almost ready to book Spain for the next one because think about the way this is going to work out for him. 23 in the next one, like Spain's 23, 27 in the one after that. I mean, that's just soccer ritual number, and then 31. That's Spain as well. So I think you know the torch getting passed here. What this reminds me of, though, is Brady versus Mahomes in Super Bowl 55. You know what I mean? Because Brady keeps comparing Messi to him and the comebacks against the Falcons.
Have you been watching the matches, Zach?
I've been.
Mahomes is at those matches in Argentina's. Mahomes has been going to Argentina's matches exclusively. Do you know why? Kansas City Chiefs, right? Argentina's based in Kansas City.
Well,
last NFL
remember,
team to go
where did
back to
Messi have
back.
the hat trick at?
Kansas City.
There you go.
Exactly. By the way, what's his name? Spain are based in Tennessee, the 16th city of the United States of America.
The 16th state. Yeah, 16th
They were founded
state.
on 1/6. The last,
Yeah.
Zach, please do me a favor. Look up their head-to-head record right now, please.
Hold on, I got it in today's notes. Here, let me just pull up today's notes because
Okay.
I broke it down here. Hold on.
Spain, Argentina head-to-head.
I got it here. I got it. I got a screenshot from
There we
11v11. You gave me all the sites to use.
There it is.
Is this the one?
No, that's
Spain,
not
Argentina, right here.
okay. Do you have okay? So they basically have an identical record. Look at the last match. Look at what the score ended with: 6-1. Right? That was on March 27th, 2018. What was supposed to happen exactly 8 years later on the 27th of March in 2026? The Finalissima that we never got. Here's the thing. After the Finalissima, before the Finalissima was even canceled, right? So I had this pinned post in like December when the draw was made 201 days before Messi's birthday. I'm like, you guys, Spain-Argentina final. I got trolled so hard. People were saying,
hold up. Look at the
not gonna-
first time they ever played each other.
December 7th?
Pearl Harbor Day and all this 9/11 stuff, and they called 9/11 the new Pearl Harbor.
Yes. Also, where the hell is my pulse? Zach, I want to blow your mind. Pearl Harbor. It was 1-0. Argentina defeated Spain.
74 years ago. Almost.
Oh my God. It was at the Bernabeu. That's apparently the next stadium, the next final. The Santiago
Really?
Bernabeu. Yeah. Zach, that's where Messi scored his hat trick.
Oh, when he had his first
2007.
career hat trick when he was 19 years old.
At the same stadium, at the Real Madrid stadium. And apparently it's not confirmed yet, but they're saying that's going to be the stadium for the next final.
Hold up. I'm going to be right back. Share whatever you want. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Okay. What should we even start with, man? Jesus Christ. All right, you guys. So welcome. I'm taking over the channel for now. Check it out. Today. So this is the 23rd edition of the World Cup. England, the last time England lost, they lost to Japan, and they lost to a 23rd minute winner. Today, they stay on 23 head-to-head points against Argentina. And today's 23 days, you guys, 23 days after the anniversary of the 1986 Hand of God goal match. And, remarkably, that's also the last time that Argentina beat England. So 23 days later, they stay on 23 points against Argentina. Last lost to a 23rd minute winner. In the last meeting, the score was Argentina 2, England 3. Argentina now go 2 wins and 3 losses against England in the World Cup. And it's just ridiculous, man.
Wait, Argentina became 3-3 versus England. That's what you just said, right?
Yeah, so basically it's both because one of them was a penalty shootout, and penalty shootouts are officially
they go down as draws, but yeah,
Yes.
officially it is really 3 wins and 3 losses.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Do you know what's important about that, Zach? I don't know if you know about this. Today, Messi's 33rd match in the World Cup, right?
I was missing that. I wish I would have. That would have made me even more confident.
Argentina went 3-3 against England, right? Zach,
Correct.
listen to me carefully. Today was exactly 33 weeks before the referee's birthday on 3-3. The referee, search him up right now. Ismail El Fad. His birthday is on March 3rd, and today is exactly 33 weeks. Ismail El Fad.
Ref of Argentina England match.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. Ismail El Fad.
Here. This is what they do.
Search his name up real quick. That's the most ridiculous.
Yeah, 3-3. Think about it, you guys. Think about it.
Think
3-3.
about it.
They do this stuff all the time if you pay attention. They're doing this across all the sports leagues.
Exactly. Today is exactly 33 weeks before the referee's 3-3 birthday.
134 days after, or it'd be 231 days the other way, which was exactly 33 weeks.
Yes, sir. And then Argentina went 3-3 against England.
And ATL's 33. It's on the 33rd parallel. They're on their way to New York. England equals 33.
Yes,
New York 33. 33 goes without saying.
Zach, Lamine Yamal was born on the 13th of July, 13/7/33. That's 33 days before the Jesuit Orders Foundation. I want to share something with you real quick, okay? what was I
Okay.
even gonna say? Okay, let's talk about this one. This is actually crazy. After this,
You have
in-game
over.
match,
You actually get this record. You have Spain is 6-5 versus Argentina with 2 draws, right?
6-6.
1,
Six.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What, can I not count either? It is 6. All right, you're right. It's 6, 2, and 6. Okay.
6-2-6. So if you count that as a point record, right? They're both on 20 points against each other, right? 6 times for a win is 3 points.
18
So.
plus 2 points for the 2 draws. Yeah.
What's
So whoever
crazy
wins
is
23rd points.
Messi, Lamine Yamal was born 20 years in a span of 20 days after Messi, right?
Right.
And look, if
Yeah,
Spain
they're
win
tied at
this,
20 points. Yeah, 20.
if Spain win this, they're gonna go 7-6, right? Spain sums to 76.
It does.
Guess how many wins the Argentine coach comes in with? 76. The Argentinian coach.
Wait. The site we're using had him on 77 wins going into the 7-7 match versus Egypt.
They probably counted the penalty shootouts as wins. But officially,
Yeah, see, that's what I hate about football, man. All these sites have different stats. I'm pretty sure that was from Transfer Market, though.
Transfer Market is really fucked up.
Really?
Yeah, excuse my language. I had so many losses with Transfer Market, then I switched to Playmaker Stats. Been doing great since. So check it, yeah. Spain, if they win, can go 7-6. Argentinian coach Lionel Scaloni stays on 76 wins with Argentina, with Lionel Messi in the time of Pope Leo, with Leo, the Dutch guy, and the hantavirus that you pointed out. Ridiculous. Did you know his wife?
What else is wild about that, if that happens, is the Seahawks played their first season in 76. And again, Team USA got eliminated in their stadium. And again, they won the Super Bowl by 16. And that was Super Bowl 60. Like, these teams only played once in the World Cup 60 years ago.
Look at the date.
There were, Yamal's birthday, 41 years to the day.
Let me add something to that real quick, okay?
By the way, that's the one thing that stands out to me about their World Cup points.
Mm-hmm.
If Spain does win and the 16 trend continues, they're going to have 132 points in the World Cup, and that's a United States of America number. Again, big number, because this country was named 132 days from the establishment of the Illuminati, which was done by a Jesuit.
Messi scored his first goal on the establishment of the Illuminati. Search, look his name up, Lionel Messi.
No, I believe you. Spain or Argentina would stay on 179 points, the 41st prime. World Cup 41 like USA. So.
Indeed. And the
guy who scored the first goal today, he's born, what was it? What did I say? It was 179 days from his birthday or something like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it is today.
Yeah.
Enzo Fernandez. And he plays for Chelsea, actually. Chelsea FC, another Lions club.
Have they announced the ref for the championship match?
I don't think so.
Maybe, because the thing about this 7-6 thing is Argentina could also become 7-6 for Spain. They do things like that as well.
Yeah, and then I can see that happening.
I got to count up these goals. The scoring's important.
Search it, look it up on Playmaker Stats. They already count everything up for you.
You know what happens if the score is 3-2 in Argentina's favor, right?
Oh my God, Zach, you're not going to believe this. Yes. So recently a tweet went popular. Some guy in 2021 said Argentina just beat Spain 3-2 in the 2026 World Cup. That tweet has literally 85,000 retweets, 400,000 likes. It's going crazy and mental. That's
Their
why I
score
think
will
it
be
won't happen.
15-4. And it's possible that Messi has them up 2-0 early, because then their scoring's 13-3.
With are you talking about Spain?
Yeah, Spain comes in 13-1.
Oh yeah. Wow.
So that's what I'm saying. If they got beat and the score was 2-3, essentially from their perspective, because they're the home team for the 23rd World Cup, they'd be 15-4.
2-3 in the 23rd World Cup.
And then Argentina to win their 4th 4 days after their 78 star's birthday.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. And here's the thing. This is probably, I'm not wishing for it, but Mario Kempes is probably going to get taken out after the World Cup.
That's how these people do it, man.
Mm-hmm. So I want to share this, yeah? After the match today, Mark Gahey, another player born on the 13th of July, went to Messi, and in Spanish, the English player went to Messi and said, in Spanish, good luck. Buena suerte por la final. Something like that. Messi said, thank you, I'll see you later. The guy was born on July 13th, right? The first and only time Argentina and Spain have ever met in the World Cup was on July 13th. Here's the thing. The last time Argentina lost a final of the World Cup was on July 13th. In 2014, they lost to Germany Mario Götze scored, and he wears number 19. Of course, another 19 is Zach. You know how the two Barcelona stars are meeting in the final, right? The world, Lamine Yamal and Messi.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
The final is exactly 19 weeks before FC Barcelona's establishment date. I pointed
Man,
out before the World Cup.
I mean, you just can't make this stuff up.
It's so scripted, man. It's so scripted.
It really is amazing how perfect they put these scripts together.
Absolutely.
What's the gematria of Barcelona?
FC Barcelona 35. 35.
Oh, I see another number there that's pretty important.
Which one?
The one that equals 55, like Argentina.
Like Gordon. Zach, you know who scored the first goal today?
The World Cup is 55, right? 55 is the 10th triangular and 10th Fibonacci, the whole Maradona and Messi.
They can get their 55th win, right?
The championship is 10 days after Argentina's birthday.
Yeah. You know who scored the opening goal of the match today? Anthony Gordon in the 55th minute.
No, we covered that in real time.
He was born on the 55th day of the year. He signed for Barcelona before the World Cup began.
And again, if you watch my stream, because you're doing it in real time, I said, look at that. I said, that was the one thing I got wrong. I expected Argentina to score. I did talk about how there was a narrative for Argentina to have to come back, which is what they had to do. But I thought Argentina would score first to make the scoring 8-6 for another tribute to 86.
86,
And Atlanta Falcons equals 86 too, since it's their stadium. But instead, England scored first, so it made it 5 for Argentina, 9 for England. And I was like, well, that makes sense too, because Atlanta, Georgia's 59, and so is London, England. But then I was saying, look at that, 85 too, just like how they came in 8-5, and the next thing you know, the tying goals at the 85th minute.
Indeed. And today, the full name of Argentina is República Argentina, and that sums to 86 as well.
Oh, by the way, hold on. Do you know that they reported in the game that the two Argentina goals were 6 minutes and 24 seconds apart?
Yes, I was listening to. I'm like, oh my God, what the hell? What are the odds?
Messi's birthday, 6/24.
That's the same day Freemasonry was founded, you guys, in England. 33 degrees of masonry.
The day of the crazy earthquake.
Yeah. Earthquake in Miami, right? Florida?
Was that the day the building fell? The thing that weirds me out is BBC did the documentary in 2010 about how the biggest earthquake that could knock over skyscrapers for the first time in history could happen in Seattle because of the fault line that's up here. Remember, Seattle 107, earthquake 107. Team USA got eliminated in Seattle, falling to 1-0-7 versus Belgium on George Bush's birthday.
Yeah,
George Bush 107, and their first World Cup win was on his dad's birthday, the other George Bush. But we got the 107th NFL season coming up, and Seattle kicks it off on a Wednesday, Mercury Day. And don't forget, that's funny. George Bush is 163 like earthquake too. There were 163 goals in the World Cup by the conclusion of June 24th, the day of the crazy earthquakes. And what's the other piece I'm forgetting? There's another 107 here I'm forgetting right now. But
Wednesday, right? Or you said that already.
Oh, no, Wednesday. I just forgot part of it. But, yeah, you just got the 107th NFL season upcoming, and they did the crazy earthquake ritual. And, 2010, that was the year that Spain won. So, and Spain equals 76, like that was the Seahawks' first season. So,
Indeed. Let's talk about – Zach, did you know about EA Sports prediction?
So I saw that somebody, just like how for a while they were having Madden simulate the Super Bowl perfectly, I heard they're now using the EA football or soccer game to simulate the World Cup perfectly.
Hot take, right? I don't think they're doing any simulations, man. I think they're just telling us outright.
I don't know if you know about that years ago that Madden kept nailing it and having like the exact teams and the exact score. And I was like, come on, man, it's not the game. It's because it's the script.
Do you know if they ever failed?
Huh?
Do you know if they have ever got it wrong?
The Madden simulation?
Yeah.
Oh, then it became a trend that it just didn't hit anymore. But for a decade straight, I think they hit 9 out of 10.
So here's the thing. The first prediction that EA hit was in 2010. They had Spain to win the World Cup, and they got it right. They had Germany in 2014, France in 18, Argentina 22, and now Spain again.
Who did they have Spain playing against? Did they have the right opponents or just the right winner?
No, they had Spain playing against Brazil.
Okay.
They had Spain playing against Brazil. But here's the thing. I was looking at that. I'm like, oh, my God. It was made on June 6th, 6/6, right? You know what's crazy about that? We're talking about 16. So Spain, before the tournament, I noticed they were staying. Their base camp is in Tennessee, Chattanooga, Tennessee, the 16th state. They last won the World Cup 16 years ago. Did you know number 16 opened the scoring in the first World Cup match this year?
For Mexico?
For Mexico, Lian Quiñones.
I didn't know that, but that's a good one.
He scored in his 23rd match for Mexico. The ridiculous 2 years, 3 days before he last scored 23. But yeah, 16. Spain's 16th state in Tennessee. They last won 16 years ago. EA posted its prediction 16 days after May 21st, FIFA's foundation, and 16 days before Spain's captain, number 16, Rodri's birthday. They made their prediction. Oh my God, we've predicted 4 in a row, they say. Now we've run the sim again. The next champion, Spain. And they also had, if you watch the video, they had number 20, Pedri, scoring the winner. You know what's funny about that? Pedri was born on November 25th, the same day in history Diego Maradona died.
Crazy. Yeah. Yeah. GOAT has the 16 thing too. GOAT has 16 and 20, like Messi's 20. By the way, have you counted up how many times Spain scored against Argentina?
I haven't, no.
I'll give you one guess. Come on, man. What number are we talking about more than anything?
23?
19.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I just counted 3 times.
19.
Sure. If this is correct, they have 19 goals versus Argentina.
Yeah, that is brutal.
I haven't counted up Argentina's yet, though. But I know Spain's got 19 versus Argentina.
So it's
okay.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, they last beat them 4. Do you think, I mean, here's the thing. If football was real, Spain would absolutely blow out Argentina 4-0.
I'm pretty sure any team that had Messi on it would lose every time. It's like having a kid on the field.
Bro, they're not good. That's what I'm saying. They're just did you know they went 2-0 down to Egypt, man? Like, what are we doing? Egypt. They went 2-0 down to Egypt. They were losing to Cape Verde. Of course, we know why that happened. Did you know Spain and what's his name? Spain and Argentina both played Cape Verde, and then the hantavirus shit before the tournament began went to Cape Verde. Remember that?
Right.
It went from Argentina to Cape Verde to the Canary Islands in Spain. When the World Cup began on June 11th, the Pope Leo, was in the Canary Islands. Zach, did you know that?
I did not know that.
On June 11th, the same day the World Cup began, the Pope was touring Europe. He said, "You know what? June 11th, I'm gonna head out to the Canary Islands just for fun."
Yeah. Again, all roads lead to Rome. I need to count this again. I think Argentina's on 18 goals versus Spain.
1, 2. So they're on 4.
What if Argentina won 1-0 and it became tied 19-all?
Oh, that would be crazy.
I think a safe way to play this, because there really is a great narrative for both teams to win here. I said a long time ago that this is the championship. It's going to be hard to call. It's not like it was so obvious in 2022. It was all about 86 and the Pope. But Spain with the goals. Who's supposed to be the favorite in this game? Will it be Argentina?
Spain.
Oh, Spain's going to be the favorite.
Spain's the favorite, but like everyone wants. The narrative is Spain is the favorites, like bookies wise, but the narrative is people want Messi to go back to back.
Because I think it's going to be close. I think I could totally see a 2-3 score for the tribute to 2023
for either team, huh? For either team.
Yeah. Well, remember the way the 2-3 score to me makes the most sense is if Spain loses, because then you get
Spain
that
loses 2-3 in the 23rd.
And the next day is the 201st day of the year, and 201 is the 154th composite. That's a powerful number, and FIFA has the big 201 connection. All the 201 stuff with Messi.
Yeah, and did you know that? What's his name? Hold on, I have this written down. Argentina have a 201 connection that is so brutal. Okay, so they're based in Kansas City. Kansas is the 34th state. Missouri. Kansas City is like both in Missouri and Kansas, right? Am I tripping?
There's a Kansas City in both, yeah. Because
here's the thing: Kansas City or Kansas state is the 34th state, so they can fall to 3 and 4 in Messi's 34th match. But Missouri is the 24th state, and they can get their 24th trophy, staying on 24 losses. But the match is 25 days after Messi's birthday. So it's like triple coded. I mean, of course, it's a World Cup final. They're not going to make it. Chips.
Well, remember, that's what I keep talking about with Brady. Keeps talking about comparing Messi to his comeback in that Falcons game where he came back from 25. Because I was saying that, how the championship's 25 days after Messi's birthday. And he advanced in the Falcons Stadium in tribute to the Falklands War.
The match is in New Jersey, which is the 3rd state.
The 201 area code.
201 area code, of course. New Jersey's the 3rd state. And I mean, listen, honestly, I grew up watching Messi. I love the guy. Okay, I have a soft spot for him. I want him to go back to back, but I don't know, man. I don't think it'll happen. Passing of the torch maybe makes more sense.
You know, back to back does equal 201. They did that with the Chiefs.
It does. It does.
The Chiefs went back to back while Missouri was 201 years old.
You know how Argentina got their 54th
And you said
win
I
today?
didn't realize Mahomes was going to his games. Mahomes was the last big guy to go back to back, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Kansas City.
And
So
wait, one of those Super Bowls in the year 2022?
where was it? It was, wasn't it? I think it was 23.
The one that was on the Vatican's birthday, it was. Yeah, Super Bowl
February
58.
11th, right?
23. Wait, no, Super Bowl 57. No, that was one on Lincoln's birthday. That was the first of going back to back.
Did they win 57 and 58?
Yeah, they won 58 on the Vatican's
Chiefs.
birthday. And they won
That's
with
crazy.
25 points. They won 25-22.
Oh God. Yeah, that's.
I'm
Spain
telling
on-
you, it's not easy to call this championship game. I'm glad we still have more days to research because there's
It's
just
not.
they made it very, very,
another
very
19,
challenging.
Zach. Spain are on 19 World Cup losses, but yeah, I can see a situation where they fall to 20th against Messi. You know, the GOAT. It is double coded.
43 thing could happen, just like Brady. Brady at 43.
At 4-3. Imagine that the score is 4-3 or 3-4.
That'd be a lot of scoring. It's possible. If Spain scored 4 times, they would have 23 goals versus
They
Argentina.
would. That's what I noticed. Oh, here we go. Argentina's international dialing code is plus 54, right? They just got their 54th World Cup win.
Yeah.
And about the July 20th. So Congress officially recognized Argentina as a country on July 20th in 1816. That's the day after the World Cup final on July 20th. That's going to be like an anniversary for them. And of course, they got independence from Spain. It's crazy how they gained their independence from Spain on July 9th. And then now the matches, the finals 10 days after.
It is really wild that the last time Spain and Argentina played was in 2018, and it would have been 8 years to the day the game they canceled. And God, Spain annihilated them. I mean, 6-1. There's that, or 1-6 from the other way with the 16 thing.
Isco scored a hat trick, and he's born on April 21st. You know what's funny about that? I mean, obviously that's the day the Pope died, the Queen's birthday. I think you were talking about Mikel Merino. There's another Mikel in Spain. His name is Mikel Oyarzabal, Spanish name. He's born on April 21st as well. Mikel Oyarzabal, number 21 for Spain. And he shares a birthday with the same guy that scored a hat trick in that match, in that 6-1 match back in 2018. Isco, who's 34 years of age right now. I find that very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's a lot of stones to overturn here, but the winning clue is out there. It is wild that Spain does lead 19-18 in the scoring. So Argentina, Argentina's not getting shut out. That 19's happening.
What do you mean? As in,
this will get the 19th goal for Spain with all the 19s on this.
Yeah, of course.
And if they do score the first goal, it's going to be tied at 19 apiece. You said it's 19 weeks from Barcelona's establishment?
Exactly 19 weeks. And then they were talking about how it's number 19. So basically, Zach, everything you and I have been talking about has been going viral on Twitter after it happens.
We're talking about before it happens.
We're talking about before it happens.
We can't get any views.
We can't
get
10
any views
likes.
when you talk about before it happens.
They share it after it happens. They get 50,000 retweets. I'm like, bro, what is this?
It's called, because that doesn't matter when you put it out after. The casinos don't want this stuff out there before the games.
Yeah.
November 29th is the establishment date.
Yes.
The day leaving 32 days left in the year, too, if we do get a 3-2 score.
Yeah, from that day, from the World Cup final until that day. Exactly 19.
From the last, I always like to measure both ways. From the last one up to the current one, 200. There's a Satan thing. Now that's interesting. That's a Satan number. But you keep talking about this 5-1 thing. If you count the span, that's 233, the 51st prime, or the 13th Fibonacci.
Indeed.
And Yeah. Ooh, football 133, and that is 19 weeks.
Exactly 19.
If Messi's up 2-0 early, man, they're 13-3 in scoring.
2-0. No, that would be actually crazy.
If Messi's up 2-0, you know, he's done a lot of 20 stuff, just like how
he was
Spain
2-0 up in the last World Cup final as well, remember?
Huh?
They were 2-0 up in the last World Cup final as well against France.
It could happen again, just like how he had 2 goals and they're going for 2 straight.
I can see that happening.
Spain scoring will be 13-4 and 3 against.
13-3, 133 football.
133 days to Barcelona's establishment anniversary.
Of course, the 2 Barcelona stars come up. You know.
Oh, you know what else? Just about how other teams, like Norway, did probably better than anyone expected them to do. In terms, what would you say they were the team that went further than anyone would have imagined?
Yeah,
Norway?
dark horse.
And the Norway embassy bombing, the U.S. embassy bombing in Norway was exactly 19 weeks before the championship. So that, to me, that's just all part of the script, because that's you start to that. See, I think that's part of the reason it used to be easier for me to, because like the things that just stood out the most, I would just zero in on those and I wouldn't catch all these other details. When you start to pick up on everything, you're like, oh, wait, is it
Yeah,
that?
you kind of get lost between borders.
But what I realize is like all of this is part of one big script. So all of this 19.
It's like a spider web. Spider web, indeed.
Yeah.
Argentina have a player called the Spider. He wears the number 19, Julian Alvarez. And he's apparently going to go to Barcelona. Well, he wants to go to Barcelona after the World Cup. Yeah. I'm sure you know of him, Zach. We talked about this 4 years ago when he scored against Poland or something.
Yeah, I forget a lot of things. I got Alzheimer's and amnesia starting early.
I mean, yeah, the 23rd World Cup finals, 23 weeks after the Super Bowl, Argentina on 23 trophies. So basically, I'm sure I shared this with you, Zach, the 4 connection, right? So the USA head coach is Argentinian. Messi plays in the USA, of course. They last beat the United States 4-0 when they last played. Now Argentina can win their 4th World Cup in the USA. And of course, it's 4 days after Mario Kempes' birthday. 4-4-4.
Yeah, that 4. Yeah, so the 4 can play either for a win or a loss. Well, this is a lot of crazy good information. There's a lot of people in the back, and I didn't want to go too late because I am tired. But you guys, Script Unveiled, follow him. Where all are you posting it?
I'm posting YouTube and Twitter, basically.
Yeah, I got delete off Twitter, so I don't go back on there anymore. But yeah, Script Unveiled, you guys find him. I know there's another decard in this community always talking about how he's the greatest. He just always got to call him the greatest. And he just isn't. He isn't. Script Unveiled is the greatest.
I am not, Zach. Don't put that pressure on me, man.
No, listen, the greatest is the greatest. People can learn from you and get better. That's how it's supposed to be. I always said someday somebody will be better than me. There's a lot of people that think they're better than me. Maybe some days. But, you know, that one guy, he whiffed on the last World Cup. I don't think he had anything conclusive about this World Cup. I heard him talking to England and Netherlands a few weeks ago, talking with the guy who said that he thinks eclipses are causing the scripts. I mean, these people are something's wrong up here. Script Unveiled is always coming with great facts and research. The one thing I need to figure out for sure is like which one of these sites has the real stats. That's what makes it hard with football. I
kind of take into account like multiple.
So what is your favorite website now?
Playmaker Stats. But here's the thing, Zach. The catch is you have to kind of add up the points yourself. That's simple math. Times 3 for a win, plus 1 for a draw. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably the most.
All right, Script, keep it up.
Well, Zach, thank you very much for having me, man. Let's win this World Cup, brother.
Thank you, because without you, I knew I had the Messi piece, but I don't know if I would have had the other half of this because it was that photo. If I didn't know about this photo, man, I would have been missing something huge.
Indeed, my friend. Hey, let's win this World Cup, yeah?
Most of us have already won, but we could win even more. Let's win even more. So
yeah.
All right.
Let's go, man. Cheers. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. All right, we got Jay, Pike James, State of Consciousness, Evan, AC, N201. Evan, you better be sending these videos to these 2 morons you debated that kept telling you there's no predictive power in this knowledge. Show them what we've been doing over here. What's up, Jay?
Hey, you know, Tom Brady's the one that drew Argentina for the World Cup draw.
I didn't know that. Come on, man. Stop.
Yeah. And then look at the gematria of New York, New Jersey Stadium. It's 322.
Is that really what they call it, though? Do they call it the New York, New Jersey Stadium?
Yeah, for the World Cup they are, because you know how they temporarily change the names.
Okay. Because technically, I mean, the New York teams play there, but it is in New Jersey in the 201.
And Argentina has played in that stadium quite a few times.
Maradona, funny. I guess Maradona had a chance to go back to back in a horse year. I got to check that out, because if that's true, I know Messi equals horse, and Messi has been paralleling Maradona, who died before the 2022 World Cup. Again, Spain has a real narrative too. I'm torn, so I can't tell you who the outright winner is for this World Cup. I said a long time ago, I thought this is the matchup, and the championship would be hard to call. Okay, but the all this Brady stuff with Messi, and that's getting more. I got to go back and look into the Brady Argentina draw. That's a good piece of information.
Yeah, and Argentina, I think they've played 7 times in this stadium so far, like international friendly matches and other tournaments. They've played in the MetLife Stadium. They also happened to play on September 11th, 2018 in that stadium.
Okay.
That's an interesting piece. His son's born on 9/11.
All right. Yeah. All good intel. Amazing. Yeah. Son's born on 9/11, comes in the tournament with 911 goals. It ends in New York. Again, those Jesuit rings from the past. IXXI 9/11. All right.
Yeah, I think that was it.
All right.
But,
Appreciate it, man.
Yep.
All right. Open Up says, check out this post. Dimitri Revolt on the symbolism going on with Messi and Yamal. I'm sure there is a lot more beyond just the photo I keep showing you here. I'm sure they're dropping clues all over. It's an ongoing story. You got to have your eyes open to see it. We got Pike. Everybody in here, if you hang on, I'll get you all in here, and then we'll call it a night. What's up, Pike James?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
All right, so I just want to so I put the score for 2-1, like you said in your stream, and I turned $5 and 80, so that was pretty nice.
Times 16, fitting.
Yeah, and also yesterday I took your I was listening to the stream. I took Spain 202, so I also made money off that.
We've hit a lot of exact scores in this tournament, man.
Yeah, I know. And also, like, I just want to say on the game, like, after England scored, like, they're just playing some straight stupid football. Like they all played back. Argentina was easily like bringing it down the field, shooting open shots. Like England had 8 people in the box, and no one even contested a shot or like any corners or any crosses. It's just like stupid.
Just like all pro sports, if you know how to play the game and you watch and go, how could they be doing this? I mean,
yeah, I mean, I was watching the game. I already knew they were going to score because like there's open shot. No one was like really trying to get the ball back. And, yeah, it was just stupid football.
That's how it is, man. These guys are paid the big bucks to be in on the rig because those big rigs are pulling in all kinds of money for the house.
Yeah, I can't believe that picture of Messi on Lamar. That's just crazy shit. It
is, and again, I just beyond that, just where's his hand at? I mean, it's creepy.
Yeah. Hey, I was telling my friends too, like the score might be 2-1, and that shit happened. So like, you know, it's going pretty good.
It was all about, again, just all understand. It's all about the hand of God and just recreating history.
All right, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. All right, appreciate it, man. Well done.
Yeah, have a good day.
DK's back, then Evan, then AC. What's up, DK?
When we were talking about that picture earlier about him being 19 when it was taken, I forgot to mention that before he was number 10 for Argentina, he was 19 because there was another star there before that was wearing 10.
You're not about Maradona. You're talking about somebody else.
Messi.
Yeah, right. Messi. Okay. Oh, yeah. Messi. Okay, right.
And then basically, obviously Messi is the he's the new Maradona. He's just the new actor for the same script, just like Mbappe is the new Thierry Henry for France. And then, Luka was the new Dirk Nowitzki in Dallas. I mean, it's just like we keep saying, it's the same scripts are repeating and just putting new actors in there that
and just for the record, I got to say, I preferred the actor Dirk Nowitzki way more than slow motion Luka.
Yeah, he was way more skillful for sure.
Because it seemed legitimate, right? It's like, how do you stop that? This big man with this soft fadeaway touch is draining all day. I mean, again, they are using technology to ensure outcomes, but some of these guys can really shoot. It's just like I grew up with Derek Ravio, who's at the free throw record at Gonzaga. That kid could not miss, man. He could not miss. He torched UNC at Madison Square Garden one night on ESPN, and then I watched him in the second half nearly throw the game. I was like, he doesn't play basketball like that. He's doing that to make the game competitive. That kid did not miss. He could just shoot all day and make it all day. Go ahead.
Yeah, trust me. I mean, all growing up as a kid, I was, playing pickup ball in Croatia and other countries in Europe too, and I'd go visit friends or cousins or whatever. And these guys could shoot, man. They weren't athletic and couldn't dribble the ball back like in the 80s and 90s. They thought I was like Michael Jordan when they saw my like you dribbling through the legs. Just a basic through the leg dribble was considered, whoa. But those guys could shoot, man, like just unconscious shooters. Catch and shoot, and doesn't matter if they're like 6'3" or like 7 foot. It's same. None of them were inside players. That was the whole thing on like the Europeans, like they weren't good inside. But man, they could shoot. One thing now I just saw in my notes when I was looking, it's old now. I don't know if it's going to even be relevant, but when we were doing all the Artemis stuff, and it was on the 4th of July. Remember how on the 4th of July on the April Fools, and how the one before that was also on April Fools. Like I forgot how many years ago. Remember how that was?
Oh, wait, I know about Artemis on April Fools. What's the other April Fools?
There was another one, like it was on the anniversary of another one that they launched on April Fools that also went around the moon. No touchdown. I forgot how many years prior, like 40 years ago or some 92. I can't remember what year it was.
I'm thinking about, it's interesting because this year is the 57th anniversary of the supposed moon landing when moon equals 57. And that anniversary is going to be one day after this World Cup's over. The moon's on a 19-year cycle, and they got 19 all over this game, and there's an eclipse coming August 12th. I need to look at that angle. That's got to factor into what they're doing with this World Cup.
And what that guy just said, there's a whole genre in the ET UFO community about spiders on the moon, and Script Unveiled just said how they got a guy number 19 now whose nickname is the Spider. Like, you know what I mean? Anyhow, to get back to that Artemis thing, I can't remember when it was, if it was that previous one, one they went around, they launched and went just around the backside and came back. But there was one where they did the same thing and the thing didn't come back. So either it got shot down or it crashed into something. That was the whole thing back then. And the name of the actual satellite was Clementine. And then you have the song, "Oh My Darling Clementine, You Were Lost But Not Forgotten."
Huh. Yeah. That's how they do it.
So I don't remember how that, it was in my notes. So I don't remember, with that Artemis, that was already like what? I've already forgotten more shit than most people remember since that happened. You know what I mean? So I don't even know in between, where we were at on that. I remember us talking about it, about how it's on the anniversary of another one. And then I guess I forgot to, I must have been taking a bong hit. I forgot to mention that part of it.
I miss those days. All right.
Yeah. Anyhow, that's all I had.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right. Talk to you later, Zach.
All right. We got Evan and AC up next. Thank you, DK. This thing, didn't Dirk wear 41 in Dallas? Wasn't that his number? Dallas 41, King 41. His birthday was the real King James's birthday. LeBron now 41, leaving after Luka came over from Dallas. And yeah, don't forget Luka number 77 came over in the 77th season. But yeah, all this crazy ritualism, man, it's unbelievable. What's up, Evan, who's down in the Dallas area? Did Dirk wear 41?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't living here when he was playing, but Yeah, Dirk Ward, number 41. Don't forget that, as you just had the comment up there, he has the same birthday as King James, and his only title is over LeBron James. And in that NBA Finals, the Mavericks became 6-6 all time in NBA Finals games.
They're saying Dallas is actually one of the top contenders for LeBron. We'll see. I have a feeling tomorrow on Nate Thurman's death anniversary, we're going to get the announcement. But Nate Thurman, again, 42, his whole career. LeBron's going to turn 42 next year. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But I told you guys when he announced it, it's got to be about Nate Thurman. Tomorrow's Nate Thurman's death anniversary. He died 27 days after LeBron dropped 27 on the real King James's birthday. Go ahead, Evan.
All right, so back to soccer. So just a little over a month ago, we had the Champions League final between PSG and Arsenal. And this was Arsenal's second ever Champions League final appearance. Their only other Champions League final appearance was in 2006 against Barcelona. And that was that game was played in Paris. That was the 51st Champions League final back in 2006. And then they made it back here in 2026, but they lost to the team from Paris. So they've lost twice. But there's a bit of a Barcelona connection here because in 2006, Arsenal lost to Barcelona in the Champions League final. And then this year they played PSG, whose manager, Luis Enrique, used to be Messi's manager at Barcelona. And the guy who scored the goal for PSG was Ousmane Dembele, who used to play for Barcelona as well. And back in the 2006 final, the Arsenal star was Thierry Henry, he's the guy on Fox in the studio. But he then, after a couple of years after that, he went from Arsenal to Barcelona. And then he went from Barcelona to the New York Red Bulls. And it's actually kind of convenient because the Red Bulls play in New Jersey, where the World Cup final is going to be played. And as I said, that was in 2006, that Champions League final, that was the 51st edition. And Thierry Henry just happened to score 51 goals in his time with New York Red Bulls. And we know that 51 is a big number with the Illuminati and New York and 9/11. I wish that Script Unveiled was still here and I could, because he might be able to add a little bit more. But there is probably that's just an additional Barcelona connection with kind of the Barcelona symbolism from the Champions League final, as well as from 20 years ago as well with Thierry Henry. And the second thing I wanted to point out was the MV Hondias. So that it landed in Tenerife. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. And that reminded me of the Tenerife air disaster back in 1977, in which it was a plane crash on the runway between a Dutch aircraft, KLM, and Pan Am plane that was coming in from New York. And I thought it was interesting because from the anniversary of that crash until the World Cup final is 114 days. And we know that's a big number with...
well, I made that point. That's the concerning thing. I mean, World War and Art of War are 114. So
Right.
from the game canceled, and it was canceled due to the war, and the day after this thing ends is the 201st day of the year, which is a huge number with all these wars that are buzzing from, what's going on with Israel and Ukraine. So interesting times ahead.
Oh, I didn't realize that was the day of the Spain-Argentina game that was canceled from earlier series. I didn't realize that was the same day.
I
as
did a video on it. How the day the game was canceled is the day Patient Zero got hantavirus, March 27th.
Right. Yeah. So it's definitely not a coincidence that that's the same day in history as the Tenerife air disaster. I also noticed that where is it? It's 3 months and 22 days from March 27th to July 19th. So that's probably not a coincidence either.
So Patient Zero got the disease on the same day as the Tenerife air disaster, and the vote ends up in Tenerife. I was missing this piece the whole time, but yeah, that's also the day that the game was canceled for Argentina and Spain in Qatar, where the last World Cup championship was. And again, the big news story on the day that now it's said is just there's this Qatar information leak at the White House. I mean, come on, man. And the Qatar guy just died at 74, right? The leader of the nation just died at 74 this past weekend, and it was his son who gave Messi the World Cup championship in the last World Cup. And by the way, Bathtub is 74 after staring all night at this. Messiah is 74 like Bathtub. He got a bath from the Messiah here in Messi's personal tub. So.
Yeah,
What's
and
with the
also
rainbow ducky, too? I keep looking at that. I mean, where do you find a duck with a damn rainbow on it?
yeah, it was also you were saying earlier that it was something for UNICEF.
Yeah, there's photos for UNICEF, which
Okay,
equals
yeah, that
104, like
was
it's the first ever World Cup with 104 games.
right. That was Barcelona's jersey sponsor at the time. So
UNICEF?
yeah, back in like the late.
I guess that makes
2000s.
sense why they would do that then. And so, okay, 19 weeks to Barcelona's establishment anniversary. If Argentina scores the first goal, it's going to be 19-19 all-time in scoring between Argentina and Spain. 19 weeks to the establishment, 133 days. If Argentina's up 2-0 again, that's Spain scoring's 13-3. Football 133, 133 days. He pointed out that Argentina was up 2-0 in the last World Cup championship as well. Messi 20. So GOAT 20.
Yeah, that was just like how Spain won yesterday, 20 days after his birthday.
2-0. And they got to 13 goals in the tournament in Dallas, and they stayed on 13 losses versus France.
All right. Thanks, Zach. That's all I got. And yeah, I'll share the video I think you made back in, I want to say it was December, where you basically said Messi's going to be in the final. I don't know if you mentioned that Spain was going to be in the final as well in that video, but...
Well, the first time I did Messi in the final was right after the box score from July 19, 2025. So, I mean, I talked about it numerous times. He scored 2 goals a year to the day of the championship in New York playing for Miami.
Right.
And the point that Script Unveiled is making is the score of that game was 5-1, and he likes the Spain 51 narrative in their favor. I'm torn right now on who wins it. I'll keep thinking about it and doing more research, but we'll see.
Yeah, because I was going to share one of those videos with my friends to show them that, yes, there is.
If you go back, it's probably the stream from July 20th last year, because I was talking about it right away when it happened. I know we were talking about it for sure on Patreon.
All right, I'll go back and find it. Thanks, man.
All right. Appreciate it. What's up, AC?
Hey, what's up, Zach? I just had
Luis, you're up next, and then we're done. What's up, AC? Go ahead.
I just had a big light bulb moment with y'all talking about 55. But before I get to that, I know one of the previous callers mentioned how Messi's son was born on 9/11 in 2015, but his name's Matteo Messi, and that equals 119 in ordinal. But let me get to this 55 piece. Did you know that the second World Trade Center building, they broke ground on it on July 9th?
That's Argentina's birthday. I didn't know that.
All right. So this is the interesting part. It is going to be 55 stories tall.
Wait, what building is this?
This is going to be the headquarters for American Express. It's the second World Trade Center building. It will be completed in 2031.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be paired with the One World Trade Center?
Yeah. So it's going to be right next to it.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. But there's another 55 piece to it. Okay. So if you take the height difference from the One World Trade Center, which is 1,776 feet tall, and you subtract it by the new height of the second World Trade Center building, which is 1,226 feet tall, obviously that's 550 feet.
Huh. Okay.
And we know 55 is the 10 triangular, 10 days from July 9th is going to be the World Cup final. So, and we know how connected Messi is with 9/11, came in with 9/11 goals. So I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty big piece.
It definitely is. Yeah, that's really good information. It's crazy how they do it. So, American Express. All right.
Did you know that Amex and the abbreviation for American Express and Yale had the same gematria?
Amex 1/14/1943. So it's like GOAT 43. Yeah, Yale's 43.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was
Amex
a
16, like
yeah,
GOAT 1/5/10/16. Yeah, Yale GOAT.
it was a big Yale and like skull and bones ritual that they did with the groundbreaking of it.
It was funny. We just stayed at an Airbnb that had Yale locks, and the code they gave me was 1641. I was like, no way, man. Yale 16, Skull and Bones 41. That's weird.
Yeah, if you combine the total number of stories between both buildings, it's 149.
Huh.
Yeah.
Skull and Bones, yeah. Oh, when Bush stood on the rubble with the megaphone, that was on the 14th of September, which is now the Pope's birthday, and he was born in 55.
I've got that exact picture that you're talking about on my post on Instagram.
Everybody knows that. When he stood on the rubble and said, we'll get these people, well, then you should have took down your whole family, buddy, and everybody else around you. But yeah, that was a Skull and Bones ritual.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm gonna plug my Instagram so people can go and look at my posts on it.
Did you share it down there? I'll just put it up on the screen for you if you share it.
Yeah. It's called the name of my account is called It's the Other Jays.
Hold on. I thought you were going to share it in the thing so I could just post it up there. It's the Other Jays. Hold on.
Yeah.
And how do you do the Jays part? It's
just the letter J with S behind it. Yeah.
Okay, I found it. That was easy. It's just like how you'd imagine it. It's the Other Jays. He's got the 66620 with the Jesuits. All right. Sorry, I hardly ever go on Instagram, so.
No, you're good.
Didn't Instagram change how it works? Because I can't even figure out how to make a video on my phone now anymore. So I haven't done anything on there in a minute.
I was gonna ask you why you don't post on there anymore.
I swear to God, I don't even know how to make a video on Instagram right now. So
I was thinking about like making a new account, like, and just like posting your highlight clips from your videos, and just trying to get the word out that way.
It might be bad. It might be bad for your algorithm.
No, I was gonna make a whole separate account, so in case like I get completely shadow banned on this one, it doesn't ruin it.
You can try it out. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I was gonna call it like Zachary K. Hubbard's highlights or something like that.
Yeah, you can see if it has more success than my own channel because it's pretty bad these days. But
I was gonna say you're probably gonna get shadow banned on here too.
Yeah.
I was going after a couple Jesuit priests, and I don't think they appreciated that much, and I got shadow banned after that. So now I'm having to collaborate with all these accounts to get my posts out.
Yeah, it probably counts as online harassment, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, keep up the good work. It's the Other Jays on Instagram, you guys.
All right. I appreciate it, Zach.
All right. Have a good one, AC.
You too.
All right. We got Luis, Numb to the Numbers, and Elohim. I can't close out until I hear from these gentlemen. All right. What's up, Luis?
Hey, hey, Zach. This is Luis from Sacramento here. Just have some observations on a little bit of history about the number 22 of Argentina, Lautaro. And eventually his name Lautaro, I heard it before, and some guy talking the history about him. Lautaro is a indigenous warrior from out there. Eventually he was from Chile, and eventually he was a young Mapuche Toki known as leading the indigenous.
Uh-oh, did we lose Luis? He scored the winning goal today, you guys, on the day leaving 131 days left in the year is his birthday, the championship number. And it's 327 days after his last birthday, like how the game got canceled between Argentina and Spain on 3/27. Are you there, Luis?
Yes. You hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, you're back.
But yeah, he was an indigenous warrior. Eventually, he scared the Spaniards back when the conquistadors were down in South America. And eventually, he was raised by the Spaniards until he got away from them. he escaped and eventually told his people, the indigenous people, that the Spaniards, they were not gods, and eventually they were just riding horses and stuff like that. But his name Lautaro, that's probably that's where he got that name from. That's the Argentinian player. And the thing is that he supposedly died on April 29, 1557, and at the age of 22 or 23. That's what they say in Wikipedia. Eventually lies, but and eventually from his birthday, April 29, to Lautaro, the Argentina player, August 22 is oh, forgot what was it? Oh, well, from his past birthday, eventually 115 days after, but eventually just I was making the connections on the Gematria with the Lautaro Javier Martinez having the 97 and Lautaro equals 25, the 25 prime number. Lautaro Javier Martinez equals 308, and eventually the warrior, the Lautaro for the indigenous, he fought in a ward named Aruco Ward, that equals 38 as well, and Lautaro Javier Martinez equals 308. And he fought on 4 battles. Like, I don't know if it can be matching the 4th with the Argentina 44, and they're going for the 4th win, or probably the 4th last. But yeah, the connection with Lautaro and going to play against Spain, where that guy eventually, he scared the Spaniards when they were here getting the conquistor.
That's very interesting. And didn't Argentina get its independence from Spain?
Yes, exactly. So
we gotta look into that history, because they love to pay tribute to history. So
that is true. But I was when I saw it, and eventually when I heard about the history of Lautaro, that he scared the Spaniards, and and now they're playing, and he's gonna be playing against Spain. So like, that he might have a nice game against.
We need to look into that historical figure and see how it lines up, because yeah, he has the championship birthday, and
exactly true. 131.
Yeah, you see why he scored the winning goal. 228's like United States of America too, where the championship is. So he's got that 22/8 birthday, number 22, born on the 22nd.
And the guy, the indigenous guy, he died at the age of 22, 23. That's what they say. So it might be some there right too. But yeah, I think that might be another little clue about Argentina. That he took over the Spaniards. Well, he made the Spaniards scared of him because of the tactics that he used on battlefield. So
I'm gonna look it up. Great research.
Awesome. Have a good night, Zach. Thank you so much.
You too.
Congratulations to the winners. Hey, the Valkyries.
My favorite truth seekers. All right, man. Take care.
All right, man. Take care, man. Bye-bye.
I'm telling you guys, Sacramento, there's something good going on out there. What's up, Numb to the Numbers?
What's up, Zach? How you been?
Doing well. What's up?
Good, man. First, I don't know if anyone's asked, but how's the cardio, the leg cardio coming? You noticing some differences there?
Yeah. Again, I got fatter than I'd ever been when my mom was out here feeding me nothing but cookies and muffins and carbs and carbs and carbs. And I asked her to stop, but I just can't let food go to waste because it's not in my nature. And I got up to 185 pounds, which I've never weighed. And that was probably about 6 weeks ago. And right now I'm about 167. So I lost almost 20 pounds. So yeah, I know it. Everyone thinks I developed, what's the disease that Muhammad Ali had? That's not going over here, guys. I'm on the pedal bike. I'm biking, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, is it all the bike, or is it some good dieting to go with it?
Well, I've always eaten well, except for when my mom comes and makes nothing but muffins and cookies and carbs. But yeah, so I mean, I'm back to my normal eating well. But no, I mean, yeah. I lost almost 20 pounds in a little more than a month's time. So
yeah, well, congratulations, man. You look a little bigger. Your arms look a little more defined.
Oh, I've been working. However, in the last month, I've hardly been able to make it into the gym just with because again, I lost my childcare, so I watch my daughter all day, and it's just there's not as many breaks to go to the gym. I probably only gone to the gym 4 times in the last month, but yeah, I was working out, so yeah.
I hear you, man. Well, keep it up, man. I'm right there with you. I'm about to get back into the gym too after being lazy for a couple years. So
yeah, you get out of the habit. It's easy to not go, man. You got to stay in the routine.
It is. I'm a nicer guy too when I'm in the gym. I seem happier. So
Yeah, you get out that bad energy.
100%, man. But I just wanted to comment. It's sad that these people are traveling from different countries and coming to U.S. cities and spending $10,000 on a WWE event and
As they sacrifice people and rig the games. I mean, come on, man. People got to wake up. If humanity, imagine if we came together and used our resources to defeat this corruption instead of going and participate in their circus events for us.
Exactly. And I'm in Kansas City, Missouri, bro. I've seen more Messi jerseys in the last few weeks because they've had their games out here and all kinds of stuff. I've seen more Messi jerseys than I've seen Patrick Mahomes jerseys in the past couple years. In the past couple weeks, I'm talking tenfold. There's for every one Mahomes jersey I've seen, I've probably seen 30, 40 Messi
You know what
jerseys.
I realized they did? Mahomes' birthday is 17/9, like 179, and they just picked up their 179th points going to the championship. The 41st prime, big Super Bowl number, could be all part of the big rig for the next sporting event. But I'm glad you just connected that for me, just how it's all connected. Mahomes with the 179 birthday.
Well, listen, that's something I was going to bring up. The Chiefs had a down year this past season, right? Well,
fake injury 61 weeks before Super Bowl 61.
Right. Now, check this out. I work in downtown Kansas City, Missouri. Jake from State Farm recently came downtown right next to my work location and shot a commercial with a few Kansas City Chiefs players. Now, here's the catch. A couple times a week, I go get lunch from a local shop owner. Only way I was able to get through there is because the shop owner basically ushered me through the commercial set. But if I didn't know the shop owner like that, I would have never got through. But here's the thing. If they added a couple cop cars out there and a couple more barriers and told everybody it was a mass shooting,
Sure.
we would have believed it. Standing from the outside in before I could, get ushered through, I didn't know what was going on, And so that it's not hard to, they were shooting a simple commercial and they had plenty of blocks off and they shut down several streets, not just the street they were on, but a couple streets to the left and the right. And dude, add a couple more cop cars and tell everyone it's a mass shooting in a few more barriers and they're going to eat it up. You know what I mean? So
turn on the sirens, authorities on the scene.
Exactly. So it's not hard. I mean, I know some of you guys listening might think it's far-fetched how they, fake and coordinate these mass shooting events. And I mean, technology.
Hey, you guys on my BitChute channel, which I don't use either. You guys can all watch my footage when I went out to the mass shooting here that was in my neck of the woods. I got to talk to Commander Chris Lee, who was all over the national news that day. And he admitted to us on camera. You can watch the thing. He says, I haven't been able to see anything with my own eyes. I'm getting all my information through the cell phone. I understand why you're out here questioning things. The feds are in complete control of the scene. I'm not even allowed to go in there. So the guy giving you the national news story about the shooting hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Feds in complete control of the scene. Remember, that was the day the 38-year-old killed the 38-year-old on the 38th day of the year, 201 days after the death anniversary at Kroger at a Kroger store. Script.
Ritualism.
And I'm pretty sure nobody got shot. I'm pretty sure nobody was dead in there. Everyone, the feds are just in control, and we're just hearing a story. On the news, they were saying there was a manhunt for the shooter. If you guys go back to that story, the February 7th killing out here in Washington State, they said the feds got him 11 hours after the shooting on the highway. And on the news, they're making it sound like the helicopters were out there looking for. I get to the scene, the helicopter pilot's parked there. He's eating muffins and drinking coffee. And I'm just like, look at this shit. They make it sound like some big manhunts out there, and then everybody's just here in the parking lot. Like every police car within 50 miles is just in this parking lot. The chopper's parked. They're all out there eating. It's crazy how they get, and we're paying for all this. I mean, this is what the taxpayers are paying for. It's a joke.
Exactly.
Everyone should watch that stream. We found out the lead writer for NBC is writing the story out of New York, and we looked him up. He was literally Jesuit educated. He went to Fordham. The reporter that's there for NBC, we found out who she was. She was Jesuit educated. We're like, look at this. All these Jesuit educated people. Looks like a totally fake story. 201 days from the Kroger thing. You're getting your story from a guy writing it in New York about something that's happening in Washington State all the way across the country.
And when they report on it, they make it seem like they seen it with their own eyes.
And I was, because if you got, everyone should watch that video, because I was going up and interrupting their broadcast. I said, look at what you're doing. I said, you're looking at your phone and then you're getting in front of the camera and reporting what's going on in the store. I said, where's the information on your phone coming from right now? Because I just talked to Commander Chris Lee and he's not even allowed to go in there. What are you reporting to people right now? You're being told what to report and acting like you know what's going on in there when no one does. This is going on all across the world. People are like, what do you mean the news is fake? Go watch one of these news stories with your own eyes. And by the way, their cameraman came over and just smashed the phone right out of my hands. And I got all captured on camera. Imagine I had done that to NBC. I would have been in handcuffs in the back of the car. The cops didn't give two shits that NBC did that to me. That's why humanity needs to rise up, not just sit around like we're a bunch of losers just getting... because we are like a bunch of losers going to these rigged sports games, worshiping a guy like Messi, this little tiny itty bitty man who, if it was real, wouldn't even be on the field. This is such a joke. All of this is such a joke. I encourage everybody to go to my BitChute channel and watch exactly what I'm talking about. When I went to the mass shooting scene out here in Washington State, the crisis actors were out there. They're trying to fight me. And it was so obvious they're the crisis actors. They're like, cameraman's telling him to get in this position. I documented all this stuff. I said, look at this. I said, does this look real to you? The cameraman tells these people to hug for photos. Can you imagine showing up supposedly because your loved ones got shot and you're just doing whatever the cameraman tells you? I want you guys to hug now. Hug so I can get this photo. All of this shit every day is just so fake and contrived.
You know, when the internet was more real 10 years ago, you could actually go online and find videos of the same exact crisis actors in different events in different states across the nation.
That guy got called out for hantavirus. The gay guy they had on there, they had the hantavirus. He was all scared, locked down. They used him for Cooties 19. All kinds of people pointed that out, that they used the exact same guy for Cooties 19 that they used for the hantavirus cruise ship.
Yeah. I mean, before they wiped the internet, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there was a lot of stuff like that out there, but they've done a good job of kind of keeping that stuff under ropes or whatever. But yeah, man, to touch on the 911 thing, bro, when you call 911 here, like you saying they don't even do anything or they don't care, you're actually placed on hold in KCMO. You're not even directly talking to somebody. So it's probably about 3 to 5 minutes before you're
actually. Public Enemy song from the 80s, right?
No, what?
911 is a joke.
It is.
No, go listen to that song. I mean, that song's the truth.
No, I never even heard of that. I listened to you a lot, and I never even heard you really bring that up. Not recently.
My sister, her first house was in the bad neighborhood in Portland, same neighborhood we grew up in. And there was some gangbangers that got in a shootout in front of her house. And luckily, she wasn't home. I came home with her, and it was the first time I ever saw the aftermath of bullets. We were trying to figure out what happened. Her kitchen table was like all messed up and chairs and pieces of wood. We're like, what the hell happened in your house? We're like, wait a minute, what the? And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, I think I know what happened, Jen, because there were shells all over. She just started crying. But we called the police. Man, it took the police about 8 hours to come out there. They waited about 8 hours to, and come on, man. My sister's a single young woman. I'm her little brother over there that day. They wait 8 hours to come. That's why, just get rid of all of this stuff and let us defend ourselves. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I agree, man. It's time to rise up, man, because if we don't, it's just going to get worse. Like inflation, our wages stay the same. I'm speaking for the everyday folk, man. Our wages stay the same, but everything's going up tenfold. It's time to do something, because if not, it's just going to get worse. They're going to start killing us off like blatantly, because they're going to come up with excuses and reasons why they have to.
By the way, this last World Cup game before the championship was in Georgia, where those guide stones were up, and those came down 201 days after the Pope's birthday. Don't forget that. That wasn't that long ago. That was July 6, 2022. That was the year of the last World Cup, 2022.
Yeah, man, it's ridiculous, bro. But I always got stuff to talk about. I always got things to say, man. But I'll let some more people get up in here, Zach. I appreciate you even taking my call, taking public people's call. I know there's a lot of pussies out there that will never jump on here, but they'll make videos about you and screen record you all day long. But jump up here with your
thing about the people doing the screen recording, or the one that has done it every single day for over a decade straight. He's so misleading, because yesterday people were sharing a video that it's true that last football season, a guy called in at the beginning of the season saying it was going to be the Seahawks, and I did laugh. I did not think it was going to be the Seahawks at the start of the season. But he's now taken that clip, and he has a video saying that that's what I did during the playoffs, which isn't true because I rode the Seahawks the whole way through. I put out before a game was played. I said, well, with this thing with the Pope and the Seahawks, I said, look, Seattle goes to the Super Bowl. They're 19-19 is the 19 city, 19 weeks after the Pope's birthday. But see, he made this misleading video by taking a clip from the start of the season and saying that's what I did in the playoffs. That's why he's just a total scumbag, because he sits here and records everything and he creates these false compilations and makes totally misleading stuff. But dummies who don't know any better, just like political attack ads, they'll watch and be like, oh, see, Zach didn't like the Seahawks in the playoffs because I watched this video where he was laughing. Yeah, that's like in week 1. Anyway, it's just...
Dude, you teach a man how to fish. You know, you're not giving them the fish, you're teaching man how to fish. So all these people, you know, I appreciate you for even bringing the whole numerology thing to light and teaching myself and many others about, you know, what's really going on in this world. So they should really be, you know, bowing down to you in that way and just appreciating for what you've brought to the light.
Well, a lot of people aren't like us, though. They want to stay, you know, believing in all the lies, trusting the authority. That's how their whole worldview is. Just like my sister. I mean, my sister's that kind of person. So we're their enemies because, you know, they're so entrenched in whatever you want to call it, the matrix, whatever.
You know, that's so true, man. I know a guy who claims he's into conspiracy theories and this and that, but it's funny enough because he doesn't believe in any of them. You know, he claims he puts hours and hours of research into it and he's been looking into this and that and this and that, but he never comes to any conclusions. He's just saying it's all one big coincidence, you know? So I don't know. And I try to teach him and I try to educate him in different topics and sometimes leave the numerology out of it and just talk to him, you know.
Just show him something like this. Yeah, leave it all of it out and just say, come on, man. Messi giving Lamine Yamal a bath as a baby, and now they're going to meet up in the World Cup. And the only other time the Argentina and Spain played was on July 13th, which was Lamine Yamal's birthday. I mean, please.
Come on. Exactly. And like you said, look where his hand is. Why the fuck is his hand down by a little baby, you know? Exactly.
Everybody can see that. That's plain as day. Where's his hand going to? Obviously, it's like right in his crotch.
Yeah, like that's a little weird, but yeah, to the pussy out there screen recording, dude, grow a pair of nuts and join the fucking stream.
Right now, I guarantee he's having a fit too. He's going to try and make some compilation video like, Zach didn't really have Argentina and Spain, even though we've been putting out there for the better part of the last year. He just does it every time. It's a joke.
Yeah, he's a joke, man. The day he fucking jumps on here, I'll fucking cash app you $1,000 for
fucking
coming on here. But I appreciate you, Zach. Rock on, brother.
Have you ever heard his voice?
No, I've never heard his voice.
The only time we heard it is because one time he got on somebody else's stream to debate with me, and they took it down for him. But like literally, just if you can just think of like the gayest dick sucker voice you could ever imagine, that's literally it. So,
well, there's probably a reason he doesn't show his face on camera either.
And there's a reason he also doesn't put his voice on the videos because it's exactly like I just described.
Yeah,
it's like a bad gay stereotype. It's unbelievable.
What a loser! I mean, I couldn't imagine wasting my fucking life trying to make videos about another man.
Exactly. He's been doing it since 2015. His whole life is about screen recording and trying to just do whatever he can to make me look bad each day. What a loser!
What a loser! I'd rather be fucking homeless under a bridge. At least I'm free and don't have to worry about that.
People have doxed him and put out his information. He does live with his mom. He's 30-some years old now. He's been doing it throughout almost his whole 20s and into his 30s.
That's pathetic, man. There's a special place in hell for a piece of shit like that, Zach.
Yeah. Tell me about it. All right, man. Appreciate it. Numbers.
All right, dog. Later.
Have a good one. All right, Elohim. I couldn't get him on board with this photo. Normally, Elohim hits everything, but he just couldn't get on board with this photo. What's up, Elohim?
Wait, Hubbard, you do realize. Now, I know you said earlier scripted unveil is the one that showed you this picture, but you do realize I'm one of the ones that showed you this picture.
That's probably also true. I do forget a lot of things. I'm pretty sure it was scripted showed it to me first.
Oh, man. But, hey, man.
Well, how come you weren't in this picture?
Me? I was doubting it?
I'm pretty sure you liked France yesterday, and today you're like, I don't want to play.
No, Zach. My future was Spain versus Argentina.
Oh, okay,
Now
good.
things
Good.
got interested. Things got interested along the way. Now, if you guys are in the Patreon every day, you know why things got interesting. You know, with the France narrative. But no, I've been on it. You know, I've been on France and I've been on Argentina and Spain. 39 years old, Messi in New York. I mean, what are we doing? But I really came on here. I think they wrapped it up for us in a gift bag. Zach, did you see? Look at your phone.
My phone's in
Yeah,
the
your
other. My
phone with
wife
you?
has my phone. My wife took my phone because her
Man,
phone
hold
died.
on. How can I link this picture? But Zach, Argentina last substitute. They bring on 3 players. Guess the 3 numbers of the guess the 3 jersey numbers of the players.
Was 19 one of them?
Was 19 one of them?
Yeah, yeah. That's
20?
one.
20?
No,
23?
23?
no.
I'm getting too much echo when I
I'm getting
talk.
too
Just
much
tell
echo when I talk. Just tell.
The day of the finals, it was number
Oh.
7, number 19, and Zach, the last player, number 4.
Oh, I see. Well, no, it was pointed out that they could get their
that
4th
they
loss
could
in the
get their 4th
championship
loss
or
in the
their 4th
championship
win.
or their 4th win.
But Zach, we've been
I
here for
agree.
almost a year.
I agree. I am leaning more that way.
I am leaning more that way.
It's like everybody in the Patreon today that was on England. We will be talking about them tomorrow morning.
To be
But
fair,
yeah,
the guy who took England was the best tipper of the day. I think he felt that.
but another picture. Hold on, let me see what I sent you here. Can I actually send this in a chat? Zach, this is crazy. Lamine Yamal and Messi are both Adidas athletes, right?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
German company.
Zach,
German company.
Zach, look what Adidas posted almost a year to the day of the final. Hold on, let me put this in a private chat. It's crazy. Crazy. I just dropped it. Let me know if you can pull that up. Crazy.
Wow.
Wow.
Today, a year ago today.
A year ago today.
Almost. I think they posted it on the 15th. Oh yeah, today. Yeah, boom, boom. Yeah, today
You're
is the
smoking too
15th.
much weed
Yeah.
again.
Smoking too much weed again.
No. I thought you meant the day of the final. Yeah, almost to the day of the final. Yeah, correct. And Zach, it's been 2 weeks. I'm 2 weeks no weed. The color of my lips is coming back. I'm weed free. But yeah, isn't that crazy?
It is.
It is.
Now Spain numbers is interesting in that final, but I just can't go against the 39-year-old Messi in New York. So, but anyways, I just wanted to drop that bit of information for you, man. Yeah, whenever you get a chance, man. Actually, can I drop this in the private chat so you can actually I probably can. Anyways, it is what it is. Tomorrow on Patreon, whenever you have your phone, you can post up the picture right there. But yeah, man, July 19th, they can go for their 4th straight. Did you say it was 4 days after the Legend's birthday, right?
Today's his birthday. July 15th.
July 15th.
The 55 and the 10, I mean, you can't go against that. Them picking up the 55th 10 days after their I mean, like, what are we doing? But anyways, hey, them Valkyries, how about them Valkyries over?
That was a good call. You should have took my other picks. You could have went 4-0 today and could have 1-0.
Yeah, it's okay. My 2-leg today was Argentina and the Valkyries, both plus money. I was at the bank. So, but hey, tomorrow, the WNBA is lights out tomorrow, guys. Make sure you're on that Patreon. All right, Hubbard.
All right, Elohim. Have a good night. All right, I'm never going to get off here tonight. We got GAD. We got we got a sermon. That's going to have to be a shorter sermon tonight. GAD. I'm going to let Aztec N201 go, and then we get one more sermon before bedtime. What's up, GAD?
What's up, Zach? Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, man, I almost won 2,000 this week, but so I picked Argentina, right? But what I didn't expect was that it was saying at the end of regulation. I hit all my bets, and I picked the right team. It's just not the right stipulation.
They won an extra time.
Right. So, but I'm gonna have to get back on your Patreon on this shit, man. I was winning a whole lot more when I was, adding your picks with whatever teams I was playing with. But I was just gonna sit up here and say, man, like, people that are naysayers, man, like, I don't understand these people. Like, I mean, this shit. Look, I'm gonna say this. I mean, this knowledge mainly is to expose the wickedness that's going on in this earth, because that's what these people are operating on. They're operating on this numerical code, but at the same time, right? You can take advantage of it. I mean, shit, we all work a job or do certain things that is going to be, the monetary funds are going to be contributed to this evil entity that we're living in, right? So take it. I mean, my whole point is to take advantage of this knowledge and, do better with your life, So to me, I think a lot of the people I think one of the callers
for a second, JD, pause. Yeah. Don't lose your train of thought. But I've always thought about this. The word live and the word evil are just a reshuffling of the same letters. And they really make it so that if you want to live a life, you do have to participate in the system. And this system is evil as everything. But it's only because this evil system exists that we were all born into. That's why, to me, the system has to be defeated. But yeah, I mean, that's why for the first 5 years I did this, I didn't monetize anything. I didn't want any money. I was just trying to do everything cash. I was trying not to pay any taxes. Then, after time, the government started crawling up my ass. And then I realized, like, well, I'm either going to end up in a jail cell or I'm going to have to be homeless. And I don't really want to do either of those two things. So yeah, you have to compromise. And I'm not happy about that. But hey, at the same time, we're still getting the message out here about what the evil is. The evil needs to be defeated, you guys. They do make it that you got to participate in the evil if you want to live. That's a problem. Anyway, go ahead, GAD.
No, 100%. And that's why I like taking advantage of this, right? Because they all know about it. I mean, obviously you had that clown, Conor McGregor, and another clown, Taylor Swift, who all mentioned Gematria.
By the way, both now acknowledge Gematria.
Right. They all know about it. You understand? So, I mean, and how many of these players, like you obviously understand that someone like LeBron James on his status would have to have some inclination of understanding of this knowledge, just like anybody else, you know what I'm saying? So on that tier, on that caliber, and that Luciferian caliber. So the point is to take advantage of it, you know what I'm saying? So, a lot of these people that I see out here, like, to me, either they're paid agents or they're just here to cause disruption, or they're just ignorant, trying to cause disruption because they themselves, like, when they see the truth, right? You see, like, in those old vampire movies, right? Like Count Dracula and all this other shit. When they see that cross, it burns the fuck out of them, right? So they have to say all kinds of shit about this knowledge and the people that's putting out this knowledge, like yourself, right? To demonize it, to make themselves feel better, in their pathetic ass lives. So I just don't understand that concept. And, a lot of these things that's going on, it's just kind of crazy. Now, one thing I did want to mention about, I think Mark, who was it? Was it the one Christian guy, or, well, he's not a Christian, Marco, right?
He's ready to come on and give another sermon. Yeah, he's in the back.
Yeah. So it's interesting because with the whole Godzilla thing that he was speaking on about the supernova and everything, movie that's coming out next year, and of course we're gonna have a solar eclipse next year. What's interesting is that Neil, right, the person that Scott what's his name? Neil, the one dude that was in Jurassic Park that died.
Oh, yeah, the actor who just died. What is his name? Sam Neill.
Sam Neill. So I did find it very interesting that he died right in a and of course he's known for that, Jurassic
And then
Park
they
movie.
discovered the dinosaur supposedly, or some dinosaur auction the next day. I saw that.
Right. Yeah, I saw that. You know what's interesting? Guess what movie he's going to be in? Or guess what's going to be his last final performance aired?
Oh, he's got a movie that he's in that's coming out?
Yep. Guess which movie?
I don't know.
The Godzilla X Kong Supernova movie.
I see. And so Godzilla's not too far from a dinosaur. Okay.
Oh, it was exactly a dinosaur. I mean, I know Marco mentioned, like, from a Luciferian perspective, it's talking about, it's dealing with Satan, which he is correct on it from a certain standpoint, but the creature also represents in the scriptures, a creature in Job 41 about an actual creature, and, based off of some certain CIA documents, they understand that creature does exist, which is the reason why they put that shit out in their media and whatnot. Of course, and I think somebody it was a group that you guys had on that was talking about the CIA propaganda behind that character that you had on last year. I had to go back and watch that video because that was a lot of good information, but there's a real life implications on that particular character from a biblical perspective, and based off of what's in the CIA files, they understand that creature does exist in the oceans. But I did find that ironic that that he was a part of that Jurassic Park movie, and somehow his last appearance is gonna be in the fucking movie that's related to dinosaurs, dealing with that character. So I don't know I didn't know if you guys touched on that specific part, but I mean, the ritualism behind his death was kind of crazy. And I started to see some other deaths too. Did you see the one with the character? There was a character. You remember that? That Daredevil series that was on Netflix, that's on Disney Plus now.
The blind dude, right? He's blind.
Yeah, he's a superhero Marvel comic character. He's also a Catholic, ironically enough. One of the characters that was in that series, it was a Chinese woman. She died. She played a character named Madame Gao. And I just
hold up. Look at this, you guys. Sam Neill died in this major 33 ritual. I just had to look it up. He died in a major 33 ritual on 13th of July, 13/7, like 137 is the 33rd prime. The masonry branch that has the highest degree of 33 is the Scottish Rite. Scottish is 113. He died 113 days before that Godzilla movie is going to make its premiere on November 3rd, 113.
Oh, wow, really?
It says the movie's going to premiere in Japan. Obviously, that makes sense since Godzilla's Japan. But yeah, it's going to premiere on November 3rd, 113, 113 days after he died. I mean, come on.
Oh, man. Ironically, they're going to have that -0 movie that comes out next year, which is the sequel to -1 that came out a couple years ago. It comes out this November.
Yeah, it comes out. It premieres November 3rd and comes out November 6th.
Right. Right. And then
113 days before it premieres on November 3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's how this wicked system always works. It's just constantly like this. It's just Scottish 113, highest degree of 33. He died 33 years and 33 days from Jurassic Park on 13/7, like 137, the 33rd prime. I mean, and Sam equals 33. Sam Neill. Go ahead.
Yeah, no doubt. That's fucking insane. I saw that you were going over it the other day, but yeah, I mean, they don't play with these rituals, and I was just looking at it like, damn, a whole bunch of actors have died in the last week, man. Like, how like they always talk about how they come in threes and whatnot. Well, shit, it came in 5, 6, 7s. You know what I'm saying? So very interesting, man. And as far as that LeBron James, it's funny how he said he was going to announce where he was going to play in, right? But he had
come tomorrow on Nate Thurman's death anniversary. They said at the beginning of the week, Thursday's the likely day he's going to do it. That's literally Nate Thurman's death anniversary.
Man, what if he does go to the 76ers?
He announced his 76 days before the Pope's birthday that he was leaving.
Oh wow.
March Madness next year they're changing it. 76 teams. Spain equals 76. I mean, it could all be connected. Every year LeBron's announced he's leaving a team. It's been during the World Cup.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Oh my God, man. That's crazy, man. Man, and you know, and let me say this too before I get off, because I know there's Marco and them other cats want to come on. I will say this too, right? Like, it's like, because you always mention this, and I've always thought about this, right? Some of these guys that be in the league, in these different sports leagues, some of them don't fucking belong. Like, you know, JJ Barrero, you know, the guy that was playing for the Dallas Mavericks. Now I've heard reports like people that played pickup games with that guy was hooping on him, was scoring on him like he was a nobody. You know what I'm saying, in the gym and shit. And I'm like, man, you know, how is this short motherfucker in the league, right? But you have all these other cats that actually can hoop, that actually got talent. That none of them guys are in the league. Or like you were just mentioning, someone like Messi who's like 5'0". And it's funny because, you know, when that shit was going on, you know, I'm seeing people downtown in Seattle wearing that fucking Messi jersey. I'm like, damn, man, like,
It just gets annoying, man. It's just like, God, when Russell Wilson was in Seattle, I swear that was everybody's outfit. It was like it was their damn uniform. Just go outside in their Russell Wilson jersey. I'm just like,
hey, but you know, like with Russell Wilson, yeah, he has a can of an arm, but let's just be honest, man. Like, everything was kind of scripted around him to do what he was able to do. He literally, you could tell he couldn't see over the fucking defenses, and you could tell
put the ball on the spot, no doubt about it. He's got the
he
arm
could.
talent. But I just hate how everybody. You just see that everybody's so invested in the lie.
Yeah.
I went in the gym the other day and they had a contest in there to if you wear the winning team's jersey. I'm just like, come on, man. I mean,
well,
culture, man, is a problem. It's a problem.
It is, and you know, like with Russell Wilson, it almost seemed like every fucking year. And I started to notice this before Gematria, and of course, I already knew about the Luciferianism that goes on in the league. But when you start to see patterns, it just, you know, it's not coincidental. Every year there was a friend or a family member he's always talking about that died, that was around him, and it's like, man, this, like, how the fuck does that happen? I mean, like, what's the likelihood of you having a friend and a family member every year dying?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And it's funny because people always talked about how Russell Wilson was.
Wait, you haven't forgotten the Seahawks coach, how he got all drunk and talked about how many people lost a loved one for their last season as they won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, no, I remember I was listening to that shit. I'm like, bro, how the fuck does all these guys out of nowhere lose their fathers? Like, majority of them lost their fathers, and then he started talking about other loved ones or cousins and shit. How the fuck does all that shit happen?
And then Rivers flood in the Seattle area, and Phillip Rivers comes out of retirement and plays the Seahawks 6 days after his birthday. I mean,
why is he, like, who the fuck signs a 40-plus-year-old man?
44, like Seattle equals 44, and it was.
Oh, he was 44. Oh shit! Oh shit, he was 44.
Yeah, no, six days after his 44th birthday, he's playing Seattle when the flooding's the national news story that 6 rivers flooded in
right,
Seattle
6
area.
rivers.
I mean, how don't people see this?
Yeah, that shit.
And
no,
see, he played his whole career down in San Diego. Look into where the first weather modification experiment was to make rainfall in the U.S. It was in San Diego.
Wow. And you know what's crazy? You know, what's his name? The kicker kicked like 6 field goals to win the fucking game.
Yeah. 6 field goals.
Yeah, this shit.
And let's not forget, he set the record this year with 206 points made. Like in the last Super Bowl, Seattle won. Russell Wilson had 206 passing yards for the 206.
Wow, man! Like, you can't. Hey, sometimes I be wondering if they be rehearsing this shit, man, before the fucking games and shit. They go to like a certain meeting, right? I mean, I know that most players are not in on it. You know, even certain Pro Bowl or All-Star caliber players.
Hold on, no. Russell Wilson, or not Russell. Phillip Rivers was playing for the Colts, wasn't he? When he came into town, he's playing for the Colts. Indianapolis, yeah. Indiana wins 6-0, and then the Seahawks won by 16 points. And again, the first Seahawks team was the Miami Seahawks, who folded and became the Baltimore Colts, and then the Indianapolis Colts. And last year's NBA Finals was Indiana versus the old Seattle team, the Thunder. So, and Jim Irsay, the Colts owner, died right before that Finals.
Wow.
All grit.
Yeah, that shit. Yeah, you can't make it up, bro. And like I was saying, like for this to be that perfect, I mean, part of it is, Kabbalah, witchcraft, magic, sorcery, right? Because I mean, like, how does Dak Prescott break his leg on the same yard line?
That was Alex Smith.
Oh, was that Alex Smith?
Yeah, with J.J. Watt on top of him, born on 3/22. On the 322nd day of the year, it happened, like the 3 pillars and 22 paths in Kabbalah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it's just, it has to be a certain level of scripting. And of course, that movie, Him, tells you a lot. If anything, that was a documentary of how the shit goes on. No different than how, like, Eyes Wide Shut shows you how these these cults, operate. Now, ironically enough, they're wearing that fucking faggot ass fucking garments that these Jesuits and these Rosicrucians wear, ironically enough. So I just say, look, I say that all that to say this, and I'll get off of here, man. Like, it's very obvious who controls the society. And of course they have different factions out there, but when you look at this shit and you just see the 201 number, you see all this shit over and over again. It's like, how can you not pick up on the fucking pattern, man?
They had to put it right in the Him movie. The Sonic goes up to 201, and then all the killing starts right after that. Then it gets real evil.
Yeah, I saw that. And I will say this too. When you mentioned who's the one guy that died, not from Sanford and Son, Desmond or Damon.
I can't think of his name right now, but I know who you're talking about.
You know what's funny about that? I remember watching that interview, and I never picked up on the part where he talked about the Jesuits in that whole interview. Like, because everybody else that was a true channel, they talked about everything that he talked about as far as like the activities that went on, right? All the pansexuality and all the other weird shit that was going on.
But skipped over the Jesuit part.
They skipped over the Jesuit part. And the funny thing is, like, yeah, you're the only one that played that. And I'm like, oh shit, I need to go back and rewatch that interview, because I must know. I must have fucking skipped over that shit. Because the crazy thing is that he said it's not who you think. And I think that was a kind of a way to say it's not the small hats like you think it is.
Right.
Is how I translate that. It's these guys. It's these guys that wear red and white. It's these guys that wear purple and gold, right? Or whatever fucking, color scheme that you can think of, the cardinal color scheme and shit. Is these jokers, these Jesuits, the Vatican.
Look up his interview right before he died, talking about the Jesuits running things. He died 79 days from the Superior General's birthday, Murder in Society of Jesus. So, yeah, their show's got that gematria.
Oh, damn. Yeah, and Red Fox always said that Red Fox, man, it hurt his soul to fucking do that show and shit every time he went up on there, ironically enough.
Yeah, I know I played that interview. I don't know if I linked it in a video post, but it was Grady.
Yeah. That was pretty interesting. And like I said, you're the only one that played that part, because every other truth teller talked about all the other curricular activities that he spoke of, but they never played that specific part for whatever reason. So
yeah, most people just aren't familiar with it, so they're used to hearing about the small hats all the time. They're not used to hearing about the Jesuits.
Yeah, because I mean, and I'll just say this before I get off of here. The reason why they're so good at it is because they have so many other different things that make them look positive, right? The Catholic Church is beloved by everybody. All the other religions bow down to the Catholic Church. Like I said, I mean, I witnessed this shit within my own community, the Israelite community and shit. With certain of the larger groups, you see a lot of Roman Catholic fucking ideologies or or a certain level of that within there. You know what I'm saying? And when you see all these religions, Islam, Christianity, so on and so forth, all came from the Catholic Church, right? When you go do your research, so it's like, shit, man, what other, what are other entities controlling this? Because the Jews got kicked out of over 100 countries, but these guys are welcome everywhere. Right. And there's a certain level of positivity that goes on that they bring out, right? Which is nothing but subterfuge because, they're all doing certain things for ritualistic purposes to worship the Babylonian deities that their religion is based off of. So, I mean, to me, I think, when you look at everything and compile it together, right, and do the process of elimination, the only conclusion that you can come up with is it's the Vatican and the military order of the Jesuits, through going all the way back to like the 1400s when they really start to establish themselves. So,
and again, they're responsible for the calendar and the language. So based on what we're exposing each day, who else could possibly be responsible for it other than the people who implemented it?
Right. Yeah, we're not on the Jewish calendar. The Jewish calendar is based on the moon.
They didn't make the English language. I mean, the English language pays perfect tribute to the Catholic Bible, Jesus. That's not a Jewish thing. That's the Catholic Church. So,
yeah, and my thing is, like, the Jewish calendar is based in the moon cycles, right? The Catholic calendar, right? The Roman calendar is based in what? The sun. Right, they're sun worshippers.
As Argentina just got their 54th win, Sun 54, Jesuit Order 54, and will play in the World Cup Championship on Sunday.
Oh, yep. There you go. I forgot 54 is the sun.
Yeah,
yep, yeah, yep. And IHS has the sun in the background, or the black sun in the background. So, which also kind of alludes to Saturn to a degree as well. So,
this comment alludes to something you just talked about in a moment. If you guys have not seen the movie Him, watch the movie. At the end, it gets real gory, but you see that, he's supposed to sign in this, he's supposed to sign in blood in this book to become the next GOAT and replace the previous GOAT of the NFL. And I forget, they play for the team, the Saviors. The opening game's the Saviors versus the Masons. But there's so much in the movie. But one of the characters, again, you guys, there's just so much in it. I don't want to ruin the whole movie for you, but you see there's like this satanic magic element that happens at the end. And some people say, well, that stuff's just in the movies. But no, I think there is some kind of real sorcery going on with all this. Because sometimes you do see things happen on the sports field that you just can't explain. And I think that's what they're alluding to at the end of that movie.
Well, yeah, there's definitely sorcery and magic, right? Where magic is chaos energy that manipulates the reality, or the realm of reality that we're in. Right, in the outcome. And of course, in magic,
it's like they're
in general,
putting intention that they want something to happen, and it somehow it makes it come to fruition.
Yeah. I mean,
when it happens, you're like, whoa.
Well, I mean, listen, I mean, Michael Jordan, 23 hangman tarot card. I mean, there's some sorcery there. I mean, shit, ball, or, the symbol of the Chicago Bulls, and it's red and white. I mean, that shit is fucking demonic. You know what I'm saying? There's ritualism to
all 666 rituals, just like Kobe, just like all these guys, all of them. They're all doing 666 rituals over the years.
Yeah, it's an old practice. I mean, it augments the physical capabilities of the particular athlete or whatever that you're doing. You know what I'm saying? On the supernatural level, that's very real. Which is the reason why they worship Pan / Baal / Satan / whatever, however which way you want to call him, which is basically satanic and Satanism. But as far as like you were talking about, as far as like with some of this other stuff too, that, I mean, the technology, which in the ancient world, a lot of this technology that we have would be considered witchcraft, right? If you go watch it, there's an old cartoon movie from the 80s, a Scooby-Doo movie, right? And it had, that demonic, fucking Luciferian, what's his name? Not his name, Richard Price, or who is that dude that was all in them scary, all them fucking devilish movies back in the 50s and 60s, 70s? Vincent
I don't know.
Price.
I'm sure if I saw his face, I would. I don't know.
Vincent Price. Vincent Price.
Okay.
Yeah, he was playing it. He played a fucking vampire character, right? And this is not. And part of this is they're kind of showing you the technology that they used to manipulate outcomes, right? They were playing tennis, right? And in the tennis ball, yeah, that dude is a demonic ass individual, right? But point being, there was in that little cartoon movie, right? This dude, they were showing how they were hitting the tennis ball, but then they had technology inside the ball to manipulate where the tennis ball would go. So if he hit the tennis ball right, it'll hit in play so it doesn't go out of bounds, which is a point for the other player. Which they show specifically for that, you know what I'm saying? So how many of these sports games with these, these cook balls, and of course you had the cook
It's
bats
like Jordan
last
Space
year.
Jam back in the day. Bugs Bunny's
Yep.
under the green with the magnet.
Yep. Yeah.
Disney
Yep.
did a movie years ago, Summer something, where there's a magnet in the basketball. I mean, David Blaine's ad from 20 years ago. Is it magic or is it magnets?
Magic and Mac. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it's like a split down the middle. It's the sorcery, magic, supernatural aspect, and there's also this technology, which, once again, back in the ancient world, this technology that we see today, which is nothing but the beast technology that's written in the book of Revelations, about the signs and wonders and all this other stuff, and Revelations 13. Is nothing more than sorcery and witchcraft, anyways. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, even the phones we use and shit would be
person in
considered
the chat
that.
saying you don't need magic to script sports. I'm not saying you do either, but have you witnessed the things like what happened to Alex Smith on the same hash mark that Joe Theismann broke his leg in the same way on 33 years to the day, and everything that was into that we showed, and then that same number pattern showed up when Devin Booker got his face broken and had to wear the mask in that night. It was the same number pattern as what happened to Alex Smith. All the exact same numbers, 33, 322, all of it. And that night, the owner of the Suns, his wife was sitting courtside with a white T-shirt on with a print of Steve Nash with a broken nose. And then it happens to Devin Booker that same night. It's like, why would she be... Have you ever seen one of these $100 million, billion-dollar women sitting in like a white T-shirt with a print on it of a former player with a broken face? And then it happens to Devin Booker by the same 33-322 code that happened to Alex Smith. I don't know. It's too perfect to script. It's just... I don't know. I mean, you witness those things and you go, I mean, they couldn't have rehearsed it that perfectly. I mean, no way. Not the Devin Booker one. Look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. And just one more thing, like, with these blood sacrifices, some of these guys, man, it seemed like they know that it's going to be their time and it just happens. Like I always point to that Jason David Frank or Green Ranger death, man. Like, so, which part of that when that dude died, and this is how you know this is sorcery and witchcraft. And if you look at it,
the person wants to argue with that said you could fake the numbers. Like I said, go watch it and then see what you couldn't fake the numbers. It was all too perfect. It was a major collision with exactly. The ball had to bounce a certain way to create the scene for the collision, but it happens right at 3:22 on the clock. He gets his face busted. Again, you have to watch it. You can't script that. It's just there's too many moving pieces. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, come on, man. You just got to put two and two together, man.
When you guys argue things without doing the research, it's just like you're making assumptions and you're arguing from an ignorant place. You have to see it with your own eyes to see that you can't script it that way. And you just have to look at how weird everything is. You recognize what happened to Alex Smith. You're like, wait a minute, this is the same number ritual with Devin Booker now. Joe Theismann doesn't normally go to the games. Joe Theismann's like, yeah, it's weird. I hadn't been to a game in forever. And then it happens on the same hash mark 33 years to the day. And then Joe Theismann that night said, what else is weird is I even have a nephew named Alex Smith. It's like, what?
Yeah, you
So
can't make that shit up, bro. Come on, man.
yeah,
Like, come
but then that one would be easier to contrive than the Devin Booker one. The Devin Booker one happened later in history, and then again, you just look, you're like, oh, so the owner's wife was sitting courtside with that weird ass T-shirt, and not to mention they were showing it all game before that even happened.
yeah. Yeah, and going to the blood sacrifice, like the example that of course, going back a couple years ago when you broke it down, and I did my own video on it, with the Green Ranger. Look, they need when you have blood sacrifices like that. Usually, it's an elevation, right, through the sorcery, right, through the blood
By the
ritual.
way, that's something to think about with all these weird deaths sometimes. Can they do sorcery that's making people... Here, I tell you guys something weird that happened in my life. I told you I wanted to go to that event out here where they had all those guys gather to say we need more Trump and we need Christianity to become the government of America. That wasn't too far from me. Again, they did that 60 days after Trump read from his $60 Bible on Rome's birthday. That morning when I woke up, I was like, I'm going to figure out a way to get out there. But then just everything went wrong that day. My Airbnb, the person was just like blowing up everything. This is broken. The fridge stopped working. I was like, what the hell's going on? Our sprinkler had a major leak. I had to figure out how to fix that. I forget, something even else went wrong that day. I was like, what in the hell is going on today? I was like, well, I'm obviously not going now. All I'm doing is putting out this firestorm, this firestorm, this firestorm. I was like, God, I wonder if it's because I mentioned I really wanted to go to that thing, and now like I have no chance to go there. I'm just dealing with all these problems that came out of nowhere in the day. Not to mention, I go out and get this. I had to borrow a truck, get a fridge. I get the fridge there, the fridge of lemon. I have to take it back and get a different fridge. I was like, what the hell? Just everything went wrong that day. So I was thinking about, I was like, is this some kind of sorcery? Just making all this crazy shit happen today so there's no way I can get out there? Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, dead ass. I mean, it's shit. Yeah, I mean, it's right in your right in your face. I mean, look, all these different little people, man, that be dying. I mean, this, I mean, obviously, man, like when these blood sacrifices happen, I mean, it's to elevate somebody else. It's the inverted aspect of what is in the scriptures as far as like animal sacrifice and whatnot. They, instead of using animals, they use human sacrifice, right, on the Luciferian end, right? So, because they look at people as cattle, that's why they call them useless eaters, so on and so forth, right? In these Luciferian circles, so they use that on the opposite end to magnify whatever energy that they're trying to conjure up. You know what I'm saying? And it's through death, right? Which is the reason why it's also energy harvesting emotions and shit. It's just how, I mean, this is how this shit works. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're like, how like you talk about there's the organic side of the whole aspect of gematria, right? It's not to say that gematria in and of itself is wicked, because the world is built off of numerology and letters and numbers and shit. It's just the way that it's manipulated. It's just like, if you have a tool, you can use a tool for something right, to fix something, but you also can use the tool to destroy shit. Right? Like you have, these scumbag car dealerships that'll fucking use a tool to destroy shit, but it can also be used to fix something, right? So it's the same concept, but the point is that that's how it works, and obviously we see elevations with people like Kanye West and various other characters out here. Shit, I mean, fuck, I remember the Isaiah Thomas basketball player out here in Seattle.
His sister. What happened to his sister?
His sister fucking dies and shit, man.
Yeah, another highway accident. Mad suspect, numbers all over it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just, and then you got to think some of these other guys like that was in the league, but they
hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. For this guy in the chat that wants to argue, it could just be a troll. Here's something that happened to me the other year. It was before I moved to this house. I think it was the last year before I moved to this house. I know it happened on November 12th because it happened on Arturo Sosa's birthday. The plumber thought I was some kind of liar. He thought I went under my own house and sabotaged my pipes in the middle of the night. I was like, because he didn't understand how else it could have happened. He was looking at me like I was crazy. He's like, did you do this to your own house? I was like, why would I go under my house in the middle of the night and cause a major flood under the house? Why would I sabotage my pipes? Because he was like, I'd never seen anything like this. He said, I don't think it could come apart like this on its own. I said, I don't know. I said, we woke up, there was no water. I realized there was a ton of water outside coming out from under the foundation. He's like, this is really bizarre. He literally was like questioning me, like if I did it to my own house. Can you imagine damaging your own house to create a major problem so you could pay a big bill to the plumber? I was like, no, dude, I didn't do this to my own house. That happened on the Superior General's birthday. That must have been November 12th, 2021. Because I know I was living in this house in 2022. So again, for the guy in the chat going, well, like, what is magic? I don't know. To me, that seemed like that was magic. On the Superior General's birthday, just the pipes under my house explode, and the plumber has no explanation for. He said he'd never seen anything like it. Caused a major problem. So, and like I told you, I felt like it was almost the same thing the other day when I was saying I wanted to go out and wreck that group of weirdos calling for essentially the further destruction of the country.
Oh yeah, you talking about the Trump thing? Yeah.
Yeah. So this guy in the chat going like, well, I don't know how they do it, but I can tell you all. I've experienced all these things in my own life too. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, look. When I used to teach out in the same area where you used to push out the gematria thing, like, and of course you've been there. I mean, that is as demonic of a city as downtown Seattle is one of the most demonic areas to push any kind of level of truth, right? Because you have so many fucking bugged out people, drunk, high, and then just a whole bunch of other weirdo shit that goes on in that side of the town and whatnot. But upon that, there's a whole bunch of agents that'll try to drown you out with fucking all kinds of shit, man. Like, and a lot of these people are in the witchcraft, sorcery, and like, I mean, it can be very demonic, very, demonic energy. I'm pretty sure you felt it when you was out there. So, I mean, it's like if you have to experience it, to see it, to understand it, but to sit up here and completely deny this shit is just kind of like you don't understand how this world really works, man. Because they wouldn't be doing this shit if it didn't work. And obviously it's working very well because everything is being done to the very fucking T. And it's like understanding this, I mean, it's one thing to be conscious of the dark side and everything that's going on. But when you link this up with how they do it numerically, right? Not just the curricular activities of blood sacrifice and doing all these other things like and killing people off and doing all these rituals, right? But when you sync it up with all the date numerology and the numerical value of their names through gematria, it's almost like you can't unsee everything as you see it. Like you watch a series, you watch something, right? You can't sit up here and unsee 47. You can't unsee 201. Plastered everywhere you go in all this shit.
Once you learn to recognize it, you realize it's everywhere.
Yeah. And that means that they control every aspect. And that's why, like, it's just, man, like, like don't participate in any of this shit, man. I mean, there's things that you can do and you can make a living, at least until they start cutting this shit off. But I mean, shit, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm gonna be in Zach. Let me just say this right now. I'm sorry, I'm saying a lot, but there's a lot of things that's coming to my mind. Like, look, listen, I mean, as a dude that does boxing, that's trying to have a career, I don't know. I mean, just how like one of the callers came in and said that Boots Ennis and that Xander Zayas fight, which was a headline fight, nobody knows who the fuck they are outside of boxing circles. But the fact that he picked Boots Ennis and said that he just used gematria and knew that it was going to happen the exact same way it happened. It's just like, man, how, this shit is just like every aspect of the tentacles is there. And I'm going to just say this. I was even told by people like Yash Kara, who put all this information out about like all this stuff that goes on in Hollywood and shit, warned me about like, if you get up in there, like 500,000 or more, you're going to get in the ring with devils. And I've also had people in the industry tell me that, listen, the way how this works is that you have to get down and get to sleep with certain people to get fucking rankings and title shots. And I'm like, and they were saying that this is based off of the fact that
it's getting used on so many levels. It's just like I told you years ago, a guy who had a bunch of dental practices, he really wanted me to get with his daughter, which was messed up because he knew I was a sweet lady, but he wanted to be closer to him because I was helping him make money, just taking him into the sports stuff. But he brought his daughter out to meet me, and I didn't realize that they were trying to go this way. But she also wanted to come out and ask me questions because she was a lawyer, and she said, ever since I learned about this, she said, I realize now, I feel like they're setting up trial dates and picking dates because I'm seeing too many connections in names and dates and numbers now that I'm aware of this. She goes, do you think they could be using this? I said, well, from what I'm doing, just showing like legal cases that are in the news on TV, it definitely looks this way. She's like, I'm pretty sure that people are setting up trials this way. And, consider, the other J's that we actually don't talk about as much over here, they're the ones that traditionally use this knowledge. And there's a lot of them in the legal profession. So again, I mean, it's obvious that there's people who are aware of this knowledge and use it. And then there's most of us who are common people who didn't learn about any of this anywhere. And the only reason I found out about it is because just like paying attention and realizing something was going on and finding the Manly P. Hall book and then doing some research. There's a group of people ruling over us, and they're using all this occult knowledge, and most of us are just completely clueless about it. And they're not doing it just for shits and giggles. They're obviously doing it to try and make outcomes that they want in their favor.
Yep. Yeah, and man, I mean, it's like this, Zach, man. It's just the only thing to really do is really to push truth and knowledge, man. I mean, it's to me that'd be the only logical thing to do if you really care about anything, because whatever hopes and dreams you have, you only can have it at a certain level. You know what I'm saying? You can't, like, when you get to a certain threshold, like, I don't know, making upwards of like 5 to 10 million, there's no way that they're not going to come for you at some point or somehow, you know what I mean? Like on that level, so.
We've seen a lot of these celebrities that didn't even make that much from the entertainment world, and they're in the obituaries now. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because they're part of the system. So it's just, yeah. I mean, I
was some white rapper years ago that they even mentioned it, that he signed some deal with like RC Cola or something for $150,000. They had to mention it in his death article, and his whole death was synced with that cola brand. I was just like, this article is essentially saying that this kid signed his life away for $150,000.
Oh, wow.
I'd have to go back and dig it up, but I always remember that one because it was just how they had to. It was like in the first paragraph about his death. I was like, is that detail just had to be there right out of the gate, huh? That he had a $150,000 contract, because that's what made me do the whole decal. I was like, well, let me see how this lines up with this soda brand. I was like, look at this, man. His whole death is lined up with this damn soda brand.
What's crazy? Like, who was that rapper, Meek Mill?
The one that hangs out with the Patriots owner?
Yeah. Oh my God. That is, bro. Oh my God. You talking about modern day plantation like that. Look, let me say this right with Meek Mill. When that shit with, when he was there signing with, what's that dude's name? Fucking Rick Ross. You could just tell he was not reading nothing in that fucking contract. He was just sitting up there, just skimming through all that shit just to fucking sign that shit. And Rick Ross was just looking at him and like, Yep. Another guy's part of the fucking club. And the cold thing is, it looked like he was disappointed and shit, man. I mean, and honestly, there was a battle rapper named Sue Surf, which that's allusion to fucking Lucifer, by the way. But he was, I don't know if you know a guy named Adept HNIC. I messed with him, man. He was showing this video where this guy was sitting up here signing himself to this fucking company, right? To, that does battle rap. That I think was part of Universal or something like that. A whole bunch of guys in suits and whatnot. And you could just tell he was not reading nothing that was on that fucking contract. He was just signing multiple times and shit, wasn't reading shit. And you just wonder, like, what the fuck was in that contract? What's on that shit? You know what I'm saying? Was there, you have to fucking sell your fucking soul? You got to worship Satan? You got to throw up the Monte Quinoto?
Everyone should revisit the clip of Bob Dylan on 60 Minutes. He says the only way to make it in show business. So, out there.
Yeah. I mean, just like, what's old dude's name? Deontay Wilder, the boxer. You know what's funny about that guy? and this how I know like all these guys that were like black conscious individuals that were pro-black, man, just so simple. Still following this dude. This dude set up here like in 2018 before his fight with Tyson Fury. Set up here and said one of his number one people to meet. Guess who? Right? Like that he needed to check off. Guess who he had to meet?
I don't know.
The Pope at the time.
Oh yeah, okay, good one.
I'm like, wow. So this dude ain't no pro-black. This dude part of the system. And he said, "Oh yeah, man. You know the Pope, man. When I met him, he knew everything about boxing. He knew everybody. He knew boxing. And I was surprised. I'm like, wow, this motherfucker. Either he does know, or he don't, or he's just a fucking fool. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, yeah, this shit is just like." They have their tentacles and everything, man. And I don't know. I don't even. I just say this, Zach. My bad. I'm kind of rambling, but I just look at it from my standpoint. I want it. Fighting martial arts is my thing, but at what point?
That's actually I wish I would have spent a lot more time with the martial arts growing up, because that's a good one to know.
Oh yeah, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like when you get
a girl in martial arts ASAP, she's gonna be whooping ass.
Oh, I mean, like, look, MMA, boxing, look, I mean, all that shit. I mean, I like it. I mean, I love training and whatnot, right? It's not the sport that's bad. It's just the business that has this Luciferian shit in it. It's like shit. I've spoken to guys who didn't sell out. You know what I'm saying? Who have won championships, who are well off now, but they said that they did experience certain things of where people tried to get them to fucking deny God and sell their soul to Satan and whatnot. So, I mean, it's like shit. And my thing is like me already having a presence as far as teaching what I teach, and already being on like live streams, which of course they see someone like myself on your live streams. How far can I actually go until they just put the stop sign in and says, listen, either you continue with us or it's over for your career. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, fuck, man, I don't know, man. But one thing I do know is I'm going to continue to push the truth and stand on what's right. So,
yeah. That is the thing to do. Well, I appreciate it as always,
yeah.
GAD. GAD's pounded payment with me numerous times out in Seattle. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem, Zach.
All right, take care. All right, you guys are not going to let me get off tonight. This topic's too popular. All right, I let him go all day because he comes out and pounds payment. N201, Lefty, and then Marco gets his sermon, and then we're out of here. Nobody else. If you guys joined the stream, I'm sorry. I gotta wrap it up. I just can't do anymore. What's up, N201?
What's up, Zach? I can't believe they're trying to push this as a coincidence that Messi's bathing Yamal.
And then I didn't even know about this until tonight, but a year ago today, he just put this out: the goat and the kid. A year to the day later, the World Cup is set.
How are they trying to push it as just a coincidence? It's so disingenuous. Like, it's obviously was set up like that.
I don't know. I mean, that's why I've always said they're coincidence theorists. It's just a common problem, these coincidence theorists out there. Everything's a coincidence to them.
I remember listening to a stream a very long time ago with Script Unveiled on it, and you talking about what's happening now. Like this Spain-Argentina matchup in the World Cup. Like a very long time ago, I remember like that video. And now it's like come to fruition. So congratulations. Yeah, I was
back-to-back World Cups. We got both teams right both times, but this time it's going to be harder to say who's the winner. Last time it was easy to see being Argentina. For the people in the chat, I'm not saying I want my daughter like fighting in MMA. I'm just saying I want her to have the skills to whoop some ass if anybody tries, anything they shouldn't be trying. Go ahead, N201.
It reminds me a lot of Super Bowl 55 with
again, exactly. 55's on the board. All these things with Mahomes and Brady being attached to this, both on the Argentina narrative.
And so I measured from Super Bowl 55 to the final there's some interesting numbers. The
Was
most,
that Super Bowl played on February 7th?
yep, the 38th day of the year.
Okay. What do
There's
we
some
got?
interesting numbers. The most interesting numbers, in my opinion, would be that it's 65 months and 12 days after Super Bowl 55. The 12 because Brady was number 12, and 65 because in the most simple cipher, Messi equals 65.
And I
But
think Yamal has the 65 too.
oh, really?
I think Lamine Yamal's 65, just like Messi.
You're right. It is. Yep, you're right. It is. It is 65. Also, and Spain has Kansas City Chiefs colors. So I mean, at least it looks that way to me, that the color scheme is about the same.
To be fair, though, Tampa and Kansas City have similar colors.
Right. Yeah. So based on, like, if it synced with Super Bowl 55, like, I know a lot of people were thinking that was going to be the baby goat supplanting the current goat, but that we in this community, we had that was the first actually bet that I've ever made. Like, in my life, I've never made an official bet until Super Bowl 55, and I bet on Tampa Bay, and that was sweat free. But if it goes,
31-9. Wasn't that a score? 31-9?
yeah, Brady threw for 201 yards too, like back to
Yeah,
back.
I definitely remember that.
And oh yeah, Brady was 40. Brady played until he was 45, and the final is on 19-7. Like 197 is the 45th prime. So yeah, they could flip the script and make it so, like, pretty much I see Mahomes as Yamal and Brady as Messi. So I mean, if they have Yamal win,
Brady equals 23 for this 23rd World Cup.
yeah, they could stay on the 23 wins, I noticed. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say.
Who could stay on 23 wins?
You were talking earlier in the stream about that day in Washington that you went and covered the that incident that was happening, and like, I remember that whole stream. Like, it's amazing looking back, like how long ago that probably was. That was like 2023, wasn't it?
I think it was February 7th, 2023. I think that's right. Or maybe it was 2022.
I don't know, but that was a great stream. Like, and it, like, you saying that just reminds me.
It was 2022 because I didn't live in this house yet. Had I lived in this house, it would have been a lot shorter drive. It was 2022, so it was over 4 years ago.
Over 4 years ago now. That's crazy. And yeah, like, that was some of the best footage, like, I've seen ever. And
well, that's why I always said, man, that's why I mean, people don't hear the message, but if there really was a Gematria Effect news team stationed just to get out and be at stories, I mean, when you're actually out there, again, anytime we go out in public, amazing things happen. We got to confront the Oklahoma City Thunder general manager in OKC. We got to be face to face with Flava Flav in Times Square and ask him what's up with what you're gonna do when the grid goes down. Only to see him get ushered out of there by a guy with a big Star David, like multi-million-dollar, look like diamond necklace. I was like, what the hell? Anyway,
but no, what you were saying is, I witnessed that. So like, I can't believe it was over 4 years ago now. But when you were saying, like, the guy quoted in the article, he was literally getting all his information from the phone. He couldn't even see on the scene what was going on.
And he wasn't like an ass or anything. He said he was honest with us, and he said, I get why you're out here questioning things.
Yeah. Like, he was actually, it was respectable. Like,
but however, I also did do that stream calling his office, and he never called me back. So he was only going to say so much. He probably felt like, or who knows, maybe he even got in trouble for what he did say on camera. Who knows?
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if he did, because he actually gave, like, you're right, a respectable response.
I don't know if it was caught on camera, but he came out and because it seemed just so weird. He came out and said, "Hey man, let me know if you see my sunglasses later." And I was just like, did he really lose his sunglasses, or did he mean something by that? I was like, was that a They Live Roddy Piper reference? What was that about? So
That's crazy.
To this day, I didn't know if he was being literal. I was like, what does he mean by that? If I see his sunglasses.
Yeah, probably he's speaking in riddles like Jesus does, like because he's probably part of the society of Jesus, so he speaks in parables.
I didn't feel like he really lost the sunglasses. I was like, what does he mean by that?
Yeah, probably a riddle or something like that. But yeah, just calling in. Today's been a good stream. I've been watching, and yeah, congratulations to you and Script Unveiled and just everyone that's I'm not a big soccer fan myself. Like, I don't really know anything about soccer, but I know that I heard on your stream like a very long time ago that this was gonna happen. So, but yeah, man, just keep up the good work, and that's pretty much all I got. Peace.
All right, Joey, appreciate it. All right, we got Lefty, and then we got the sermon. What's up, Lefty?
Hey, appreciate you having me on, man.
Yeah, welcome.
Yes, sir. I've been following you since that rig Tom Brady versus Atlanta. How ironic that Messi went 2-0 in Atlanta.
I mean, just I would think everybody would have given up on the NFL after that scripted comeback. That was the worst thing ever.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I found some little history on this whole Argentina going back to the Cup. I think back in 1950, I guess they call it Uruguay. They was one of the most prolific team at that time in 1950. They won a lot of Cup series and stuff like
They
that.
won the first ever World Cup.
Right. So it got a little correlation with what Argentina is doing right now. So that 1950 is 67, I think, years. 6-7, they go that number again that they famous about, 6-7. That's been around for about all this year that they made famous. Well, the kids did, because I didn't know nothing about it until my 5-year-old son started ranting around the house saying it. So I think it's a play on Uruguay. Like you said, they like to pay tribute back to history. So it's a good chance that this will be the greatest team of all time with Argentina going out. Because I think if you look at their flag, the sun is their main emblem. And it goes back to the sun, which is the God, as you like to come up with, and they playing on a Sunday. And if you go look up the emblem, it got 32 rays in it. It's supposed to be a human head in the center of it. So it got 32 rays around it. And I just did a deep dive, and I just like to make my stuff make sense. So yeah, it's kind of convenient.
I forgot when Brady won the Super Bowl over Mahomes. There was a big 76 thing in it. I have to go back and get my notes, but I was pointing out that Capricorn. You can see this astrological sign right here.
Okay.
You can see how there's a 7 and. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Can you see how the 1 is like a 7 and 6 all in one?
Right.
That's the astrological symbol for Capricorn. And again, right now, Argentina and Spain have 6 wins, 2 draws, and 6 losses against each other. So no matter who wins, it's 7-6. Like Spain equals 76. But I need to go back and look at Super Bowl 55 more carefully. I know Argentina's next win in the World Cup is 55, but 76 was huge with the Brady ritual. I got to go back and get all my notes, but we talked about this. He got his 7th ring, from 6 to 7.
Right. And yeah, that's why. And
Capricorn
the
is
whole
the
Trump.
goat. Capricorn is the goat.
Okay. And yeah, that whole thing with the gold being prevalent with Trump. I think Argentina right now is the 4th largest, and they go to number 4 again. They hold like the 4th largest, whatever, to their goal. So it's a lot of stuff that's tied into Argentina right now. That's why they're making this whole run. And like I said, I saw that bath picture, and I was just thinking about the flag and the sun. That's what they worship. So yeah, I just was giving that little tidbit, man. I'm gonna stay in the back and listen to all these other people with great minds, and hopefully come in with a win. But I hedged a long time ago. I placed my bet probably before the cup got started. I guess Argentina like a plus 490. Everybody was sleeping on Argentina, but with Messi, it's possible. So that's how I look at it.
Again,
Yes, sir.
I said a year ago, I said, man, he scored 2 goals in New York, a year to the day of the championship in New York. To me, that said he's going to his 2nd straight championship.
So is it possible for him to go with 2 goals in his next game?
He'll have 23. He'd have 23 goals in the World Cup, and this is the 23rd World Cup. Spain equals 23. So does Brady. So does the word symbol, since these guys are pretty much symbols. I mean, they use them for advertisements.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they got him plus 1,000.
He scored 2 a year to the day of the championship in New York. So he very well could score 2.
I'm just do any time and do a little $10 parlay with the plus 1,000 with 2, because it can go either way.
Yeah, but there's definitely a
Yes,
narrative
sir.
of 2 goals.
Okay, I'll be looking out for that, and I appreciate all the work you've been doing, man. Appreciate it.
All right, appreciate it too, Lefty. Good call, man. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
All right, take care. All right, you had to wait for this sermon.
Well, listen, you're on a good page right now. You got the goat up, because I kind of chimed into what I was actually going to tell you, which another caller already got to, which is that Adidas ad, because I just saw that today as well.
I did not know about this. Unbelievable.
I was tripping on that. I was like, these people are ballsy, because take a look at that. I mean, 2 years to the date that Messi actually qualified.
It was 2 years to the day.
I mean, this is like ballsy in your face. We don't give a damn, This is, we don't give a damn anymore. This is that sort of crap right here. This is in your face. Eat it. We don't care.
We need to think about where Germany fits in with this too, because Adidas is a German brand. The Nazis in Argentina, I mean, that's one thing, but there's got to be more to it.
Yeah, I was actually going to tell you that. I was like, that's the only thing I could even attribute to that. But listen, I was going to mention this, because when it comes to the GOAT, you were also on Capricorn. But the other thing we were going to even touch on was the idea about the satanic inverted star with the goat of Mendes, and also the sigil that's around it. Basically, it's in Hebrew, by the way. This one really surprised me, Zach. When I looked into this, I said, what does it say around that goat in that satanic inverted pentagram? What does it say? And I found out that in Hebrew, it says Leviathan. And like one of your callers mentioned, the idea is that, Satan, he has many names. He has many names. I don't know if you've watched that Al Pacino film called The Devil's Advocate. I remember
filmed in Trump Tower.
Yeah. Keanu Reeves, he asked Al Pacino, the devil. He said, I think he called him Satan or you're the devil. He's like, I have many names. He's like, Mephistopheles is too much of a mouthful. But he like I said, the devil has many names. Throughout the scripture, he has many names. Obviously, he's Satan, the adversary. But one of the other ones is, as you can see, this goat idea. And the idea about the goat, the reason why the goat is used, and it took me a while to figure this out. I was like, why do they use the goat? Because I do know the Lord uses the goat when it comes to ritualistic sacrifice, when he has a scapegoat, when it came to the Levitical priesthood. But when it comes to the goat itself, this is a creature that does not follow a shepherd. That's why they use the goat. And also in Satanism, I ended up finding out, I was like, these people, as another word for their practice, they call it the left-hand path. They call it the left-hand path. And that all goes back to the scriptures, the scripture of truth. In Matthew 25, it says, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory and all his holy angels with him, then shall he sit down upon the throne of his glory. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. So there's going to be sheep and there's going to be goats. And that's the thing you have to know this about goats. Goats do not follow a shepherd. They're like free-minded. They're free-ranging, essentially. They don't follow a shepherd. A sheep, they follow a shepherd. And it says here, and he shall set the sheep on his right hand. This is where the satanic practice is called. You know, the Lord is going to set the sheep on his right hand. And it says, but the goats on his left. The left-hand path is what the Satanists call Satanism, essentially, because, you know, they basically, when you see the Freemasons, when they call them the free and accepted Masons, you know, the idea is that they want to consider themselves free from following God, essentially. And, you know, the idea there is that,
well,
like
hold on. Because I know that part of the thing was the Masons, you know, they built all the religious structures, but they wouldn't swear to any one religion. So they were free from just like a full allegiance to the Catholic Church or whatever. So...
No. I remember there was a Mason that said once you get up to a certain degree, then you'll know what really runs the show. And even
I've
many
heard
people,
these types of things too, but I'm just saying that the Masons, though, they kept the knowledge of building, but they wouldn't just say only one group can have our skills. We're free to work for whoever we want to.
yeah, they also get that idea from Hiram Abiff, which was one of the Masons that Solomon used to build the first temple.
Right.
But I did want to kind of chime in on that because a lot of people don't understand why they keep using the goat. Why do we see Baphomet? Why do we see the goat on the satanic? Because that has to do with specifically that scripture right there. Specifically that scripture. But again, you also have to understand that, like I learned, you know, when you look at the satanic inverted pentagram, in Hebrew it says Leviathan. But this is what I tell people, you know, it's like Satan. The Bible tells us that be not deceived, for Satan is transformed into an angel of light. And the Lord tells us in his book, don't marvel that if his ministers be transformed as the ministers of righteousness. This scripture right here, Zach, absolutely, totally applies to the Jesuits. Okay, righteous. Let me see here. In the Jesuits, what do they call themselves? The Society of Judas. I mean, the Society of Jesus. But what I'm telling you is they are the Society of Judas. But the scriptures tells us that there's going to be ministers that are ministers of Satan, truly, but they masquerade, they transform as the ministers of righteousness, and they call themselves the Society of Jesus. But you know, that scripture is in 2 Corinthians. This is for me. You know, the Lord tells us about watching out for wolves in sheep's clothing. We already know, you've touched on that many times. Essentially every mascot in every Jesuit university is the wolf. Like, think about Chicago University.
I started to catch on that long ago, and it was just really dawning on me when I was down at New Orleans talking about the Billy Cannon thing, because I went to Tulane, which is right across the street from the Jesuit University. It's amazing. These two beautiful private schools with this incredible park with all these, man, that neighborhood is so nice in New Orleans. It's crazy. But just all the wolf stuff everywhere. I was like, look at that. I mean, don't they feel weird? Like, this was some Christian thing, but there's just wolves
They're in your
everywhere?
face.
I mean, what does the wolf symbolize?
They're in your face, Zach. That's almost as in your face as this Adidas ad thing right here. You know, it's like 2 years to the date that Messi qualifies to go against the kid.
They're just equally as in your face. It's like, how could you not see it?
Yes. And I'm telling you, the scripture, we got the Lord telling us to beware of wolves in sheep's clothing. That's the Jesuits. But then also in 2 Corinthians, it says, therefore, well, first of all, if you look, you have to understand this caveat about the devil. It says, and no marvel, for Satan himself, the book tells us that Satan is a him. He's a male. For Satan himself is transformed. He transforms. He changes. It says into an angel of light. So one must ask themselves, well, what the hell is Satan right now? If he transforms from something, what is he right now? And that's like a previous caller was talking about. What he doesn't understand is that is also Satan. Satan, in the book of Job, God tells us Satan's true form today. His true form, the form he has taken after being kicked out of heaven, is Leviathan. And essentially, if you read the book of Job, Leviathan is a fire-breathing dragon. Okay, think about China. And also, Zach, I'm giving you golden nuggets, Zach. You know, I like how you posted the IXXI you posted the Roman numerals for 9/11 with the Jesuits. I'm going to get you a high-quality, high-resolution shot that I took myself while at the Church of Ignatius with a big-ass dragon before his tomb. Big-ass dragon. A dragon. Because the dragon runs the Vatican, and it's the devil, and he's Leviathan, and he transforms. And obviously in Revelation, he's called the Great Dragon. Okay, but I would imagine the devil today looks like the Chinese representation of the dragon. He looks like a snake. It's very slender, but he can fly. He can fly. He's got eyes that light up, and he breathes fire, man. He breathes fire. See, because a lot of people, when they read the book of Job, God talks about all these other creatures. He talks about the horse. He talks about the lion. He even talks about the behemoth, which is like a sauropod dinosaur. But a lot of people need to understand, God's not just winging it here. He's not just gonna, all of a sudden, God's gonna talk about a fake creature. No, it's a real creature. But at the end of Job, with Job 40, he tells us Leviathan is the king over all the children of pride. That's how I know it's the devil. That's what brings it all home. So the devil today is a dragon. In Revelation, he's the great dragon. You see him in churches like the Church of Ignatius of Loyola. You see him also, by the way, I just looked at, I forgot about this. In the Mother Church of the Jesuits, there is an image that they have of a whore with a golden cup in her hand, with full of things of abomination in her hand, and under her feet is a dragon. So it's in your face, man. The devil does exist. He is the great dragon. And really, when we talk about sorcery is shown to us, it's a work of the flesh. Witchcraft is a work of the flesh. But what people simply need to understand with sorcery is that they don't want to deal. They don't want to deal with God anymore. What happens with sorcery is they deal not with God, but with his adversary and his angels. Because in 1 Samuel, it says, for rebellion.
Just about the dragon and the devil thing, Trump, who runs on MAGA, the highest degree of the Church of Satan, he did return to office in the year of the dragon, didn't he?
Yeah. Listen, man. Freaking Trump, man, is such a sellout. It ain't even funny. And listen. This is another thing you have to get into your repertoire. Don't just mention it's the highest church of Satan. You need to say the word for practicing witches are MAGAs. That's what they're called. In the practice, they're called MAGAs. Witches are called MAGAs, Zach. You need to understand that.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's in the... Yeah, I mean,
the number one religion in the world that's kept under wraps is witchcraft. Like I told you, Freemasonry is called the royal craft. When you get high enough into masonry, you know it's all witchcraft. It's all witchcraft. They use the same word as witches do, with so mote it be. It's the same. If it quacks like a duck, it looks like it's a freaking duck. It's a duck. All right. So witchcraft, the recruitment system for witchcraft today are all these Masonic lodges, and there are millions. If you were to look up on a map all the Masonic lodges in your freaking state, it would be filled. It would be filled, and you'd be shocked. It's just that the way they work is by silence. They work by silence. They don't reveal this stuff. And also, let me tell you, they had to go underground because the truth came in and kind of messed up their little thing. But I'm going to tell you right now, in Samuel, it says, for rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry, because this is what happens with witches, because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord. They don't want to deal with God, but what do they deal with? Satan and his angels. And Satan, let me tell you, Zach, the Bible tells us the devil is the prince of the power of the air. He controls air. He controls air, Zach. He controls air. That's his power. Okay, you could do a lot of crap with that. Think about the 5G coming up. But man, it's getting real crazy in the sense of like what the devil's about to do as the prince of the power of the air. And listen, one of your callers hinted at Sam Neill with Godzilla. I wanted to remind you of something that I forgot to mention last time with Godzilla. Obviously, Godzilla, it's like a metaphor for the devil, but he's coming pretty soon as the prince of the power of the air to supernova everybody's ass that got the COVID jab. But you know what? In this particular film, the antagonist, the bad guy, the evil guy of the film of Godzilla versus Kong Supernova, it's coming out next year. And it's going to come out 129 days before the eclipse of the century, 201 in base 8. I already know. But check this out. I think the eclipse of the century is the day the world's going to change forever. It's going to change forever, Zach. I think the devil's going to drop all these people, and then they're going to start coming back online, and they're going to rage. And you know what? There's a card that came out not too long ago with Dungeons and Dragons, and it's a card about Space Godzilla. That is the bad guy of this film, and it's a Godzilla that mutated in space. He comes to Earth, and you know what he has? He has a beam. He has a beam that comes out of his mouth that makes people into zombies, essentially, but it's called the Death Corona beam. Death Corona. And basically in the film, it shows Space Godzilla. He's coming down. He hits people with the space corona and makes them his zombies, and he plays with them like robots. And and if they call it a dystopian film because it's like post-apocalyptic after all that crap happens. But I'm telling you right now, that's a word you need to understand. There is going to be a time with the eclipse of the century, it looks like on 8/2, August 2nd, and they call it the supernova. And that's going to be when they completely, essentially they zap the COVID jab. All the people that 70% of the world are going to get zapped. Okay, that's the supernova. They're going to go into the singularity though, and it's going to be a hive mind. It's going to be all into one. It's going to be one hive mind for the devil. And this is going to be one freaking crazy ass event. But I did want to mention that because I forgot to mention that last time because I was like, I forgot to tell you the antagonist of that film, Supernova, is Space Godzilla, but he has a thing that comes out of his mouth called the Death Corona Beam. I said, man, did they have to call it Death Corona, man? Either way, on this particular date, there's so many things lining up, Zach. It's absolutely ridiculous with the eclipse coming up. Next year, it's going to be 119 weeks after the Jesuit Pope's death. It's going to be 263 days from the founding of the Jesuits. It's going to be 322 days from Pope Leo's birthday. And it's going to be, it's going to be 56 days from the Jesuit founding. But it's also going to be 263 days from the Jesuit generals. Birthday, which is the 56th prime. This day is absolutely so ripe, it's not even funny. But in regards to Space Godzilla, that's the next film coming up. But the previous film with Godzilla, let me tell you, Zach, I went to go see this with my son at the movie theater. He used to be in a Godzilla mode. He really doesn't care for Godzilla now. But, I was watching this film, and I'm like, why the hell are they going to all these different locations? Like, very diversified locations. It starts in Rome, by the way. You got Godzilla in the Colosseum, because what does that show you? It is a metaphor for Satan. He runs the show from Rome. That one made me laugh. I could have connected that one easily. That was an easy one to connect. But then I was like, why the hell is Godzilla why is he going to Gibraltar? And then why is he going to Egypt? And I was like, oh crap. That's the path of the corona with the totality of the eclipse for next year. I said, with the previous Godzilla film, they're showing you the path of the eclipse. It's going to go through Gibraltar. It's going to go through northern Egypt or northern Africa. And then it's going to go split through the Red Sea and then go into Mecca, Saudi Arabia for the first time in recorded history. And like I said, man, I was like, yo, that's it. And today, you know what? We've had some stuff. I remember you were just mentioning some stuff that's happened in your life. I don't know if you remember that stream where the electricity went out on you and we were talking. I just had that on my stream today. I was talking.
Trump's birthday, June 14th.
Yeah, I was talking just now on my stream and the electricity straight up went out. And I'm like, man, because you know what? I'll tell you right now. Let me just finish up with some stuff about Godzilla, though. Eminem has a song called Godzilla. I was like, why the hell does he have a song called Godzilla? Why? Why does Eminem talking about Godzilla? What the hell is the relationship here? But he does talk about the following here. There's a particular lyric that crossed my mind. He's like, he
has that group, the Dirty Dozen. They have a song called Devil's Night, don't they?
Listen, don't forget, Eminem has a song called Lucifer. Jay-Z has a song called Lucifer. But in this song Godzilla, Eminem talks about the following here. He says, these are the lyrics, by the way. It says, a cross between a zombie apocalypse and B. Bobby, the brain heathen. And I'm just like, okay, he's talking about zombies. All right, got it. But then at the end, we were talking about this, could this all be organic? No. Let me tell you, sometimes these people are pretty straight up. I think Eminem is as blatant as can be on this one. He had a lyric in here. And at the end of this song, he's rapping really fast like Rap God. In Rap God, don't forget, he talks about the lake of fire, but he also talks about Satan take the wheel. Satan take the wheel. He basically wants to get possessed. Satan take the wheel. But on this song, Godzilla, he literally tells you about the COVID agenda. He talks about the COVID agenda real quick. You have to slow it down. But here are the lyrics. It says, fill them with the venom and eliminate them. And it says, I don't want to hurt them, but I did. I'm in a fit of rage.
He did the song for that Venom movie because I was thinking about that because they were playing that song everywhere. And then Cooties happened not too long after that. And then he was doing songs that, like, rapping about cooties from, like, the federal government propaganda standpoint about, like, put your mask on. And it's like, look at this.
Yeah, no, he says, I'm finna kill them and dump all their effing bodies in the lake. He's talking about Lake of Fire.
Which song is this?
This is called Godzilla from Eminem.
Is that the song that he has with Juice WRLD?
Yes. Oh, snap. You reminded me of Juice WRLD. What's the number that Juice WRLD would always use? 999. It's an inverted 666. But here's the thing you also need to understand. Get this into your vernacular as well. They called the COVID jab juice. They have a song in the Korean pop world called Juice, and it's called You Got the Juice Now. And he's like, they tell you, the COVID jab, they called the juice. And that's why they also call it Juice WRLD, because this world is full of the juice now. The juice is on the loose with 70% of the world. But, you know, in this song, he gets pretty blatant right here. And I'm like, damn, look at that. He says, you don't want to be the enemy of the demon who entered me. These people are possessed. These people are possessed. He tells you. He's straight up. Listen, you know what I like, Zach? I like an honest Satanist. I'm cool with that. At least you're not trying to, you should be straight up. I feel you. I like it. I like those type of people. Tell us how it is. You know, tell us how it really goes down, because that matches the Bible. And the Bible does talk about possession. And when people get
on that, what do you think about Mark Passio? Do you think he really ever left the Church of Satan?
I don't know. I really haven't looked.
Him at all?
No, I don't. I have heard him a couple times. I think because of you. I think you mentioned them, and I said, well, let me go check this guy out. But I didn't look too much into it.
He's Jesuit educated, and he always brags about being handpicked to be a priest in the Church of Satan, but he says he left it, but I don't think he did.
No. Let me tell you, you know, I think a good caveat, a good barometer when you kind of feel out these people, a good sense of discernment is like, are you being promoted? Do you get 1,000, views plus? Do you have 1 million followers? You know, if you are being promoted, we know the algorithm promotes who they want to promote. You know what I'm saying? So I always kind of like, if I tend to go to a particular channel, I'm seeing millions of subscribers and like hundreds of thousands of views. I'm like, they want this out there. This is the content they want out there to deceive
thing is,
people.
Alex Jones has brought on Mark Passio a few times, so
See what I'm saying?
That's super suspect.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what, when you roll with a certain clique, it's like, what do they say? Tell me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are. You know what I'm saying? Tell me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are. So basically what Eminem shared with us in this song, in this lyric, is that yes, he's possessed. He's got a devil in him, man. He's got a devil in him. I don't know if it's one or two or many. Don't forget, in the Bible, you can see some people are possessed, like Mary Magdalene. She was possessed with 7 devils. You got some other guy that was possessed with many, that was called Legion, for we are many. Think about Venom. You mentioned Venom. One of the things that Venom likes to say, and it says, we are Venom. And then the idea is like, well, that's what when I heard that, I said, that reminds me of Legion. It says, we are Legion, for we are many. There were a lot of devils that were in that particular person that the Lord cast out. But the idea is this, if you are justified, if you believe in Jesus, you have faith in his blood. The Bible says, greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. God gives you power over these devils. They don't like that. That's why they have to keep everything under wraps. They cannot be out front with this. They can't be too blatant with it, because they know with the very few, we can't really deal with them, because if they want to send a devil your way, which the Bible also calls like familiar spirits or spirits of divination, there's the idea that they can't do nothing to real believers. I'm going to tell you right now, I ain't scared one bit of a devil. I ain't scared one bit, because I trust God. I believe God, that what he told me, he gave me power over these things, these beings, which are really Satan's angels. But you can see here, Eminem straight up tells you he is devil. He says, you don't want to be the enemy of the demon who entered me. Straight up, yo. I was like, damn, Eminem. I appreciate that, though. Thank you. Thank you for telling us that, because it's still under wraps. It's still very under wraps. You really don't hear too much, but it does come out once in a while. But what that did show you is, yes, people are devil possessed. Now, when you understand this, you can gauge from the scriptures that when people are devil possessed, they can take on certain properties, typically in the realm of strength. Because in the Bible, it does show us when people are not truly saved, when they're not truly justified. There were some vagabond Jews, the Bible says in the book of Acts. They tried to go and exorcise some devils out. They tried to be exorcists all of a sudden. But what's interesting is the devils, they know if you're justified. They know if you're a real believer or not. And that's the lesson we get from that, because here goes some vagabond Jews. They were just using the name of Jesus. They really didn't believe in Jesus. They think that there's some exorcist. They go try to exorcise the devil out, and the devil replies to them, Paul we know, Jesus we know, but who are ye? And they whooped his ass. And then he left out of that room naked, the Bible says. So you take on very tremendous physical properties when you have devils in your body. You can become very physically strong. And you can also see this with certain magicians, by the way. There's certain magicians that like to take on this particular sort of act where they have a bunch of people pushing at him and they can't move him. And they say he feels like he's like 500 pounds or 600 pounds because there's a devil that's holding him down. The idea is that there's real magic, there's tricks. There's a lot of tricksters out there, but there's real magic. How do I also know that? When you look at the book of Exodus with Moses, Moses is one of the earliest representations of magic. And it really all goes back to Egypt too, because even like David Copperfield, he's a famous magician. They asked him, so where does magic come from? He's like, Egypt. The earliest references are in Egypt with the Bible, because it shows how Moses contended against the Egyptian magicians. And one of the things that God allowed that to happen for is this. He wanted to show his power above these devils. So Moses would do something by the power of God. And then the Egyptian magicians would do almost the same to a certain extent. Like to give you an example, Moses, everybody should know this story. He puts down his staff. God turns it into a serpent. And then the Egyptian magicians, they're like, we can do that. Turns it into a serpent as well. But what God
By the way,
then...
that's all part of the ritual with the death of Moses Malone, who they had posed as Moses for the Nike ad, and then Kobe's death. They died 4 years apart.
Yeah, the
Moses
Mamba.
Malone died for Kobe's last season, and then Kobe died 4 years, because Exodus 4, where that happens.
Yep.
That where the staff turns into a serpent. Look up the old Moses Malone ad where he's holding the serpent staff for Nike. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I could totally see that. I could totally see how you tell me, like, you're right. They like to acknowledge...
Kobe was 4 when Philly won the championship, and he said, faux, Moses Malone. Go ahead.
And no, this goes back to, obviously, they're scripting it also, like I said, around biblical stories and also around history. But you're right about that, because there they go taking the book of Exodus. But it is a true story. And what happens with this example...
I'll remember you all. Exodus equals 74. Kobe died during the 74th NBA season.
Yep. And my thing about this whole story is that the reason why it's written for us is to show you the hand of God being greater than that of Satan and his angels. Because what's being shown here is that Moses has his power given to him by God as a sign to let his people go. Like, I'm here to represent the true and living God. You need to let my people go so they can go worship me in the wilderness, or else you're going to find out. You're going to F around and find out. And they sure did, because their firstborn was killed after the plague of the destroyer coming in. Because that goes to show you, when God doesn't see the blood, he destroyed all the firstborn of Egypt. But back to the story of the sorcerers. These are sorcerers from Egypt with the power of the devil, with his angels. They were able to recreate that. But what's interesting is God then took that serpent and ate all the other serpents up with that. So the idea is showing you God has a stronger hand in this, because he is the creator. But at the same time, there's a certain extent that these magicians could only go to, because at a certain extent, Moses, he put his staff down and he turned all the dust of the earth, the dirt, the dust, the sand, he turned it to lice. And then the Egyptian magicians, they tried it and they said, nope, we can't. This is the finger of God. They knew at a certain point, we cannot do what God can do. We cannot do what God can do. So the idea is that with sorcery, with witchcraft, that's really what they're doing. They're dealing with devils, and that's how they're getting their power. Their power is given to them by angels. And listen, you know what? Manly P. Hall, he had a particular book where he talked about magicians that give an oath to a devil, that then that devil serves them throughout their life as a magician. But then when they die, they're going to have to serve that devil in hell. It's kind of very interesting how Manly P. wrote about that. He wrote about magic.
World Cup and all this hand of God tributes nonstop. Is Argentina going to get stopped from that 55th win 10 days after the country's birthday? With Messi number 10, echoing Maradona number 10?
Yo, man, with all this 19 talk, Zach, I couldn't help but to freaking think of COVID-19. I was like, yo, man, what's up with all these 19s, especially with that whole baby thing, man. I was like, there goes 19 years ago. He's wearing 19. Messi used to wear 19 himself. I'm like, damn, all these 19s, man. But I then started thinking, all right, hold on a second. How can we kind of, this is kind of like screaming out to me like COVID-19 in some capacity. But then I was able to see the following too, by the way. I did share this with my audience today. Yamal, he was 660 weeks old and 6 days when COVID-19 was declared a pandemic on 3/11. So you have a nice little 666 reference there without the zero value, but also you had Operation Warp Speed. But this is the interesting with Operation Warp Speed. From the time of Yamal's birth to Operation Warp Speed was 6 years and actually, no. What do I do? No. We're actually talking about from the time of Warp Speed to the actual finals coming up. So, because I was like, how does Warp Speed play into this, man? Because 19, I'm freaking COVID-19, man. I'm like, freaking A. Why is 19 coming up? So either way, I also looked at this. I said, when was Operation Warp Speed? Okay, it was May 15th. Okay, from that to the finals coming up is 6 years and 66 days. So there's another nice little 666 reference. But here's the one that really tripped me out. I was like, all right, man. I'm really looking at this eclipse of the century as something interesting because, like I said, a 33 reference that we got coming up is with Spain as well, because from the finals with Spain in it to their first eclipse coming up, you got to remember this, like I told you, Zach. Spain is a very unique country. It's one of the only countries in the world that's going to be affected by eclipses coming up for the following 3 years. The only one, Spain. And they got a total solar eclipse, and an annular solar eclipse. Back to back every year coming up. So I was like, man, there's got to be something there. But then at the same time, I saw from the finals with Spain to their first, you got to remember, we're very close to their first eclipse, and it's going to be 3 weeks away and 3 days from the final. So there's a nice little 33 reference, and Corona equals 33, and eclipse equals 33. But this one really tripped me out, and I kind of bowed my head on this. I was like, oh crap. But from Yamal, okay, we know Mr. Yamal, he's wearing the 19. He was born on July 13, 2007. I'm sure we know that by now. But to the eclipse of the century coming up, with COVID-19 that went out in 2020, here goes a nice 2020 reference, because from his birth to the eclipse of the century is 20 years and 20 days, 2020. With Mr. 19, COVID-19, and you got that other 666 reference with his birth. I was just like, all right, man, we got a nice little reference there to the eclipse of the century with this Spain team that's going to experience their first eclipse coming up 3 weeks and 3 days later. But another thing I found out, Yamal's full name, he's got a long-ass full name, by the way, but I just pasted it in. He's got a long-ass full name. But I don't even want to try to pronounce it. But his full name, it equals 151, the 36 prime. But
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but here's the other thing that really screams out at me with that one is the eclipse of the century is on a day that leaves 151 days in the year. I said, oh, crap. All right. That one's interesting. And then I said, how does this deal with the Pope? Because we just saw the Pope. Pope Leo, don't forget, the eclipse of the century is going to be ruled over from the zodiac Leo. And that's why I also think they called him Leo, and he's in office right now with the in the one we are one singularity model. He's going to live the singularity. He's going to be.
Pope Leo was born in 55.
In Chi-Town. Yeah. I forgot about that one. But look, I did look into this because I'm sure you covered it, man. He was in the Canary Islands. And he made history. He was one of the first popes that was in the Canary Islands. Don't forget, the Black Pope went to the Canary Islands. Let me tell you, the Black Pope has heritage that goes back to the Canary Islands somehow. But either way, Pope Leo, I looked at this. I said, man, when the hell did Pope Leo go? But I said, forget about that. Let me just look at the date numerology with his birth for the finals coming up. And this is what what caught my attention. Like I said, I got some of these numbers locked down for this eclipse because I think it's going to be so monumental with the supernova. But, from the last birthday for Bob to the upcoming finals is 308 days. Now, without the zero value, I just see a 38 there. But you got to understand this. This eclipse of the century coming up, the big one next year, is part of a family of eclipses with the Saros family of 136. But it's going to be in that family, in that particular family of eclipses. It's 666 years old today. Like this year, that family of eclipses is 666 years old. But this eclipse next year is eclipse number 38 of 71 with this particular family. So that just, these numbers stick out, man. These numbers just, the 151, the 38, I mean, like the sorrow cycle 136, this looks to be the big one. And then we just looked at that particular gematria for that Adidas thing, and it just stood out again, the goat and the kid. And I saw an 82 and a 208 there for August 2nd, man. I'm like, dude, August 2nd is going to rock this world, man. It's going to rock this world, man. I think that's the supernova date. It will be followed up by the singularity, the hive mind in the one. We are one. And also, Donald Trump, he came out with a gold coin. He started the Treasury started minting a gold coin for Donald Trump today. And then from this eclipse, or from this gold coin news to the eclipse of the century, I believe was, it's another 119 reference, a 119 reference. And I'm like, for the golden age of eclipses.
July 15th, they started minting a gold coin for Trump, huh?
Yep. They call it the Trump coin. I forgot what the hell that equaled, but let me see here. Trump coin.
Well, today's got 48 and 68 date numerology. Donald Trump 48, Donald John Trump 68.
We also got a 129 there for 201 base 8. But I was like, man, okay, gold, huh? For the golden age, huh? Kind of interesting there. But then I said, wait a minute, what's that day numerology looking at with the eclipse of the century? And it was 1 year and 19 days for a 119 reference there. But I was like, yo, man, this is about to go down. But you know what? On the coin, it also shows me that one reference as well. I think the purpose of America was to get us to this point. Donald Trump said that Operation Warp Speed was the greatest military feat in history. And we're going to find out why pretty soon when everybody starts to rage. But you know what? On the coin, on the back, it uses the motto, E pluribus unum. Out of many, one. Out of many COVID vaccinated, one hive mind is coming up. That's what that truly means.
If Marco's right, I better start spending less time on here and teaching Ruby how to shoot, because
I'm telling you,
the hands on deck.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Yo, you got to have at least have a bat, man. I always tell people, at least have a freaking bat.
We're well equipped here. I could go to war.
Yeah, but, no, I'm telling you, man. I was like,
yeah. So
I think we've all seen zombie movies. You should have a sense as to how this how this cookie's gonna crumble. But that I think is the event that's gonna collapse it all. But listen, another thing that caught my attention, I was like 19. This freaking number 19. So I go off of the whole COVID-19 thing. So I then go into like the whole tarot card thing. I was like, what's the 19th tarot card? And it's the sun. Pinche freaking sun, yo. I said, damn it, yo. So here we are in the year of the fire horse, and on the tarot card, you can even pull it up. It's the sun for card 19, and it shows a little baby. It looks like baby Jamal, and it's on a white horse, by the way. I said, oh shoot, man, and then you also have that 322 reference coming up because of that one thing that they canceled between Spain and Argentina before. But yeah, those are some of the things I recently wanted to cover. Listen, for all those people that were in the chat that were talking about the sun, you got to understand, Mystery Babylon the Great. That is the devil's religion. This is a real nice nutshell look at it. From the perspective of the Bible, let me show you. In Ezekiel, this is where it shows us that the Bible shows us that Babylon worships the sun. In Ezekiel 8:16, it says, "And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house when the first temple was still there. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 5 and 20 men with their backs toward the temple." So they're not looking at the temple of God, with their backs toward the temple of the Lord, and their faces toward the east. What goes in the east? The rising sun. And they worshiped the sun toward the east. So in the Bible, in a nutshell, it tells you sun worship is not good. The Bible's not an advocate of sun worship, let me tell you. But what is? It's Mystery Babylon. It's the devil's religion. God has his religion, the true religion, and then Satan has his religion that worships the sun. But here's the big caveat. One thing people really need to understand is this. This is the big aha moment. It's a big fat pearl. So I'm sorry if you're a swine, but I'm going to tell you a big fat pearl from the Lord. When the Lord was on the cross, he was crucified, right? But then it says, from the 6th to the 9th hour, the sun was darkened. What a lot of people don't understand about that is that you can look at the practice from the Levitical priesthood where they had to burn a lamb. They had to physically burn it. It's called a burnt offering. They burnt a lamb. A lot of people don't know how to accumulate that to the Lord. How do they reference that to the Lord? The Lord, while he was on the cross, not only did he suffer the first death, he tasted the second death, which is the lake of fire. Hell and death is going to be cast into the lake of fire. It says, and whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. You want to be in that book of life, the Lamb's book of life, because if not, you will be cast into the lake of fire. But what the Lord shows us with this whole sun worship thing, the devil has tricked the world into worshiping the sun. Why? Why? Because the devil is it's wicked. It's wicked. The devil wants people worshiping the very thing that they're going to be cast into because of their life of sins toward their creator. The devil knows he's going in there, by the way. I remember I told you about the Imagine Dragons concert. When the devil was talking to the audience, the devil, they showed a graphic of the devil as a man falling down before the sun. He fell down before the sun in this concert series while the devil was speaking. And that just showed me what I've been telling people. The devil knows the sun is the lake of fire. Everybody knows the sun is hot. What people do, I'm telling your audience right now, you don't need to imagine hell. Hell and death is going to be cast into the lake of fire. The Bible says, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven. The sun is the final destination. It is the lake of fire. And that's why while the Lord was on the cross, he was on the cross paying for my sins from the 6th to the 9th hour. It's approximately 3 hours. It says the sun was darkened. It wasn't an eclipse. It was not an eclipse. The power of the sun was placed on the soul of the Lord Jesus Christ. And the Bible says that the Father, the Father of the Lord, God the Father, Jehovah, he saw the travail of his soul and was satisfied because he made the once and for all atonement with his own precious blood, the sinless blood. And that's what people need to understand. When they look at the sun, that's where all our sinners are finally going to go into. That is the lake of fire. That's why Satan wants people worshiping the sun. He's going there. He knows he's going there. When they showed me that image of Satan falling down as a man, and he's going to be in there as a man, by the way. He's going to go into hell as a man. He's not going in there as a dragon. In the book of Isaiah, the Bible tells us that people are going to see Satan when he's bound in the bottomless pit coming up. When the Lord returns, Satan is going to be bound in the pit. And the people in hell are going to look upon this man that made the earth to tremble and made it a wilderness. They're going to look at Satan and be like, this is the guy. This is Satan. And he's going to be down there as a man. But I found it very interesting. This shows you the devil worshipers. I'm going to tell you right now, Zach, these high-level devil worshipers, they know the Bible way more than most Christians. And what I saw with the Imagine Dragons, they showed a vision of Satan falling down before the sun, because the Bible also says that he's going to go in there eventually as well. Okay? And it's only going to be a once thing. But in Revelation 20:10, think about 2010, that's when really I started waking up. But in Revelation 20:10, it says, and the devil, and this is the real Satan devil, but the way God writes is with a lowercase d, because he did not get the victory. He's going to lose. He's going to lose. And it says, and the devil that deceived them, the whole world, by the way, that's not in Christ. You know, the Bible says Satan which deceiveth the whole world, but the Lord says, if he's in you, you're not of this world. But it says, and the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are. They're going to be in there for 1,000 years before Satan comes in there and joins them, and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The devil knows that. The devil absolutely knows that, because with the Imagine Dragons, they actually show you the devil falling into the bottomless pit. He knows where he's going to go. But what's very interesting to me is that they actually showed you an image of the devil as a man falling down before the sun. That is the lake of fire. Your audience needs to understand that is the danger that your soul is in if you don't get your name in the book of life. Everybody and their mama knows the sun is hot. You don't need to imagine the lake of fire. It's above your heads. It's above your heads, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven. But that's also why the Jesuits have the sun logo. And lake of fire equals 56. You know, on the official sun logo, the other one that they have, it has 56 rays. But lake of fire is 56. Transgressor is 56. Perdition is 56. That's why it's another 56 for that reference as well. But listen, man, if you don't want to go there, you just need to believe in Jesus and have faith in his blood. His blood paid for your sins. That's the message. Because while he was on the cross, those 3 hours from the 6th to the 9th, when the sun was darkened, that proved to me he was tasting the second death. And that was the burnt offering that God made. Because see, when Jesus
Some
says,
interpretations say he was on the cross from 9 to 3.
No. In the scriptures, it says from the 6th to 9th. I don't care what any interpretation says. In the Bible, it says from the 6th to the 9th hour. And then it goes to say that the sun was darkened. And then, I mean, when it's, and there's another scripture from the another gospel that says the whole earth was darkened. See, typically when there's an eclipse, people need to understand, when there's an eclipse, the whole earth does not go dark. It's only a path of totality. It's only a slight, small sliver. And I will tell you right now, Zach, I experienced the 2024 eclipse. You know, I don't go into this whole energy crap, but I will tell you that is, and I've seen many lunar eclipses. I've seen a lot of celestial events. I've photographed them. I'm a big photographer myself. I'm essentially a professional photographer. But I photographed the total solar eclipse of 2024. That is, if you can ever experience one, that is the greatest celestial event you will ever experience. It is such a phenomenon because you're in a place that all of a sudden starts to go dark and everything starts getting cold. And you look up and then the sun starts getting cut off. And then, let me tell you right now, Zach, to back up my point with the lake of fire. When you have a total solar eclipse, I was in the path of totality here in Indiana. I went to go to Salem, Indiana to go watch it. And I photographed it. It's on our website if you want to see it. I photographed, I did a drone shot and everything. I did a drone time lapse, but it is quite the sight. I will never forget it. It is the greatest celestial event anybody can ever witness with their own bare naked eyes. And you look up, and I'm looking at this freaking circle, and I kid you not, I could see the flames of the sun with my naked eyes. I could see the flames. So what you're looking at when you look at the sun is the lake of fire. Those are the flames, and it's powered by brimstone. It's not plasma. That's what the Lord tells us. What's firing it up is brimstone, and it's everlasting, because that's also what burns everything else up with the new earth, new heaven coming up. That was, I think I'll end it there, man. But I'll tell you, the lake, when I saw the total solar eclipse with my own naked eyes, the one thing I told my wife, which was next to me, I was like, you could see the flames. You could see the flames. There was a bunch of them. There was one off to the left, one off to the right, one on the bottom. I was able to capture all of them. But it's only when it does totally eclipse the sun can you see the flames. And I was able to capture it with my own lens. I never thought I would be able to do so. And it's quite the sight, absolutely quite the sight. I mean, the total solar eclipse is no joke. But essentially, the way I also see is the way the Lord is trying to show judgment upon the Gentiles. Because what you also need to understand, coming up in 2034, there's going to be one final eclipse going over the Middle East. But if you look at the last 4 total solar eclipses and their path that goes over the Middle East, it makes the portion of what the Lord promised to Abraham. When the Lord returns, he's going to expand the reach of Israel. His reign is going to be pretty big, and no one's going to be able to stop it. But when he returns, what's very interesting about the last 4 eclipses from 2034, going back 4 eclipses, is he's showing you the lines of where he's going to expand his kingdom. This is all from God. It's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Well, it's always interesting, Marco. I'm still not there yet. I was when I was younger, but I appreciate all the passion and the research you do. And you got look on I'm pretty sure it says 9-3, the interpretation for the crucifixion.
Well, that could be, let me tell you, Zach, I do kind of sometimes try to remind you about this. And I remind other Christians about this, like Adam the Illusion. You know, I remember Adam the Illusion. He used to use another Bible, another version. I told him, get the King James. Why do you get the King James? Because I don't care about King James as a person. That particular Bible has no lies in it. Every other, the devil is in the Bible business. He has many versions. And in every version after the King James, I can tell you about every lie that's in it. And the Bible says no lie is of the truth. And the word of God is very pure, it says. It has no lies in the Bible. So I think I've told you this, but I also told Adam this. And I said, listen, get yourself a King James. I know he did. But I'm telling you, all these other Bibles after the King James, I can point out every lie that's in it. And because it contradicts itself if you look at all the other lies. But I will say this, that might be the reason why you might be seeing that as well, because I use the King James. It's also, let me tell you, the King James is a prophetic book in and of itself, that the Lord tells us that he would refine his word 7 times as silver is refined in the earth. The King James Bible is the 7th Protestant Bible. It is the prophetic fulfillment of that book, of that scripture in Psalms, and also in Isaiah. In Isaiah, it talks about seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read. There's only one book right now in any language, by the way. I am that staunch to say There's only one pure word of God today. That is the King James Bible. That is the book of the Lord. In Isaiah, he talks about only one book.
Marco, you should talk to people that can read Greek, because they'll tell you the New Testament written in Greek is a lot different than the English New Testament. And they think that if you can't read Greek, then, you know, the English version isn't even really that legit.
No, what I'll tell these people is this: who is the authority here? Because when I see people like that talk about the Greek and the Hebrew, and this is what this word means, this is what that word means. Let me give you this. I mean, when I see this from people, the way I look at it, especially this long in the faith, is this: you are trying to make yourself the authority and not the Word of God. The Word of God doesn't need any help in interpreting one language to another. As a matter of fact, in the Word of God, it actually tells you this word interpreted in Hebrew means this. God actually does interpretation within the Word of God itself. But the idea is this: you have to trust. You have to trust it. Listen, at the end of the day, Zach, it really does truly come into trust, faith. You have to have faith. It will come down to a faith issue, and it will be like, do you trust God or do you trust man? Because if man's trying to tell you, I know how to interpret this word, and God doesn't, that's what, you know what, when I hear someone say about the Greek and Hebrew, what triggers in my mind is this: oh, so I should trust you and not God. That's what triggers in my mind. Oh, so I should trust you and not the Word of God. That makes it so plain and simple. You know,
well,
I will tell.
I'll just tell you, sorry. Once upon a time, it was probably around 2015 or 16. I remember I had no idea who was at my door, and it was laundry day, and I was literally in my house in my boxers, and there's this loud knock on the door, and I was like, okay. I always answer the door, but I was like, God, I'm in my boxers. So anyway, answer the door. And this guy who followed me online, he found out my address just by looking it up online. And he came over to tell me that he was studying Greek and learning to read the New Testament in Greek. And he said it was just so, he just said, if you really want to understand the New Testament, you really got to learn Greek, because there's just concepts in the language that just don't exist in English. And those things are written in the text. And this is true about languages. Different languages have different ideas in that cannot be expressed in some other languages because they don't have that idea or that word, or it's just like in Sweet Lady's language. They have a word for good child, but they have no word for bad child, because they don't even want bad child to be an idea. They want the children to be good. So again, I mean, I think as passionate as you are, you might want to just study some Greek, and you could do it. I mean, we got maybe we don't have that long left, but why not? Why not broaden your horizons and learn some Greek and study it in Greek?
Yeah, or Hebrew. I mean, the Lord spoke Hebrew.
Right, Old Testament's Hebrew and Aramaic. I'm just saying New Testament's in Greek.
But I was going to tell you, the Lord, eventually he will restore a pure language unto his people. And don't forget, he did speak Hebrew unto Paul as he was Saul on the road to Damascus. But what's interesting, like I said before, the idea about when God actually gave us this book, the book tells us that this is the phrase that God uses when it comes to this topic. And a lot of the Christian world, they're very novice, or they don't use the right word, because they like to say the Bible is final authority. It's the final authority. And that kind of it actually gives a suggestion that there's other authorities leading up to this. And the Bible's just the final one. But I do want to tell your audience, there's 3 times in the King James that this particular phrase is given. And it's very telling. It's very telling as to when they occur. Because in the book of Esther, it shows us how a Persian king that was married to Esther, he wrote, it says, with all authority. And what that means is that he wrote to his kingdom. He was the king of the king. He was the king of kings. He was the king of the world during the Persian Empire. And he wrote to all his, subject, kingdoms under him in all authority. What that means is that he took it from Persian at the time to their languages. But that gives you a sense as to how God writes his book, because also in Titus, the same phrase comes up. It's the same phrase, because you also have to understand God is the king of heaven and earth. If an earthly king can write with all authority to the rest of his kingdom, cannot God? There's nothing impossible for God. For him to give us his book in English perfectly, you have to be a crackhead not to. God holds your very breath in his hand. He makes the sun and moon to go up every day. Nothing is impossible for the Lord, the book says. You mean to tell me he can't give me a book in English? Are you kidding me, man? You suck. Your faith sucks. But I will say this, in Titus, the same phrase comes up. It says, and this goes to people like me, by the way. I'm an ambassador. I'm a bishop. I teach other people the Bible. It says, these things speak and exhort and rebuke with all authority. He's basically saying that book, the Bible, it is all authority. There's no other final, when it says all authority, it's all. There's nothing leading up to it. It's all authority. It says, let no man despise thee. And then in 1 Corinthians, this is what Jesus is going to do when he comes back. Then cometh the end, and he shall have delivered up the kingdom of God. Remember, the Lord's going to come back after Mohammed bin Salman confirms the Abraham Accords with Israel. It's around the corner. When this happens, the 7-year countdown is going to begin to the second coming. The end of the world begins with MBS doing the deal with Israel coming up from Saudi Arabia, that has Middle Beast and all that stuff. He is the beast. He's about to do the deal with Israel. The end of the world then will truly begin. 7 years later, the Lord comes back, but he's going to reign for 1,000 years in Jerusalem with a rod of iron. His kingdom, he's going to reign because he has to put down what I'm going to read right now. It says, when he shall have delivered up the kingdom of God, even the Father, he's going to deliver it to the Father. He's his son. He is a very faithful son. He was faithful in his first coming. He's going to be faithful in his second coming. He's going to reign. But watch this. When he shall have put down all rule and all authority. There goes that phrase again. All authority and power. So all authority, we see it with the king of Persia. We see it with the book of God. And we also see it when God actually reigns when he comes back. And he's going to rule with all authority, but then he's going to give the kingdom over to his Father. He's a very faithful son. He's faithful and true. That's what the Bible says. He was faithful with the first coming. He's going to be faithful with the second coming. And then after he delivers the kingdom up, he's going to create a new earth and new heaven with sin never touching it again. Right now, you want to know why this is a present evil world like the Bible says? Because Satan has usurped it. He's a usurper. He took advantage. He usurped it. Everybody should look up that word. Look up what usurp means. He came in and he took it by force, by lies. But it's not going to be forever. The Bible says it's very basic stuff for a new believer. Satan is the God of this world. This is all biblical. I'm getting this from the Bible. Satan is the God of this world, little g. It's a present evil world. That's a phrase from the Bible. It's a present evil world. That's in the Bible. And it's on a course. That's what the Bible says. This present evil world, with Satan as the God of it, is on a course. And I tell people it's going to the kingdom of the beast. And that's all by his mystery of iniquity. What we see, what we call the show, what we call gematria, the decode, you're decoding his mystery of iniquity. But it's taking us somewhere. It's taking us somewhere. That's why we're hearing about cryptocurrency, quantum computing, AI, injections, aliens. It's all coming together right now. Third temple, Jerusalem, wars, Iran. You have you noticed the news cycle in America since Gaza? It's been all about the Middle East. We're going to the Middle East. The Bible, the end of the world is all about the Middle East. It's all about Israel. And I remember Trump. I had this in our final film called 3 Unclean Spirits. I started with an introduction of Trump on a podcast. And he actually told the person, the end of the world starts in the Middle East. That a lot of wise men have said that the end of the world will start in the Middle East. And he said, we won't let that happen. And I'm like, you freaking idiot. It's going to happen exactly like God wrote it.
All right. Interesting as always, Marco. I got to call it a night, though, but I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And thanks for having me on. And let's see how this finals plays out, man. And like I said, I'm still watching the Middle East. It's flaring up right now as we head to day 201. And Bibi, he's going to be here on Saturday, and he'll be here for day 201 with Netanyahu.
All right. Perfect.
Let's see how that goes.
All right. Thanks again, Marco. Have a good night.
Farewell.
All right, somebody else snuck in. I said I wouldn't take any more people, but I swear to God, I'm taking nobody after this because I got to go to bed. What's up, BB?
Hey, man, one last thing. The word gematria, the word Argentina. If you take Argentina and the two N's, you combine them to an M, you can unscramble the word gematria to Argentina. Pretty cool.
That's interesting. Okay.
Just want to throw that out. I like all the back-to-back 201 and all the other things we've gone on tonight. I'm on the East Coast, so I came back on, saw you were streaming. I said, dang, he's gone for the long haul.
Had to go for the hat trick. Third stream of the day.
I think you made it. Hey, I wish you the best. Thanks so much.
I appreciate it. And just one last thought here. Again, we've already been talking about this. you have two great narratives. We got our championship matchup, and when I called this out a long time ago, I said if it does end up being Argentina and Spain, it's going to be hard to call who the winner is because they'll both have good narratives. But hand to God has been the theme. Just they've been paying tribute to this hand to God goal throughout the whole tournament as we've been documenting day after day on Patreon. And you can see the gematria of God and Satan and Argentina and Barcelona. You know, Messi used to play for Barcelona, like Yamal plays for Barcelona, obviously in Spain. Argentina's next win in the World Cup is 55. I mean, that really stands out. And you've had Tom Brady and Mahomes involved with this World Cup. And they met in Super Bowl 55. And Brady, the GOAT, defeated Mahomes. And I told you guys earlier why the score could be 3-2 and how Spain could end up with 15 goals for and 4 against if they got beat 3-2, or from their perspective, since they're the home team, it'd be 2-3 for the 23rd World Cup. Remember, Brady equals 23, Kansas City equals 32. Argentina's flag has the 32 sun rays, just like the Jesuit Orders logo, kind of like when the Dodgers broke the 32-year drought, they beat the Rays in Tampa Bay. Remember that? The Dodgers beat the Rays. Remember, 3 Tampa teams went to championships when Brady went down to Tampa. Obviously, the football team, the Tampa Bay Lightning won the Stanley Cup, and the Rays lost to the Dodgers in the World Series. So that was the year Super Bowl 55. And again, just 32-23 it connects. Kansas City 32, Brady 23. So I think that narrative has some legs. But the big threat is all the football championships. Now, granted, they've been American football. They haven't been international football. But again, here we are talking about Mahomes and Brady. So I think the American football is something you got to think about. GOAT equals 16. Yamal could upset the GOAT. Again, Indiana went 16-0. Seattle won by 16 in the Super Bowl. So Spain could win their first championship in 16 years. That is the big devil's advocate narrative to the 55. But remember, you guys, God is 55 and 10. 55 is the 10th triangular number and the 10th Fibonacci number. Maradona, Messi, they both wore 10. Argentina's birthday, modern Argentina's July 9th. So the championship's 10 days later. Oh, and by the way, I mean, if you measure from Messi's birthday to the championship, it's 25 days after his birthday, but it's also the 26th day of his age. And remember, when he set the record on the anniversary of the hand to God goal, he scored his 17th goal that game. So all the God numbers are there with all the hand to God stuff. We'll be talking about it more on Patreon. Again, we do sports every day. We cover all the sports. Had a beautiful day today. My 5 recommended plays went 5-0. Plus, we hit the exact score. Plus, our future came in from forever ago with Spain and Argentina. Again, I don't charge very much. You get on there, you stay on there month to month. Some days are better than others. It's obvious what days are better than others. I mean, learn this knowledge, learn how to make some extra income. So the games are rigged. We'll be trying to figure out the World Cup before July 19th. We got our future in. Now we just got to see if we can figure out the right score again. We've hit a lot of exact scores and figure out the right winner. But yeah, there's clearly a major Super Bowl 55 tribute here. I mean, it's undeniable. Messi played his first game in Kansas City where Mahomes is. Brady's been saying his comebacks in Atlanta have been better than his over the Falcons. And remember, they came back from down 25. The championship's 25 days after Messi's birthday, or the 26th day of his age. Just think about it. But yeah, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks again to everyone who hits the like and the share. These videos have really bad likes, and which is just sad. I mean, who put out better content on YouTube today, or for that matter, any day? Again, this stuff, it exposes the script. More people need to know about it. Thanks again to everyone who hits the like, because it does help supposedly get the videos out there in the algorithm. But that algorithm is something to fight. So anyway, we'll leave it there. Have a good rest of your evening. If you're in the other part of the world, have a good rest of your day. And until next time.